Chapter 1. I am here to save the suffering foreign people. Chapter 1. I am here to save the suffering foreign people. Chen Zhao walked out of the airport with his luggage. He had heard that many foreign people were living in misery. With the zealous intent of rescuing the world, he had to come and save them. There were two women standing at the exit, one of whom was Chen Zhao's mother. The other person, a white lady, was her assistant whose name Chen Zhao recalled to be Sally. Chen Zhao was a doctor who had been involved in a medical accident in China. Thus, he could no longer be employed in a related profession back there. Hence, his mother had found a way for him to come to America. This task was straightforward for the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Of course, in return, Chen Zhao must donate his bone marrow to her daughter, who was Chen Zhao's half-sister, if she needed it. Chen Zhao's mother had divorced his father long ago, after which she went to make a living in a foreign country. At the moment, she was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was not concerned with all of this. The two of them were more like two acquaintances. Over the years, they had only contacted each other a few times. The help that Chen Zhao's mother was offering him was more like a trade. Of course, their relationship was also not too awful. Nobody was in the wrong when Chen Zhao's parents had decided to divorce. It was just because they were unable to get along with each other and nothing more. It was not because they wanted a wealthier spouse or that they were compelled by reality. After the divorce, Chen Zhao had chosen to live with his father, and it was as simple as that. Chen Zhao was also not the kind of person who was lacking maternal love. Here's your green card and bank card with $10,000 inside. Thanks. Chen Zhao took the items. Is there anything else I can help you with? Nope. When she needs it, call me. Chen Zhao's mother nodded. What kind of job are you going to get? You don't have to worry about that. I have my own plans. How the hell do I know? Chen Zhao did not even know where he was going to stay. If you plan to return to your old profession, I suggest you get a medical license. If you practice medicine illegally, you'll be deported and go to jail. Got it. After bidding his mother goodbye, Chen Zhao carried his luggage to a taxi. Where to? The driver was a black man. Find a motel for me. Thanks. Chen Zhao's English pronunciation was not very native yet. Korean? Japanese? Chinese? Chinese. Hello. Name's Vincent. What are you here for? Escaping. Oh no. Is China that dangerous? No. I was involved in something there, so I could only leave. Gangster? All right. I was a doctor, Chen Zhao answered helplessly. Just as Chen Zhao had expected, Vincent was a typical alcoholic. Hey buddy, can you tell me what happened? I performed surgery on a patient before his family members signed the consent form. Unfortunately, he died, so I became the murderer. Okay, it's a sad story. Why didn't his family sign the form? Chen Zhao really did not want to talk about this topic. Should he tell this driver that this was a common trick of hospital violators so that they could criticize those cold-blooded people together? Do you have any requirements for your accommodation? Simple. Good environment, clean and tidy, nice food, cheap prices, preferably with a lot of sexy ladies. Okay, I know a motel that only costs $10 per night. Vincent automatically omitted all the requirements apart from the cost. Chen Zhao sighed, but then he happily accepted the suggestion. The motel which Vincent had recommended was located in the suburb of Los Angeles. As for the environment, the place was surrounded by desolate sands. It seemed like Vincent knew the owner of the motel, who was a dumpy, white old man with a large beard. Perhaps because the place was so remote, there were no customers around. The owner had dozed off at the counter. Hi, Ethan. I brought you a customer, a cute Asian. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, his reaction somewhat obtuse. He glanced at Vincent and then at Chen Zhao. Great. $15 per night. Hey, Ethan, don't do that. He's my buddy. Fine. If you pay cash, it'll be $10 per night, plus free breakfast. Before Chen Zhao came here, he had exchanged some cash. Therefore, he readily paid for 10 nights. You have any document? Driving license works, too. Chen Zhao took out his green card. After checking him in, Ethan brought Chen Zhao to a room. The room was not as dirty, messy, and shabby as Chen Zhao had imagined. At the very least, he could accept it. There was a bathroom and a bedroom with windows on one side, so the room was well lit. Vincent, can you give me your number? If I need a car, I'll find you. Sure, happy to. Before leaving, Vincent gave Chen Zhao a big hug. Chen Zhao was still not very used to the American etiquette that was overly enthusiastic to him. Nevertheless, Vincent was a very sociable man. Chen Zhao had a really good impression of him. This would be his home for now, at least for a very long time in the future. He would be staying here until he could earn enough money or could no longer survive. Chen Zhao took out his belongings from his luggage. When he was taking out a particular metallic box, he seemed to be especially solemn. The metallic box was passed down many generations in his family. When his father was still alive, he had been a physiognomist. Chen Zhao was curious how his almost illiterate father had managed to woo his genius mother. He had been told that when he opened this metallic box, he would have to inherit his family business. However, Chen Zhao had always been unable to do so, for which he felt fortunate. After all, even a third-tier doctor was much better than a physiognomist. At least this was Chen Zhao's opinion. Suddenly, the front door opened fiercely, staggering Chen Zhao, who was right behind it. He lost his grip on the metallic box, which subsequently fell onto the ground. Then, the metallic box, which Chen Zhao had failed to open countless times, popped open in such an informal way. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you." Ethan was standing outside the door, holding a burger and some fries in his hands. Don't worry. Are these for me?" "Nope. I'm only upstairs to see if you need my help." "Seems like a no. Bye." Ethan's answer caused Chen Zhao's hands to freeze in the air. He felt very awkward and upset, especially since he was quite hungry. Chen Zhao closed the door again and picked up the metallic box from the floor. He had originally thought that the box at least contained something, perhaps a secret scripture or some treasures. However, there was nothing inside. This greatly intensified Chen Zhao's disappointment. It was twice as bad as the fact that he did not get any food. Chen Zhao was about to put the metallic box back onto the table when he kicked something with his foot. Where did this dog come from? Chen Zhao realized that a Shar had appeared beside his feet. "Hey, you better be more polite." The Shar turned around and spoke in a way that Chen Zhao could not comprehend. "I'm Beelzebub Vito, the Lord of Hell." Chapter 2. This Shar is a demon? Chapter 2. This Shar is a demon. Chen Zhao picked up the Shar. Apparently, a small minority of people will get auditory hallucinations after getting onto a plane. This is probably a hallucination, right? "Human, you are insulting a demon lord. Do you know what this means? Do you know that Chinese people have more than 100 ways to cook a dog?" Chen Zhao wasn't intimidated at all, mostly because he hadn't processed all this yet. "Human, you can't do this. You summoned me." "I summoned you? Did I?" Chen Zhao slowly put down this self-proclaimed demon Lord Shar. His mind was in a bit of a mess right now. No, more accurately, it was very messy. "Yes, I'm Beelzebub Vito, subordinate of the King of Gluttony." "How did I summon you?" Chen Zhao asked. "How would I know? Don't you need some sort of sacrifice to summon a demon? Did I do some ritual just now?" "I don't know. I just felt your sign, so I descended." "Then what can you do for me? You should tell me what you require me to do." Chen Zhao still hadn't figured out how Beelzebub had appeared. However, the thing he wanted to figure out the most right now was what use this talking Shar had. "I need money. A lot of money." Chen Zhao made an unsophisticated request. "Please, I'm the subordinate of the King of Gluttony, not Mammon, the King of Greed. I don't do such unsophisticated things." "Then how do I summon the subordinate of the King of Mammon?" Chen Zhao started getting excited about this. "I don't even know how you summon me, and yet you're asking me how to summon other demon lord subordinates. Do you think I know? Then how do I send you back?" "Food. I want food. Fulfill my hunger." Chen Zhao called room service. "Ethan, give me some food." Soon, Ethan brought the food over. It was some handmade hamburgers. $10. "Thank you for your patronage." However, when Ethan saw the Shar Beelzebub, he added, "My hotel doesn't allow pets. Wait until I find a place to bury it. Then I'll call animal control and tell them that you killed a pet. Okay, I was kidding. Ethan was the type that bullied the weak but feared the strong. You should be nicer to me. I'm your summoned demon. We have a contract between us. I'm suddenly thinking, if I kill you, I might be able to exchange you for a more useful demon, right? You'll be punished, you evil human. Okay, eat your fill and then get back to hell. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist turning you into a dog meat hot pot. Human food is the only thing I like about the human world. Beelzebub ate a burger with one bite. Unfortunately, my body is too small. 2 is my limit. A demon's appetite is that small. My projection can only appear in this state. Damn it. Can you please be stronger the next time you summon me? Let me have a bigger body. This has something to do with me. Of course. The stronger you are, the bigger I can be when summoned. I'm glad I'm weak. Otherwise, my money won't be able to satisfy your appetite. Then I'll see you next time. No, I'm never seeing you again. Chen Zhao didn't even try to hide his disgust. Beelzebub gradually disappeared from Chen Zhao's eyes. Chen Zhao also ate a bit. He was hungry too. Suddenly, he remembered that before Beelzebub had appeared, he was looking at Ethan's food and had grown hungry. Then Beelzebub appeared the next moment. Was that the reason? Hunger. Chen Zhao looked at the hamburgers on the table, but he was imagining a full feast in his mind. Plop. That small, familiar body appeared again. Beelzebub looked at Chen Zhao sadly. What was that about never meeting again? Why did you summon me again? I was just testing. There are still hamburgers on the table. Eat them and get lost. I can't. I haven't digested the one from earlier. So annoying. I need to try summoning other demons right now. If you allow me to use my abilities, I can speed up the digestion. Use it. Rumble. Just then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt super hungry. Extremely hungry. This feeling was 10 times stronger than before. He immediately picked up a hamburger and devoured it. Still hungry. Strange. What's going on? Chen Zhao whipped his head toward Beelzebub. You did this. You agreed for me to use my abilities. Beelzebub looked away, a bit afraid of Chen Zhao. This ability is so stupid. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Completely useless. If the projection you summon is strong enough, I can make someone die from overreading. I'm a doctor, not a killer. My duty is to save people, not kill them. Plus, you're only able to make me eat one extra hamburger right now. You're the one who's too weak, you tragic human. I feel like I can eat dog meat hot pot now. Human, we have a contract. So, what will happen if I eat you? Will I die? Or turn into a demon? You will. Beelzebub didn't know how to reply. When I get back, I'll check the demon scriptures and then tell you. Clearly, this was a demon that didn't do its homework. But you don't know what will happen, so you won't dare to kill me, human. Beelzebub was very good at speculating about humanity. Similarly, you have to listen to my orders, right? Don't dream about me fulfilling some impossible wish for you. Come, roll on the ground 3 times. Human, are you challenging a demon lord's dignity? What kind of punishment will you get if you go against your summoner's command? 1 circle, 2, 3. Good boy. I'm not a dog. I'm a demon, you despicable human. 3 more rolls. 1, 2, 3. How about a truce? You're giving up after 2 rounds? I thought demons would have a stronger will. Actually, no, Beelzebub said. There essentially aren't any differences between our thoughts and values. If we ignore the differences in species, our biggest difference is that we demons are more logical than you humans. You know the concept of species? Many humans are in hell. Most people, actually. Does that mean that hell is more advanced than the human world? After all, there are many geniuses in hell and they won't die a second time, right? Actually, no. After their soul enters hell, they'll only have a portion of their memories. Plus, the longer they stay there, the fewer memories they have. We can only learn a general idea of the human world from them. If we want to use these human geniuses to develop hell, it's obviously impossible. Plus, we're more interested in destruction than creation. Are there many people in the world that can summon demons like me? Actually, no. I am probably the only demon who can be summoned away from hell in the past 1,000 years. Chapter 3. I am the demon lord of our village. Chapter 3. I am the demon lord of our village. Zhao looked at the metallic box on the table. Do you recognize that box? What box? That one. Which one? The one on the table. There's only a lamp on the table. What box are you talking about? Confusion was written all over Beelzebub's face. Puzzled, Zhao glanced at Beelzebub. Are you sure that you are seeing nothing? Human, that's because there's nothing there. Or it could really not see anything. Is it because there's something special about the box? Zhao was uncertain, so he walked forward to pick up the metallic box. However, from Beelzebub's perspective, Zhao was holding nothing more than thin air. Zhao opened the metallic box and realized that there was a bead inside. He was sure that before this, the box was totally empty. Zhao took out the bead. Immediately, Beelzebub shrieked, "Demonic crystal!" What? Demonic crystal? Zhao was even more perplexed. Why would the so-called demonic crystal appear here? Also, what's its use? Moreover, Beelzebub seemed to be very concerned about the crystal. Give it to me. Beelzebub suddenly leapt towards Zhao. However, Zhao raised his foot and sent Beelzebub flying away directly. This crummy little demon was as weak as a normal Shar, apart from his weird ability. Since he was so anxious about the demon crystal, it must be something useful. Zhao put the demon crystal back into the metallic box. Beelzebub shouted at once, "Where did you hide the demon crystal? Give it to me. I can fulfill all of your wishes." In which world would I believe you? Zhao thought. Tell me what the demon crystal is first. Something to increase our lifespan, Beelzebub replied. Are you demons also troubled by lifespan? Of course. Apart from superior demons, little demons like me can only live for at most 200 years. Didn't you say you're a demon lord? I'm indeed a demon lord, the demon lord of our village. Zhao felt somewhat faint, but he soon realized that since he was so weak, he would clearly not be able to summon any large demons. So how many years of life will a demon crystal like this provide you with? Maybe a year. 1 year? So short? What else do you expect? I'll be happy if such a small piece can grant me 1 year of life. Give that demon crystal to me. I'm almost dying. Without that crystal, I might die soon. Tell me honestly, how old are you? Can't really remember. How old are you? I demand you to tell me the truth. Zhao spoke in a commanding tone. Let's talk about something else. Are you rejecting my order? All right, I'm 30 this year. What, only 30? Is that strange? If we use the age groups of humans, you would still be underage now, right? We demons are different. We already know a lot of stuff from birth, and our bodies grow faster. In merely a few months' time, we will become completely mature. Oh, I forgot to mention this, but I'm already the father of 15 children. My wife just gave birth to a nest of kids for me. Do you demons use nest to measure the number of children you have? Knock, knock. Who's there? Zhao asked. Police. Open the door, please. It was a woman's voice. Zhao did not believe the person right away. When he just arrived in this country, his mother had warned him that even if someone claimed to be a police officer, he must see some form of a proof first. Zhao opened the door slightly with the chain still on. Then, he saw a lady in plain clothes holding a police ID in her hand. Hello, can I help you? A robbery just happened downstairs. Can I ask you a few questions? Robbery? Are you suspecting me? No. In fact, the owner of the motel just said that luckily you asked him to deliver food to your room. Otherwise, he would have probably encountered the robber. Hearing this, Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had just arrived and did not want to get into too much trouble. Zhao opened the door. Do you want to come in and have a seat? The policewoman walked in and inspected the room. Is this your dog? Woof woof. Can I bite this human? Beelzebub gave out a series of barks. Strangely, however, Zhao only heard him speak in words. I picked it up. I think it's a mad dog with some kind of disease, so you should not go near it. In fact, I was just planning to bring it to the vet in the next few days and get a dog license. Okay. Hearing Zhao's words, the policewoman actually had a better impression of him. After all, Only a caring person would pick up a stray dog. In the last 20 minutes, you have been in your room. Is that right? Yes. Did you hear anything suspicious? Nope. Did you see anyone behaving suspiciously? Air. I was in my room. I mean, did you look out of the windows? No. All right. If you recall anything later, you can call the police. Can I have your number then? Chen Zhao asked shamelessly. The policewoman grinned. Of course, but I am quite busy. If you want to buy me dinner, you better tell me early. The policewoman was not the very attractive kind of woman that would often appear in American shows, and she was somewhat big-boned. However, she had a great body. From what Chen Zhao had seen, she was at least E+. This is my number. We'll get in touch next time. Bye. See you, Jerlin. Right after Jerlin left, Ethan showed up. Chen, these are for you and your pet. Ethan was carrying a lot of food and drinks, including fries, burgers, and grilled meat. Ethan, I've already heard about it. Actually, I didn't do anything. No, although you were unintentional, I believe it must be God's will. You must take these. All right, thank you then. I'll stop disturbing you now. Have a good rest. Woof woof. Beelzebub barked wildly. It was clearly my credit. Why is it God's will? You ugly fat human, just go and die already. Does this little guy like me so much? Hearing Beelzebub's barking, Ethan smiled at once. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. How in the world would you think that he likes you? He is cursing you. All right, little demon, let's be quiet and not disturb the other guests. Chen Zhao petted Beelzebub. Chapter 4. Be a non-staff doctor? Chapter 4. Be a non-staff doctor? Knock, knock, knock. At night, Chen Zhao heard rapid knocks on the door. What time is it? Chen Zhao blearily opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was still dark. Chen, can you hear? It's me, Ethan. Chen Zhao got up in the dark and kicked something. Woof. Human, you're stepping on me. How come you haven't gone back to hell? I don't want to go back yet. Chen Zhao ignored Beelzebub and went to open the door. Ethan, what's wrong? Chen, I heard Vincent say that you're a doctor. Was. Not anymore. Something happened to a guest here. Can you go and check? I don't want him to die in my motel. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. Did you call the ambulance? The closest hospital is half an hour away. You can send him to heaven instead in half an hour. But I don't have a doctor's license. Don't worry. I know the rules. I won't say anything. Ethan pulled a few tens out of his pocket. Take this as your payment. Wait, let me go get my tools. Chen Zhao had taken all his property out of the country this time. Most were medical equipment. However, the cost of transporting everything was more expensive than the equipment themselves. Chen Zhao's heart had hurt for a long while. Chen Zhao had worked in the emergency room before. The conditions were inhumane, though, so he had himself transferred to the surgical operations department. However, it turned out to be even more stressful than the emergency room. After turning a corner and passing 3 rooms, Ethan pushed a door open and led Chen Zhao in. Chen Zhao saw a young girl trembling on the ground. There was spilled white powder beside the table. She is overdosed, Chen Zhao asked. He immediately checked her pulse, pupils, and heartbeat. The heartbeat was slow, her blood pressure was low, pupils were constricted, and lips were purple. I don't have naloxone. Chen Zhao's expression was serious. Is there anything you can do? The fastest ambulance needs 30 minutes. Can't help it, Ethan said helplessly. She's only 16. I hope she can survive. Please do your best. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. This girl inhaled the drugs. This meant that if he could force her to vomit, he could reduce the symptoms of the overdose. She could at least survive for half an hour. He took out a set of silver needles and inserted them into her Chimin, Tiandu, and Lingtai pressure points. He'd learned this acupuncture technique from a friend of his father. However, he never saw that man after his father passed away. These 3 pressure points were connected to the stomach and could stimulate vomiting. However, he waited for a minute and the girl had no reaction. Chen Zhao's expression changed slightly. Lifting the girl's shirt, he touched her stomach. Empty stomach. Ethan, do you know when's the last time she ate? She hasn't gone out in 2 days. Yesterday, she called me to get her food, but she didn't call me today. Any problems? Drugs made one weak in the first place. If she had an empty stomach, it was even easier for her to overdose. It was the most fatal if she ingested the drugs but couldn't dilute it with food. We must stuff food into her and then make her throw it up along with the drugs. Hurry and get food, Zhao said. Can you make her eat? I can try. If I don't, she won't be able to make it past 30 minutes. As soon as Ethan left, Zhao immediately said to Beelzebub, use your abilities to make her eat. Drug addicts didn't have much of an appetite because drugs affect one's biological functions, causing the body to make wrong judgments. Long-term drug abusers may even cause permanent damage to their body. This girl was unconscious, so it would be difficult for regular feeding to be effective. Her consciousness was still there, though. This was a natural instinct. However, Zhao felt himself getting hungry. Damn it, why are you using it to me? You're in the vicinity, and I can't be that precise, so you're affected too. Next time, remember to move away. Food's here. Ethan was fast and carried a large amount of food over. Meat won't work. Shove bread and soda into her mouth. Do you have chopsticks? Never mind. Zhao propped open the girl's mouth with his fingers. Meat could get stuck if swallowed without chewing. You should never force feed an unconscious person with meat. Is this all right? Ethan couldn't help but be worried at seeing Zhao shove food in so aggressively. Since we don't have the medicine or emergency equipment, this is the only solution. Otherwise, we'll just watch her die. Suddenly, he saw an apparition crawl out of the girl. Her soul. Go back. Zhao roared. The apparition lay back down in fright. The next moment, the girl's body convulsed. Then with a cry, she began throwing up. Zhao and Ethan exchanged glances, both letting out a long exhale. Tell her to eat something. When the ambulance comes, take her to the hospital for another checkup. Zhao cleaned up his stuff and prepared to leave. People like this girl were common in this country. Zhao was an outsider, so he didn't plan on becoming the incarnation of justice and fight in this war against drugs. He didn't plan on becoming a mentor and educating this girl, either. Chen, you've worked hard. Looking at the girl, Zhao shook his head and left with his equipment case. Zhao went to sleep again. He didn't stretch and get out of bed until noon. After washing up, the man and dog went out to look for food. There was a burger shop around 100 meters from the motel. After eating their fill, Zhao and Beelzebub went back with full stomachs. Chen, you're up. Ethan was playing on his phone at the counter. When he saw Zhao, Ethan greeted him first. Good morning, Noon. Chen, do you have a business card? Business card? No. You want my business card? I don't, but I think you need one. Why? If you want to work as a doctor. I don't even have a medical license right now. What I mean is, you can be a non-staff doctor. Believe me, you don't need to get a license because you won't get it. You just got to America, so there's no way you can pass the test. I can introduce you to some clients who pay with cash. This way, you won't get caught. Of course, I'll need a cut. Is it dangerous? Zhao was a bit hesitant about Ethan's suggestion. He knew that a medical license was hard to get in America. Plus, he only had a Chinese degree. America might not even accept it. Ethan was suggesting for him to give up on the legitimate path and become a wandering street doctor. Don't worry. The clients I introduce you to definitely won't report you to the police or government. No, I mean, are your clients safe? I don't want to be the health consultant for the mafia or something. I don't know any mafias. Some might be involved in the underworld, but don't worry. If I introduce clients to you, I'll definitely ensure your safety first. Chapter 5, The First Client. Chapter 5, The First Client. In order to get a medical license, one would need to familiarize oneself with the medical laws in America and other related rules. This would be like going through high school all over again, which would also mean that Zhao would not have a stable source of income for an extended period of time. The money he had at the moment was certainly not sufficient to sustain him until then. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, Zhao decided to accept Ethan's suggestion. Chen, since you have accepted my idea, I also have to make some rules clear to you first. My only responsibility is to be an intermediary with a 20% commission. Of course, that only applies to the clients I introduce to you. If you manage to find any clients yourself, I will not be involved. Also, you can choose to reject certain clients. Moreover, your relation with the clients can only be treatment-based and definitely nothing more. You can occasionally have sexual relations, though, as long as you do not end up developing feelings for each other or getting into conflicts. In addition, you must not reveal any information about the patients to anyone else, especially their secrets or flaws. Even I cannot disclose them. This will be good for you, me, and the clients. Got it. And you can only accept cash from the clients. There must not be any transaction trails. Otherwise, the IRA will be able to track you down. You must only treat them after receiving your pay, because some clients have very unstable financial circumstances. Perhaps when you're trying to get your debt back, they will have already died in some corner. Lastly, if a client asks you to sign a medical certificate, you must not do it, no matter how much they pay you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. As for your safety, you can rest assured. Even if your patient is the head of some criminal gang, and even if during the process you see something you shouldn't, nobody will touch you. This is a solid rule in the profession. After all, if they dare to hurt you, nobody will treat them in the future. So you don't have to worry at all. Ethan, are you very familiar with this? I have never worked with a doctor, but I have been an intermediary for other things. The rules are really all the same. Although Ethan and Zhao had already reached an agreement, they would not leave any paper contracts. They would only give each other a verbal promise. Zhao returned to his room. Beelzebub grabbed a burger and started eating it right under the sunlight that shone through the windows. Beelzebub, are you demons not scared of sunlight? Idiot human, I'm not a vampire. Do vampires really exist? Since demons exist, why would vampires not exist? Are they in the human world or in hell? Hell, there are definitely not any here. Why are you so sure? Vampire is actually a branch of demons. In the last 1,000 years, no demons have ever come to the human world. The vampire subspecies that were left here in the past have certainly all died. How can there be any vampires here? What subspecies? The subspecies refer to the ones with vampire characteristics, but they can't reproduce. Zhao asked curiously, aren't vampires immortal? How can they be immortal? There's nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Neither demons nor gods, not to mention vampires. Most vampires can only live for 500 years, and they can't even increase their lifespan through demonic crystals. How do vampires reproduce? Does a person become one after being bitten? No. Pure-blooded vampires use the usual sexual reproduction, just like humans and other demons. On the other hand, vampire subspecies need very special rituals for conversion. But I'm not a vampire, so I don't know the process. Beelzebub, is it because of the demonic crystal that you are unwilling to return to hell? Are you saying that you'll give it to me? Zhao pondered for a while. After all, Beelzebub had helped him greatly the day before, so he did not mind giving the demonic crystal to him. Zhao opened the metallic box only to find that another demonic crystal had appeared inside. It was significantly larger than the first one. What? Why are there two crystals? Does this box produce demonic crystals? No, there must be special reasons. Zhao recalled the events that had happened the day before and had some preliminary guesses. Was it because he saved people? The first demon crystal appeared after he called Ethan to deliver food to his room, allowing him to avoid the dangerous robber. Was the appearance of the second crystal due to the fact that he had saved that girl? Beelzebub, how many years of life can this demonic crystal grant? Right away, Beelzebub turned into a real Shar. He lied on the ground before Zhao and stuck his tongue out, his eyes glittering brightly. At least 5 years. How many demonic crystals do you have? It's none of your business. Take this and scram back to hell now. Woof. Beelzebub took the crystal with his mouth, after which he slowly disappeared. Zhao grabbed the smaller demonic crystal, wondering if it had any uses to humans. He should have asked Beelzebub how to use it. Just then, Zhao's phone rang. Chen, are you free? I found you a client. You'll get paid $300. What illness is it? I have no clue, but it seems to be urgent. Send the address to my phone. Done. If you don't know the place, you can find Vincent. He has been driving for 10 years and is very familiar with Los Angeles. You have his number, right? Right. Zhao called Vincent, who happily agreed to help. Soon, Zhao was in Vincent's taxi. Vincent made many turns in the city. After 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Zhao rolled down the car window. Is this the place? Before them was a villa surrounded by many palm trees. A metal gate was present at the entrance. Zhao walked to the gate and said to the guard, "Hey buddy, I'm the doctor. Mister, Dell has an appointment with me." Wait a second. The guard took out a walkie-talkie. After confirming Zhao's identity, he allowed him through the gate. From afar, Zhao could already hear loud music and delighted voices from men and women. When he passed by a swimming pool, he saw many men in swimming trunks and women in bikinis playing either in the water or beside the pool. Inside the villa, there were similarly many lovebirds flirting with each other. Some were even making out at the corners of the building. Under the guidance of the guard, Zhao pushed open the door to a bedroom. There was a couple inside the room. The woman was a blonde, white lady. She was sitting in front of the windows, holding a glass of wine in one hand and a cigarette in the other. The lady only had her bra on, and her sexy body was fully exposed. On the other hand, the man was sitting on the edge of the bed with his head lowered and seemed somewhat upset. "Boss, this is your doctor. Asian, do you have a problem with that?" Zhao put down his instrument box. "Nope. Help me, quick. What problem do you have?" The man removed the bath towel that was covering his lower body. "I can't get hard." Chapter 6, Another New Helper. Chapter 6, Another New Helper. Zhao wasn't very surprised. To be honest, he had guessed most of it when he first entered and saw the looks on their faces. Putting on gloves, he picked up the entire flaccid man shaft. "Any feeling?" "Yes." "Did you take anything before?" "No." "Any habit of taking medicine? Allergies to any?" "No." "Asshole, can you hurry up? It's pretty easy if you only need me to make you hard. But are you sure you don't need me to ensure its regular use in the future?" "Okay, fine. Is there something wrong with me?" "Tell me, how often do you have sexual intercourse recently?" "I've been partying here since yesterday. Probably 5 times or more. One time it was just hands." Zhao listened to the man's heartbeat while asking, "You called for me because you were flirting earlier but couldn't get hard?" "Yeah, I feel like I'm turned on, but I just can't get hard. I'll need to use some needles." Actually, this man already had a renal deficiency. Even Zhao could only make him get hard temporarily. It wouldn't last long unless he changed his current living habits. "Shots?" "No." "Acupuncture?" "Will it hurt?" "No." "You're very weak now. If you continue this way of life, in half a year, you'll be forever impotent." "I see. Help me fix this problem first." Zhao opened his case, but was shocked the instant it opened. There was actually a snake curled up inside. "A snake? How come you have a snake?" The man was scared too. He jumped away hurriedly. "Hiss, hiss. Human, why am I here? Did you summon me?" "Don't be afraid. This is my pet. Just a second, please." Zhao wasn't quite sure what was happening, either. Picking up the colorful snake, he walked out of the room. "Who are you?" "I am Raymond Geller, subordinate of the King of Lust." "Okay, I don't know how I summoned you, but since you're the subordinate of the King of Lust, you should know how to turn someone on, right? Seems like you're quite familiar with demons." "I can indeed do it, but you need to give me a sacrifice." "What do you need?" "Give me 10 snakes similar to me." "You like eating snakes?" "No, I want to fuck them." "Okay, no problem, but can I use this instead?" Zhao took out a demonic crystal from his pocket. Raymond immediately wrapped around Zhao's arm. Of course. Thank you for your kindness. You are the mightiest, most generous, and selfless human I've ever met. It is my honor to meet you. You are a good person." "Wait, I'll accept the praises in the beginning, but let's forget about the good person part." "Why? Don't humans all say they're good people?" "Have you met many humans before?" "No, you're the only living human I've met. I have enslaved a few human souls, though. And yet you say that I'm the mightiest, most generous, and selfless human you've ever met. Is there a problem?" "You're the only one, so you're naturally the mightiest, most generous, and selfless human." "That makes sense." Zhao nodded. He guessed that the things he'd seen along the way had produced a sexual urge, allowing him to summon Raymond. If you can cast your power on him, how long will he last? That depends on your wishes. I can make him die from exhaustion in 7 days if you want, or I can strengthen his abilities. No, just keep him in a normal state and have sexual urges when appropriate. Zhao was clear about his position. He was a doctor and not a killer. It won't last too long. Half a year at most. It doesn't need to be that long, Zhao said. I plan on having a long-term business. Then there's no problem. Zhao thought that his acupuncture could relieve the client for a few months. Raymond could also relieve him for a few months. When the time was up, the man would come find him again. It would be worth the $300 too. A few minutes, Zhao returned to the room. Where's your snake? A snake head poked out of Zhao's collar. The man was a bit afraid. It won't bite you. Raymond, say hi to my friend. Raymond slithered out of his collar and down Zhao's arm to the man's hand. The man was still afraid. It won't bite anyone. It looks like a really poisonous snake. Raymond rubbed his head against the man's palm. Then he slithered along Zhao's arm and crawled back into the pocket. Interesting little thing. I'm considering getting one too. Dell, if you dare get one. We're breaking up, the woman yelled immediately. The man named Dell surrendered immediately. Okay, dear. I was just kidding. I advise you not to raise snakes. Snakes don't actually have high intelligence and are very hard to train. Don't think about raising one just because you see someone else raising one. Poisonous snakes are especially dangerous. How did you train it? It looks really obedient. For your happiness, let's get back on topic. Done, Zhao said, standing up. Done? But I don't feel anything. Dell looked down and saw that there were needles sticking out of his thigh and dick. When did you put them in? I'll also prescribe 2 sets of traditional Chinese medicine. Go get the medicine from a traditional Chinese pharmacy. When will it come into effect? This time, you should be able to get your soldier back up in less than 10 minutes, but you better listen to my advice. After all, this will only last for 6 to 8 months. I feel it. I'm hard. Dell yelped excitedly. Okay, Tsura, come on. Wait, should we take care of the bill first? You wait. Tsura, let's get started. Mr. Dell. Zhao looked at Dell, annoyed. This is my country. I'm telling you to wait. Ching-chong. Zhao narrowed his eyes and pet Raymond in his pocket. Are you sure you wanted to wait? What's going on? $300. Thank you for your patronage. If you need me again, you better prepare $3,000. Cash. Okay, I'll pay. Make it hard again right now. Zhao patted Dell's shoulder. Dell's lower body felt motivated once again. Chapter 7. How dare you seduce another demon behind my back? Chapter 7. How dare you seduce another demon behind my back? Dell did not rush back onto the bed this time. Instead, he sent Zhao out of the manor. I'm sorry, Chen, it was my fault. I hope that if you have time in the future, you can visit and be my guest. My manor will always be as lively. I think those girls will also welcome you. Of course, that includes Tsura. Thanks. If I have time, I'll come. Zhao did not really want to waste his time here, although such a debaucherous scene was indeed alluring. It seemed like he should find a female companion first. Zhao unlocked his phone and found the number of the policewoman Jerlin whom he had just met the day before. She would be a great choice. After returning to the motel, Zhao approached the counter. Ethan, here's your share. $60. So how's your first client? He was really hard to deal with. Next time if he asks for my help, tell him it'll cost $3,000. You're mad. $3,000? He's rich, but he'll definitely not accept this price. Believe me, he will. Seeing Zhao's confidence, Ethan bared his teeth. I have indeed picked the right person. From the moment you saved that girl yesterday, I knew that you're not a usual doctor. Fine. Although I have learned Western medicine, my Chinese medicine knowledge isn't too bad either. No, that's not what I'm not talking about. Yesterday you shouted at the girl's soul and forced her to return her body, right? Although I couldn't see it, I've guessed it. It must be the case. You're a so-called wizard doctor, right? Please, Ethan, stop joking around. I'm not joking. I can tell what kind of person you are just by looking. I must be correct. That night, even the paramedic that came later said it was a miracle that the girl could live. I'm hungry. Give me 2 burgers. Ethan, your burgers are really nice. Of course, but it's $2 for one. Can't you treat me to a meal? I can give you half price, but you can forget about getting it free. All right, and a bottle of Coke. Chen Zhao took out a bottle of Coke from the fridge at the side. Aren't you doctors always claiming that carbonated drinks are bad for health? We doctors also say that drinking is bad for the body, but we still drink. Chen Zhao returned to his room and opened the metallic box, where he discovered that there was another demonic crystal inside. However, the piece this time was extremely small, perhaps only about the size of the tip of a finger. Are you not returning to hell? Raymond crawled out of Chen Zhao's shirt. However, he could not see the metallic box. In fact, he was not even able to touch it. Human, do you really want me to leave you? Up to you. The demon that I summoned last time did not really like to stay around me. I feel that I will have more opportunities to display my skills if I stay with you. And also more opportunities to obtain demon crystals? Chen Zhao twitched his lips. He would not believe that a demon would like him. I don't deny that. Fine. You can stay for as long as you want. Chen Zhao started eating the burgers and drinking the Coke. Do you want some? No. I have not finished digesting the demonic crystal you gave me just now. Moreover, I'm not really interested in human food. Suddenly, Beelzebub jumped out from the shadows. Huh? Beelzebub? Why are you here? Did I summon you? I can feel the scent of food. Leave one for me. Wait, you have another demon here? You actually summoned another demon behind my back. You despicable, shameless, mean human. How can you do this? I thought I'm your one and only. Chen Zhao was speechless. If I have a choice, I would get rid of you now and never summon you again. You? Ah. A tail suddenly appeared behind Beelzebub's back. Raymond bit Beelzebub's back with full force. In pain, Beelzebub jumped into the air and raced around in the room with Raymond on his back. Damn, you're a subordinate of Raymond, the king of lust. I knew it. It's this dirty and abject bug that has seduced you. Don't worry, I'll help you to take care of it. I'll never let it appear beside you again. I'm all you need. Subordinate of Beelzebub, you pathetic fat pigs. This is already my territory. Now, scram out of the human world, or I'll help to sterilize you. In fact, both Beelzebub and Raymond were the names of their respective demon kings, and not their names. The names at the back were their surnames. They did not have first names, which only powerful demons would. The 2 little demons fought each other with all their might in the room, but none of them could win over the other. In hell, demons had territorial awareness. However, they were in the human world, Chen Zhao's territory. Oblivious to the fight between the 2 demons, Chen Zhao started tidying up his clothes. Just now, he had managed to ask Jerlin out. Jerlin had agreed to have dinner with him. Raymond crawled beside Chen Zhao's feet. Human, bring me. I can drown that woman in ecstasy. I'll become your most useful and most powerful demon servant. No need for that. I'm confident in my own ability. Human, bring me. No matter what you treat her, I'll make her fully satisfied, even if it's dog shit. Chen Zhao raised his foot and sent Beelzebub flying away directly. As Chen Zhao's personal driver, Vincent made a punctual arrival at the motel. Vincent, go to the Platinum Building. Chen, do you have a date tonight? Yup. Then did you bring any condoms? Here you go. Free. Vincent took out a small box from a larger one beside his seat. Thanks. We've reached. Hope you have an amazing night. Chen Zhao and Jerlin had agreed to meet at the restaurant on the top floor of Platinum Building. It was a high-class Western restaurant. Its interior was somewhat dim, but all its seats were near the windows. Through them, one could see the night scene of most of Los Angeles. Jerlin was wearing a low-cut dress. Her hair was tied up, and her face had some foundation on. Jerlin, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You look gorgeous tonight. In fact, Chen Zhao had planned to pick Jerlin up, but she had rejected the offer. I've also just arrived. I originally thought that I would need at least 10 tries before you would agree. I just happened to be free today. Chen Zhao allowed Jerlin to order food first, after which he ordered the same thing. Which department are you working in at the police station? Crime investigation. All the cases I am handling are homicides. The taste of this restaurant seemed to have improved significantly. At least it's worth the cost now. Chen Zhao also started eating the food. Yes, the taste is not bad at all. It tastes ordinary. How is it worth the cost? The food they had ordered cost at least $200, but the taste was only so. Was it due to the different taste of people in the East and the West? Chapter 8. Getting into the groove. Chapter 8. Getting into the groove. I'm sorry. I ate too much tonight. In China, if girls eat well, it means that they'll have a good life. But neither the West nor the East like fat girls, right? I like plump girls like you. Zhao was indeed a bit thick, but she wasn't that bad. At least, she was still okay for Chen Zhao. What are you looking for? I think my pet must have followed me secretly, says Chen Zhao, because Zhao had indeed eaten a bit too much. Zhao was a bit bigger than other girls, but her appetite shouldn't be to this extent. Thus, Chen Zhao suspected there was something else. Hey, look there. Your little demon is there. Zhao saw him. What's on its neck? Oh my God, it's a snake. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. I hope we won't get kicked out. A high-class restaurant like this didn't allow pets, but Zhao laughed and said, I'm full anyway. Let's go. When they reached the entrance, the two demons followed out too. How come it has a snake on it? I found it yesterday, and they became friends. Good friends. A dog and a snake can be friends? That's incredible. Does it bite? No, he's very obedient. His name is Raymond. Since they were here, Chen Zhao had to use them well. Raymond, say hi to Zhao. Raymond raised his head up high and then nodded up and down. Oh my, it's so smart. How'd you do this? Unbelievable. A snake is greeting me. How did you two get over here? Chen Zhao found out soon. They'd secretly gotten on a Vincent car at the same time that Chen Zhao had. Where are we going next? How about we go to my place? Chen Zhao glanced at Raymond. Zhao pursed her lips slightly, and a rare blush appeared on her cheeks. Sure. The two called a taxi and went straight to the motel and began a wild night. They both enjoyed it. Zhao was a very open girl and was okay with any position. Under the two demons' eyes, the man and woman went through round after round of battle. Zhao was a very good companion. The best thing about her was that she didn't get too attached. They were only friends with benefits. Chen Zhao had made this clear before. They weren't dating, and both could go for their own relationships. If one of them wanted to end this, they would break off immediately. Chen Zhao was satisfied with this. Neither of them had any emotional baggage. The next day, Zhao left, but Chen Zhao remained in bed. Admittedly, he'd overestimated his own abilities and gone too wild the night before. His waist was hurting now. Human, are you satisfied with my work? I won't get into how you two acted on your own accord last night. However, this doesn't mean that you can do whatever you wish without my permission. If you use your abilities on me or the people around me without my permission, I won't hesitate to cook a nice pot with you two in it. You know, as a Chinese, I don't want to create 100 ways of eating demons as an innovation in cuisine. Chen, there's a new client. I'll give you the address. This one promises $1,000. Chen Zhao arrived at the client's home and discovered that she was a third-tier Hollywood star with STD, and she still wanted to use her body to pay instead of the $1,000. Chen Zhao wouldn't agree unless he was crazy. In the end, she unwillingly paid the $1,000. In the following 4 days, Chen Zhao received 3 jobs. The most expensive one was this celebrity. The cheapest one was only $400. After taking out Ethan's commission, these 3 jobs together gave him close to $1,500. Chen Zhao was pretty satisfied with this kind of income. After all, he could manage to survive in LA with this. The preconditions were that he couldn't go to the Platinum Building to feast every day. Zhao wasn't a shallow girl either. She could eat fancy meals but also fast food. She also wouldn't make Chen Zhao pay each time. Chen Zhao and Zhao didn't cling to each other every day either. They both had their own lives and space. They kept a nice distance between each other. Chen, where are we going tonight? There's a nice grill near my place. The best part is that they allow pets inside. Okay, I can only come after 7 o'clock. No problem. I'll wait for you. Unlike the first time when they both dressed up, they wore more casual clothes this time. Zhao had just gotten out of the police department, and Chen Zhao noticed that her left hip bulged slightly. She probably had her gun with her. After they became familiar with each other, they grew more casual with each other, eating and drinking without concern. Zhao knew a bit about Chen Zhao's illegal medical practices. However, they rarely talked about work. This let them have some privacy too. Is it okay for Raymond to eat cooked food like this? Zhao looked at Raymond on the table. Curled up in a bowl, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed a chunk of meat. Zhao had seen some TV shows. She knew what snakes looked like when they ate, but she'd never seen one eat cooked food. As for the Shar pay dog Beelzebub, he was much more normal. Of course, this was only in comparison with Raymond. Beelzebub was standing on the chair on his hind legs and pawing at the food on the table. Zhao looked away. Chen Zhao noticed her staring at behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, Zhao said, "Don't turn around." Chen Zhao obediently lowered his head and continued eating. He noticed Zhao touching her waist, seemingly going for her gun. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Chen Zhao asked. The man at the counter is the suspect of 12 robberies and murders. He was the one who robbed your motel that day. 3 people have died in his hands so far. One was a cop. You want to arrest him here? There were at least 20 customers in a restaurant, and that suspect was diabolic. He definitely wouldn't surrender and let himself get arrested. It could very likely evolve to a mass shooting. If it was on TV, Chen Zhao wouldn't mind enjoying a battle between cops and robbers. In real life, though, this didn't feel good. Perhaps the little demon and Raymond can help, Chen Zhao said. What? Them? How can they help? Chapter 9. Guesses about demonic crystals. Chapter 9. Guesses about demonic crystals. Thank you for your visit. That will be $23. After making the payment, Phil took his food to go. He was about to return his car when he suddenly felt something bite his leg. After taking 2 steps, he felt somewhat dizzy. He barely managed to force himself to walk for 2 more steps. However, on his next step, he finally lost his balance. Phil gritted his teeth. He already noticed the woman who had been sitting in the corner stand up. From her action, she was clearly taking out her gun. Phil had been frequently dealing with the police and had ended up in jail 4 times. He had already recognized the woman as police. His strong willpower allowed him to draw his gun. Suddenly, however, a black thing pounced towards him and bit his wrist. Ah! Phil's gun dropped onto the ground. Before he could pick it up, Zhao had already approached him and kicked the gun away. Freeze! Zhao, he can't move already, but I need to perform first aid on him. Waiter, you don't need to be afraid. This lady is a policewoman, and this man is a wanted criminal. We've already called the police, so you don't have to worry about it. Raymond was a demon, but he was also a venomous snake carrying neurotoxin. Luckily, his venom was not too strong, or at least considerably weaker than that of a viper. Moreover, the purpose of his venom was not to kill, but rather to cause hallucinations. Zhao realized that although Phil was poisoned and unconscious, his lower body was actually raised high. Bastard! Without mercy, Zhao kicked Phil's crotch. In fact, Zhao was mistaken about this criminal Phil who had been bitten by Raymond. Raymond was a subordinate demon of the King of Lust. His venom was hallucinatory and even aphrodisiac. Therefore, the unconscious Phil was probably having some erotic dreams at the moment. Fortunately, the entire process was extremely smooth, so smooth that Zhao could hardly believe it. A repeat criminal who had killed 3 people was actually taken down in such an effortless way. It was all thanks to Raymond and Beelzebub, especially the former. Zhao had seen very well-trained police dogs whose performance was no weaker than Beelzebub. The only difference would be their sizes. However, she had never seen such a clever pet snake. The snake could actually execute a complicated order. It really bit the person whom Chen Zhao asked it to. When Chen Zhao first proposed the plan, Zhao almost thought that he was insane. How could a snake understand such a complex command? However, the reality proved that Raymond could really carry it out, and moreover to perfection. It actually understood what Zhao was trying to say. Zhao released some of Phil's blood, so that he would at least not die of the venom. Although Raymond's venom was not too powerful, it might still cause death in the absence of timely treatment. Jerlin had already handcuffed the unconscious Phil. Then, they waited for the arrival of the police and ambulance. Chen, I'm sorry for ruining the dinner. You did nothing wrong. You don't have to apologize. And thank you, Raymond, little demon. Chen, do they understand me? Or do I have to do some kind of special gestures? Nope, they're smart. Fortunately, there was no surveillance system in the restaurant. In fact, Zhao had realized that not as many areas were under surveillance as he had expected. Because they had just caught Phil, both the dinner and the subsequent event were canceled. Jerlin needed to return to the station herself to file a report on the process. However, she did not tell anyone the real parties involved. She only conjectured that Phil had already been bitten by a poisonous snake before entering the restaurant. Later, he tried to fight back with his gun, but Beelzebub managed to bite his wrist. Raymond was nowhere mentioned. After all, if she said that Phil was actually taken down by a man who could control a venomous snake, everyone would either dismiss her as being crazy or send Raymond into a laboratory. When Zhao returned home, he discovered that a huge, demonic crystal had appeared in the metallic box. Zhao gasped in surprise. This new demonic crystal was bigger than all the previous ones combined. The previous demonic crystals were all like beads, while the new one was almost half as big as a normal adult fist. Zhao must have obtained it by capturing that criminal, but he was shocked at the size of the newly attained crystal. Was it true that capturing bad guys for the police had more value than saving people as a doctor? No, this shouldn't be the case. It must be that the criminal would probably bring greater harm if he was not captured. Hence I received such a large piece. Just then, Jerlin called. Chen, thank you so much today. Jerlin, with us, you don't have to say that. No, I have to. You have no idea. That bastard has killed way more than 3 people. We also managed to save 3 girls from the temporary hideaway. He confessed to us. Luckily, we found them in time. Otherwise, I can't imagine how they might end up. It's really nothing. Zhao guessed that it was like a token of merits and virtues. However, this was known by the demons as demonic crystals. Zhao took out the small demonic crystal he had obtained earlier. You two, come here. Human, what's up? This is what you demons call the demonic crystal, right? Yes. Do you also have this in hell? Yup, but they're very rare. How do you normally obtain demonic crystals in hell? Ordinary demons can forget about getting them. Even large demons need to pay a huge price for them. So how do large demons get them? Likely from mining. Demon mines contain a small number of demonic crystals. How do demon mines come about? After human souls are reduced to hell, most of them will suffer and be tortured because of the sins they have committed while alive. After tens or hundreds of years, they will be shattered into fragments. The large demon lords will bury these fragments in special regions. When they have accumulated to a certain amount, and after another hundreds of years, demon mines will be formed. Demonic crystal is the mineral that forms in demon mines. If the whole demonic crystal thing is really like a token of merits and virtues, Zhao thought, then can we deduce that only sinners fall into hell? But even sinners must have done something good while alive, so they have also accumulated some kind of virtues. After they have suffered enough and turned into soul fragments, their merits and virtues would still be contained in these fragments. After a long time, they would turn into demon mines, and their virtues also condense into demonic crystals. Can this thing only be used by demons? Of course, Beelzebub and Raymond answered simultaneously. I'll give this piece to the one who tells me that humans can use demonic crystals. The 2 demons stared at each other, but neither of them spoke. Zhao glanced at the 2 demons. It seemed that they were determined about not telling him more. Chapter 10. Being a doctor is too dangerous. Chapter 10. Being a doctor is too dangerous. Did you think that I wouldn't know if you just don't tell me? If I can summon you 2, I can obviously summon a 3rd demon. By then, you'll probably lose your job. You'll never get demonic crystals again either. Actually, Humans really can't use it. We demons can eat the demonic crystals directly, but humans can't seem to digest it. Zhao looked at the demonic crystal in his hand. Whatever. It seemed that this is not a problem he could rush to solve. If demonic crystals could only be eaten, then it might really be inaccessible to humans. Isn't there a more scientific and effective way? As you humans say, there's nothing more effective for absorbing nutrients than digesting it. Zhao looked at the demonic crystal in his hands. Should he try? Perhaps his stomach could digest it. Even if he couldn't, he would at most get a big stone. It wouldn't be that bad. No, he shouldn't risk it. After thinking for a bit, Zhao gave up on the idea. Digesting it was one thing. Who knew if it would have any side effects? Here, Zhao tossed the demonic crystal to the two demons, letting them fight for it between themselves. It was quite interesting seeing a dog and a snake interacting with each other. It began drizzling outside. A few minutes later, the rain grew heavier. Just then, Zhao's phone rang. Chen, there's a new job, but this one's a bit different. You could decide if you want to go. What job? A gang leader. The price is pretty high. $3,000. What's wrong with him? Bullet wound. Is it dangerous? I'd be lying if I said it's completely safe, but I'm pretty familiar with that guy. He'll follow the rules. Sure. If you say so, I'll go. Compared to the safety problems, $3,000 was enough for Zhao to take the risk. $3,000 was a big number at any time. Plus, Zhao was really poor right now. It was getting late. Zhao called Vincent to ask if he was free. Vincent agreed to pick him up, but he asked for double the pay. Vincent brought Zhao to an older street. The street lights were dim too. Want me to wait for you here? Vincent knew what this place was. Don't stay here. I'll call you if I need the car. It's not safe here. Go drive around some other places. I understand. Vincent nodded. Zhao got out of the car and went to the house, bearing the rain. He knocked on the door. The door opened, and a black muzzle reached out from the darkness. It pointed at Zhao's forehead. In that moment, Zhao started regretting his decision. Ethan, where's the safety? This isn't like what you said. Hi, I'm a doctor. Ethan told me to come. Right then, a raspy voice streamed over from the inside. Mordery, put down the gun. I trust Ethan. Can I come in now? Come in, son. Zhao walked down the hallway into a small room inside. It's too dark. Turn on the light. Mordery, turn on the light. With the light on, Zhao saw a man lying on a sofa. His body was covered in blood and had 4 bullet wounds. His abdomen and chest had been wrapped crudely with gauze. It was still seeping blood now. The man's body was damp with not only blood but also sweat. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Zhao sat beside the sofa. Can you tell me when you were shot? Morning. Be more specific. It's been around 14 to 15 hours. Zhao opened the gauze. You haven't taken out the bullet yet. It's probably infected already and you've lost too much blood. After these few days, Zhao realized that the biggest obstacle in his work was that he had no source for medicine. Acupuncture was okay for some diseases, but these wounds required Western medicine. But without a medical license, he couldn't even get the most basic amoxicillin. Amoxicillin was the best for infections. Of course, Yinan Baiyao worked well too. Zhao only had that. He also had to take out the bullet, but he didn't even have painkillers. Don't worry, the man said weakly. Just do what you do. Whether the result is good or not, I'll still pay you. But the bald Mordery standing on the side would definitely not agree with his boss on this one. He was glaring coldly at Zhao the whole time. If something happened to his boss, Zhao probably wouldn't be able to get out alive. I'll give you acupuncture to help stave the pain and then extract the bullet. I'm not afraid of pain. This is required. It's not about whether you're afraid or not. A lot of time, courage doesn't mean vitality. Immense pain will make your blood and metabolism speed up. You've already lost a lot of blood. If you lose a bit more, you'll probably be going to heaven. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Zhao carefully stuck the needle into the acupoint. He didn't dare make any error. This wasn't just for his patient's life. It was for his own too. After stopping the pain with acupuncture, Zhao lightly pressed on the side of the wound. Do you feel anything? Yes, but it doesn't hurt. It was good that he felt something. If he didn't, it meant the nerve around it were damaged. Chen Zhao took out his surgical knife and started with the wound on the abdomen. The bullet wasn't in deep. He could see it clearly after opening the wound. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the first bullet was out. However, when Chen Zhao checked the wound on the chest, he discovered the bullet was stuck on the aorta next to the heart. It was very dangerous. This is too troublesome. I'll do the other 2 bullets first. Chen Zhao could only give up on this bullet for now. The other 2 were on the man's thigh and shoulder. They weren't difficult either and took less than 20 minutes. However, he still had to face the chest wound. Furrowing his brows, Chen Zhao started thinking. Suddenly, Chen Zhao saw a shadow beside him. It freaked him out. What's that? It was a faceless man. He wore a hooded black robe, but his face was empty whiteness. He carried a rusted sickle. The Grim Reaper. He was the Grim Reaper. Chen Zhao was sure. The Grim Reaper was here. Chen Zhao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Who was he here for? Although matter who his target is, it wasn't good news for Chen Zhao. If this gangster died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Calm down, calm down. You gotta calm down. This guy couldn't die. If he died, Chen Zhao would die too. That moment, Chen Zhao was filled with regret. Why had he been greedy and took this job? Why hadn't he brought the 2 demons with him? If they were here, there might still be a chance. Chapter 11. I'll call you Blackie in the future. Chapter 11. I'll call you Blackie in the future. Suddenly, Chen Zhao had an idea, a very risky one. The demonic crystal. The gang leader might be saved if he ate the demonic crystal. However, Chen Zhao must not fed him the entire piece. Chen Zhao took out the demonic crystal, after which he raised his head and asked Morgari, "Do you have a hammer?" "What's that for? Do you have it?" Chen Zhao did not explain more. "Find him a hammer." Morgari turned around and left. After a short while, he returned with a hammer. Chen Zhao did not know if the demonic crystal was indestructible, but he had no other choice at the moment. Chen Zhao took the hammer and raised it high in the air. However, suddenly, the Grim Reaper approached him. "Are you going to save him with this?" A strange voice sounded off in Chen Zhao's mind. Chen Zhao tried to use his thoughts to reply. "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" "Give me the demonic crystal. I'll let him off." "The demonic crystals is worth much more than his life," Chen Zhao replied. "Yes, but if he dies, you'll die as well." "Are you the Grim Reaper? Why do I feel like you're more of a demon?" "I'm indeed a demon. The Grim Reaper is only what you humans call me. To be precise, my race is known as Soulbringers." "Demon?" "A demon that I know told me that no other demons have entered the human world in the past 1,000 years. Do you know other demons? Although we Soulbringers are also demons, we do not live in hell. Instead, we are found in the crevice between hell and the human world." "Then how do you send souls into hell?" "We're not responsible for bringing souls into hell. Fallen souls will drop into hell themselves. We Soulbringers are only in charge of special souls, like his." "How is he special?" "He's both a bad guy and a good guy. There are both the bright side and the dark side of human nature. We'll bring him to the crevice. Then we'll strip the useless part off, extract the rest, and refine it into a demonic crystal like the one in your hand. Therefore, if you give that crystal to me, I'll let him go. Can you decide whether he lives or dies?" "No, I can't, but I have a say in if he dies now. He still has some vitality in him. As long as you don't kill him directly, he still has a chance to live. I can only give you half of it. He's only worth that much." "Deal," the Soulbringer replied readily. Then, Chen Zhao dropped the hammer, crushing the demonic crystal into many pieces. It seemed like the crystal was nowhere near strong. Chen Zhao picked the pieces up. Then, while the other 2 people were not watching, he gave half of the demonic crystal fragments to the Soulbringer. "Are you not leaving?" Chen Zhao really felt uncomfortable to have a Grim Reaper beside him. "Don't worry. You can count on my words. I won't break my promise. I just want to tell you that your surgery will succeed, but 20 minutes later, he'll still die from a gunshot." Chen Zhao's body trembled. "Who is it? Morgari?" "Nope. It's a female." Chen Zhao blinked in astonishment. Should he tell him? Chen Zhao raised his head. He looked at the gang leader, and then at Morgary. Are your wounds caused by a woman? Immediately, Morgary drew his gun out and pointed it at the back of Chen Zhao's head. How do you know? Before I came in, I saw a woman on the street. That's why I asked. Isn't it abnormal for a woman to appear at this kind of place at this time and in this weather? The leader's eyes glimmered. Oh, you a big one. Nope. I was only being responsible for my patient. Chen Zhao started taking out the bullet from the leader's chest. The Soulbringer did not leave during the entire process. I'm in charge of this sub-district. If you need me, you can find me again. Is there a Grim Reaper? No, I mean Soulbringer at every sub-district. Not exactly. We exist between the light and shadows and are only attracted by souls with complex personalities like this one. We're not confined by hell. It's just that there are a great number of special souls in this area, so I'm staying here. Is it true that as long as you're here, you could determine the life or death of everyone? We can't determine the life or death of anyone. Instead, we can only sense the scene before someone dies. For example, just now I told you the cause of his death, and then you told him, thereby helping him to avoid it. On the other hand, if a person is out of vitality, no matter what you and I do, we can't stop his death. No, in fact, demonic crystals can. Huh? Can demonic crystals extend one's lifespan? Yes, but everything is two-sided. Demonic crystals can extend one's life, but it similarly destroys one's bodily functions. It's just like how you doctors always say that overdose is bad. It's the exact same reason. The human body cannot tolerate too many demonic crystals. Only demons can eat them directly. If you want to extend a person's lifespan with demonic crystals, grind it into powder and feed an extremely small amount to him. It's best if you give it to old people, though. If young people like you eat it, the demonic crystal will destroy your bodily functions and make you extremely weak. You'll need a long time to recover. Got it. Chen Zhao took out the bullet carefully and at the same time stopped the gang leader's bleeding. Your life is safe for now. At the moment, the gang leader was still very weak. He nodded gently. Thank you. I need to take my pay, and then I'll leave. Morgary paid Chen Zhao $3,000 exact. Chen Zhao did not want to stay here for any longer. However, the Grim Reaper left with Chen Zhao. If I need your help in the future, how do I contact you? If you're in this area, I will be able to sense your presence. Whether you need it or not, I'll come and chat with you. If you need me to go to another place, you need to tell me early. Moreover, if I leave this region, my sense of death will not be as strong. If the person is already targeted by another Soulbringer, I will no longer be able to feel his death. The death of any individual can only be felt by one Soulbringer. Can I ask you a question? What? If I run into danger and need you to protect me, can you do it? I can't save you, but I can make your adversary's death come early. Chen Zhao felt that the ability of the Soulbringers was most compatible with his profession. At least, it was much more useful than the two little bastards, Beelzebub and Raymond. Oh, do you have a name? Or are you under anyone? Death has no name. Also, we are not subordinate to any of the Demon Kings. I'll give you a name. It's really weird to call you Grim Reaper or Soulbringer. Of course, if it's taboo for you, then forget it. A name? I have no taboos. You're the only human who wants to give death a name. Look at how black your entire body is. I'll call you Blackie then. All right, I'm Blackie from now on. Chapter 12. A Job from the Police. Chapter 12. A Job from the Police. The car came. It was still Vincent. Want to come? No, Blackie answered. I want to walk around and see if there's any new prey. Blackie didn't tag along this time. It was truly stressful to have a Grim Reaper around. This was a real Grim Reaper, a demon who hunted for souls. By the time they returned to the motel, it was already 3 a.m. Chen Zhao was extremely tired. He took a quick shower and went to bed. When he felt the two assholes, Beelzebub and Raymond, in bed, anger suddenly rose up in him. He was toiling outside to make money with his life on the line while these two were sleeping on his bed. Raising his hand, he tossed Beelzebub and Raymond out through the window. Chen Zhao didn't get up until noon the next day. The job last night had been dangerous, but the payment was quite hefty. Chen Zhao went downstairs and gave Ethan his commission. Chen, it's a joy to work with you. At least you won't fool me. The people I worked with before, they always try to fool me with all sorts of excuses. I knew that I had a good eye on you. Ethan was also happy after getting the commission of $600. Want one? My treat. Ethan took out a hand-rolled joint, but Zhao shook his head. To people here, it was as common as a life necessity. Zhao didn't plan on acting like a saint and telling everyone he met to stop doing drugs, but he would never touch that stuff. As a doctor, he had to keep his mind sharp at all times. He rarely drank alcohol, let alone weed. I'll pass. If you want to treat me to a meal. That's more realistic. Never gonna happen. Ethan pulled a platter of hamburgers out under from the counter. Freshly made, same price. Petty. Zhao picked up a hamburger to eat and also got a drink from the fridge. Did you run into danger last night? Zhao turned more serious and nodded. You better give me a higher price for jobs like that in the future. I risk my life for it. I won't accept it if the price is too low. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You made a few $1,000s these days, though. You should give yourself a break and relax a bit. What can a few $1,000s do? I don't even have enough for a car. Do you have a license? I plan on getting one. Go and walk around. Get to know LA. This is the city of angels. You might find a beautiful girl at the next corner. How old are you? 53. How many beautiful encounters have you had in the past 52 years of your life? You won't believe me, but when I was young, my body was more perfect than Schwarzenegger. My pecs. Schwarzenegger is 72 years old now. You tell me your body was better than his when you were young? What kind of range of age are you talking about? He won Mr. World when you were born. Man, you killed all the fun. Ethan walked out from behind the counter with a huff. How could one kill a conversation? Just expose their bragging. Watch my store for me. I'm going to find my beautiful encounter. There was nothing to do, so Zhao just sat at the counter and helped Ethan watch the store. It was early October, but LA was still 30 degrees Celsius. There was no air conditioning in the lobby of the motel. There was only a small fan. Just as Zhao was about to doze off, a hand knocked on the table. Wake up! Zhao opened his eyes and saw a man and woman all over each other. Give me a room. $15, thank you. A legitimate hotel required IDs, but a motel like Ethan's didn't. Anyone could stay here as long as they paid. After the couple got their keys, they went upstairs while hugging and touching each other. Zhao found the way they walked a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. These liberal men and women were everywhere in this country anyway. Zhao didn't overthink it. He continued sitting there and playing on his phone. Just then his phone rang. It was Jerlin. Hey, Jerlin. I'm free today. I'm not calling for a date. You hurt me. I need your help. For what? Can you bring your tools to 103 North Coda Street? You know what I do, right? Zhao asked tentatively. He and Jerlin were very close now. After all, they'd already seen each other naked. However, Zhao still had to be sure if Jerlin was going to get him arrested. Of course, Jerlin wasn't responsible for his area. I know. I promise nothing will happen to you. Then sure. After Zhao hung up, he called Ethan to come back and watch the store. However, Ethan said it wasn't necessary. He could just leave. Zhao took his medical kit. Raymond and Beelzebub also followed him. Jerlin, I'm here. Jerlin soon came out and led Zhao into a room. As soon as Zhao entered, he saw a bunch of police officers and grew nervous. Jerlin, what's going on? Right then, a tall officer, at least one, 9 meters tall, walked over. Jerlin, is that the doctor you mentioned? Yes. Is he safe? Don't worry. There won't be problems. The officer patted Zhao's shoulder. Brother, help me save someone, and I promise no police around here will give you trouble. Can you show me the patient? The policeman led Zhao to a room covered in blood. There was a wounded man lying in bed. He was also a police officer and had a bullet wound in his abdomen. Why didn't you get an ambulance? None of your business. Since they clearly didn't want to talk, Zhao didn't ask. He took out his tools and worked on extracting the bullet, disinfecting, and patching up the policeman. Okay, it's best if you don't do intense exercise for 7 days. Eat mainly lighter foods too. This is your payment. The tall officer gave Zhao $200. Chen Zhao hesitated, but still accepted the money. I'll see you out, Zhao said. After leaving the house, Zhao had Chen Zhao enter a police car. Chen Zhao didn't ask, but after a period of silence, Zhao told him the truth. Are you wondering why my co-worker didn't go to the hospital? Judging from the bullet I'd extracted, it should be 9mm. This kind of bullet is usually for police guns, such as the P226 pistol. This means that the patient was most likely injured by a policeman's gun. It might have been a lost gun. If he went to the hospital, they would leave a record and track the bullet. It would be easy to see that it came from a police gun. Chen Zhao wasn't sure about the specifics, but he could figure out the general idea. Chapter 13, Murder Next Door. Chapter 13, Murder Next Door. The actual situation was close to what Chen Zhao had guessed. The injured police officer had lost his gun and did not dare to report it, so he had decided to investigate himself. In the end, he met the person who had stolen the gun from him and was wounded by his own gun. His colleagues clearly did not want him to get into trouble. Hence, they had invited Chen Zhao to the place. The situation was not complicated, but it would be better kept as a secret. Of course, this kind of incident could be either serious or minor. If his colleagues helped him to cover everything up and find the lost gun, he would be just fine. On the other hand, if his gun appeared at some crime scene or caused any casualties, it would be a serious problem. That was why the police who had lost his gun was so anxious and investigated everything himself. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was pleased that he could expand his social network, especially when it was with the police. Do you have anything else later? Have you decided where we're going to eat at? Let's find a place that allows pets. The two found a Chinese restaurant. After their meal, they went directly to the motel. However, just when the two were getting into the mood, a gunshot interrupted their happy moments. It's from next door. Chen Zhao's expression changed. I remember it's a couple. Zhao put her clothes back on. Then, she dashed to the adjacent room and kicked the door open at once. Freeze! Drop your weapons. Zhao did not charge into the room right away. Instead, she pointed her gun at the room. Chen Zhao stood at the door to his own room. Zhao signaled Chen Zhao to not move any closer. Chen Zhao felt as if he was living in a movie. In the past 10 days, he had already met 4 people wounded by guns, in addition to a sinful murderer. Now, another shooting incident occurred right beside his room. In the 20-odd years Chen Zhao had spent in China, he had never witnessed any shooting incident around him. He had only seen gunshot wounds on 2 cops, which happened very rarely. There was no movement inside the room. Zhao walked inside cautiously. Just like most crime films, when Zhao entered the room, she pointed her gun carefully at the corners. Her actions were all filled with alertness. However, very soon, Zhao lowered her weapon. The room was not big in the first place, so there was no hiding place available. There was a corpse on the ground, and the window was open. Chen Zhao also entered the room. He immediately recognized the male corpse as the man in the couple that he had seen. That woman is missing, Chen Zhao said. What's she like? Around 20, brunette, 5 feet 7 inches D cup. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Blackie? Why is Blackie here? Then, Blackie struck the corpse with his sickle, drawing the man's soul out. Blackie, why are you here? This isn't your territory, right? I came here to chat with you. There hasn't been many targets in my region recently, so I dropped in here. Then I end up seeing this guy. I always earn something by following you. Great. Save me. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. Is he the Grim Reaper? The deceased man was already in his soul state. He struggled wildly in an attempt to break free from Blackie's hand as he called at Chen Zhao and Zhao for help. However, he could not hear the dialogue between Chen Zhao and Blackie. Chen Zhao glanced at the soul. Noticing Chen Zhao's look, the soul started grasping at straws. Can you see me? Save me. Save me. Please save me. I have money. I can give all to you as long as you save me. If he was still alive, Chen Zhao would not mind helping him. However, his brain was scattered everywhere from the gunshot. Chen Zhao could not bring a dead person back alive. Even Blackie could not achieve this, so there was nothing he could do. Do you want to ask him anything? I can let him tell you some information, but you have to be quick. The longer he is dead for, the more memories he will lose. Help me ask him who killed him. Is it the female that has been with him? Yes. That damn bitch. Why did she kill you? What's your relationship? And who are you? I'm a bounty hunter. She's not my girlfriend, but my prey. She lied. She lied to me. The soul looked very agitated, and his face was distorted with ferocity. He clearly could not accept the fact that he was dead. Therefore, as he was answering the questions, his words seemed somewhat incoherent. However, very quickly, Chen Zhao managed to know the truth from the dead man. The woman was a wanted criminal, but she had found the dead man willingly. However, the dead man was planning to hand her over not to the police, but rather to the leader of a gang. Hence, the woman killed him and then escaped herself. There were several suspicious points in his answers. Why would the woman find him willingly? If she was going to surrender herself, why would she find a bounty hunter instead of going to the police station directly? Bounty hunters were a common existence in America. They were not cops, but they had more powers than cops, or rather less restrictions. Their job was to capture criminals and then claim bounties. They would earn more than the police, but similarly, they faced higher risks. Although Chen Zhao managed to learn a lot of useful information from the soul, he was unable to explain anything to Jerlin directly. After all, if he told Jerlin about this, she would probably start to suspect him. Most importantly, the dead man was not planning to hand the female criminal over to the police. Instead, he wanted to give her to a gang leader who was willing to pay more. He did not say who the gang leader was, or perhaps he had already forgotten about it. After leaving their bodies, souls would gradually lose their memories. After a while, they would only remember the things which had left the deepest impressions or those they were most obsessed with. In other words, after questioning the soul this time, he would probably only remember what's the worst meal he had had in his life the next time he was asked a question. Soon, the police arrived. Jerlin started talking with her colleagues. The burly black policeman whom Chen Zhao had met earlier walked up to him. "Buddy, nice to see you again. My name's Melson. I'm the head of the crime investigation department. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chen. I seem to have offended God. Recently, I keep running into this sort of stuff. This is America. You have to get used to these. Maybe I'll never get used to them. You and Jerlin are the first to arrive at the scene. Have you found anything useful?" "Not really. I'm not a cop, only a doctor and an unofficial one." Chapter 14, Big Business. Chapter 14, Big Business. A blonde woman in a white coat walked over. "Hello, I'm Gina, legal medical expert of the greater Los Angeles area." "Hello, how can I help you?" After they shook hands, Gina said, "I heard you'd interacted with the victim and killer. Is that true?" I helped them check in. I was helping the motel owner watch the place. "Is this the killer?" Gina showed him a woman's picture on her phone. "The hair color doesn't seem right. I remember she was a brunette. The person in the picture is blonde." It was hard for Chen Zhao to remember foreigners that didn't leave a deep impression. People always found it hard to distinguish between foreign strangers. Back then, Chen Zhao didn't look at the woman's face carefully either. He just glanced over. Her body had left a deep impression, though. However, the woman and the victim's interactions had been very intimate, and she didn't reveal her face directly. Chen Zhao hadn't paid attention at the time, but thinking back now, the woman might have done it on purpose. Judging from their postures, they seemed intimate, but the victim had actually been holding a gun to the woman. That was why they were tangled together. They were actually moving as one person threatening the other. This was why Chen Zhao had found them strange. Gina looked around and pulled Chen Zhao to the side with a smile, which appeared to be avoiding the other policeman. "Sir, can you notify me as soon as you have any other evidence?" "Okay. If I think of anything, I'll notify the police as soon as possible." "No, you don't understand. What I mean is, notify only me." "I'm sorry, miss. I don't understand the difference. Plus, you seem to be a coroner. Do American coroners have to solve cases for their performance evaluation?" "Chen, I heard that you're a freelance doctor, right?" "I'm unemployed." Chen Zhao obviously wouldn't admit it to someone he wasn't familiar with. I can give you compensation. Plus, I have some connections and can give you more clients. Thanks, but I think my lifestyle now is pretty good. It's nice meeting you. Come have a drink with me if you have time. I know a pretty good bar. Okay, I'd love to join you if I have time. Chen Zhao didn't understand what was with this woman, but she seemed to care a lot about this case. In reality, coroners rarely got involved with the main part of solving a case. Even if they did, they would only give some suggestions for reference. This was the case in both China and America. Gina's enthusiasm and both subtly and directly bribing Chen Zhao made him cautious. He definitely didn't think he was hot enough for this blonde babe to throw herself at him. Due to his special career, Chen Zhao thought it would be best to stay away from Gina. He was kept at the scene, and people asked him questions one after another. He was tossed about for more than an hour and was finally freed when the police lifted the body away. Woof! What's with that soulbringer? Human, did you summon a new demon behind my back again? Are the smelly bug and I not enough to satisfy you? Ow! Who are you calling a smelly bug? Raymond bit Beelzebub in anger. Let me introduce him to you. The soulbringer, Blackie, is different from you two. How different? You two are my followers. He's my partner. Does this make sense? Human, you'll go to hell one day. At that time, I'll show you how terrifying hell is. Can I take their souls away? I've always wanted to collect some demon souls. Demons seem to always be fighting. Even though Blackie didn't belong to the same system, he was hostile to Beelzebub and Raymond. Soulbringer, do you dare me to wipe out your race? Raymond threatened. Soulbringer, do you like shit-flavored chocolate or chocolate-flavored shit? Beelzebub said without backing down. I can satisfy your sense of smell for a long time. In reality, these two were only a bit higher up than pets in the human world. They were the type that even someone as weak as Chen Zhao could squash. As for Blackie, he was the Grim Reaper. This sounded cool, but after getting to know him, one would learn that he was the weakest of them all. He couldn't interact with the human world actively. He couldn't even drink a cocktail. He could only talk to someone who could see him, like Chen Zhao. As for Beelzebub and Raymond, who had substantial bodies, they just liked to talk. Chen Zhao realized that the first time he summoned a demon was like a horror movie. The second time, when the two demons were put together, it became a comedy. When 3 demons were together, it became a farce. The 3 demons were all talking kings of their territory. The 3 weaklings could only talk. They couldn't fight. Chen Zhao had wanted to see a battle of demons, but clearly the result disappointed him. Just then, Chen Zhao got a call from Ethan. Ethan, you're still not back? You have a murder in your motel, and you're still in the mood to play around? Listen, Chen, there's a huge gig. Get ready. The address is in Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills was where the rich and famous all lived. Those who could live there didn't lack any money. What's the price? $10,000. Give me the address now. After hanging up, Chen Zhao called Vincent. If you can get to the motel within 10 minutes, I'll give you 100. You could do whatever you wanted with money. Vincent was downstairs a short while later. Hi, Vincent. Why do you look so sad? I got a $100 fine for speeding. What do I always tell you? Be careful when you drive, and don't break any rules. You don't listen. Can you reimburse my fine? Take responsibility for your own mistakes. Don't rely on people helping you. You know I used to work at a company? Vincent suddenly changed the topic. What are you trying to say? I got fired because of a traffic jam. And if you don't reimburse this fine, I'll give you a taste of how bad the LA traffic is like. You win. Chapter 15, Death Prophecy. Chapter 15, Death Prophecy. Beverly Hills. Seems like you've got a big client this time. Good luck, buddy. Is this the best human residence? Looks SOSO. Why is there not even a single grave? Isn't it troublesome if someone dies here? Blackie floated beside Chen Zhao. I thought that there should be a graveyard in the most luxurious human residence. It'll be amazing if the small river over there can be replaced by flowing lava, Beelzebub commented. That's right. It'll be even more perfect if the smell of sulfur in the air is stronger, and there's some blood stingers growing on both sides of the river. Why are the 3 of you here? Did you sneak onto the car again? With his face darkening, Chen Zhao stared at the three alcoholics. We heard that you're going to the most luxurious human place, so we came here to take a look. The result is so disappointing. Chen Zhao glared at the three demons, speechless. Don't use you demons' perspective to look at human things. I'm creeped out by your imagination of an ideal home. According to their understanding of home, the developer would need to build a manor beside a volcano vent, together with a graveyard, to satisfy their requirements. Chen Zhao's current client lived in a villa which was surrounded by a vast stretch of greenery and flowers. The path leading to the villa was paved with cobblestones. The other end of the cobblestone path led to a private, high-quality beach. Chen Zhao was brought into the villa, after which he met his client. It was an elderly, gray-haired man. His clothing was simple, and he had a walking stick in his hand. From his dim eyes and bony body, one could tell that his days were numbered. "Mister, nice to meet you. I'm the doctor Ethan introduced. May I ask if you're my patient?" "Asian? That conscienceless agent is indeed unreliable. Leave. Nobody here is your patient." The old man was a white Jew. His words were already filled with racism. The impression Chen Zhao had towards the old man also plunged to the minimum. In that case, goodbye. The Jewish old man did not stop Chen Zhao from leaving. He still had that arrogant expression on his face. Just then, Blackie went beside Chen Zhao and muttered something. Chen Zhao suddenly stopped walking. He turned around and glanced at the man. "Old man, I hope that 1 hour later when you have chest pain, you have your quick-acting heart reliever beside you. Who do you think you are? An Asian monkey pretending to know something? I don't need inferior kind like you to treat me. I need a white doctor, an elite, not a yellow-skinned wizard. I'll remember your words. Jewish old man, when we meet next time, you better prepare enough cash. If you don't scram out of my manor, I'll ask the cops to force you out. Scram. Even the air you breathe here belongs to me. And also take that filthy dog out. If it dares to do its business here, I'll make you eat all of it. Fuck. I've wasted my traveling expenses." Chen Zhao left the manor, but did not leave Beverly Hills immediately. Instead, he sat down on a bench on the pavement. "Human, let me destroy that bastard. I'll make him hard for every single second in the next month. Actually, I think he'll be happy for that, because his thing has lost its vitality long ago. Moreover, he can't live past today. You actually want him to have some fun before he dies. I really doubt if you're on my side." Chen Zhao held Raymond's long neck. Blackie had told him that the old man would die that day due to a heart attack. Nonetheless, even without the heart attack, his vitality would not allow him to survive for over 3 days. His body was already on a full decline, in addition to the fact that he had not eaten for 2 days. This was also the reason he was looking for a doctor. His anorexia had caused him to lose appetite completely. Rasfa was furious. An abject, yellow-skinned monkey actually came here to treat him. As a racist who only approved of whites, Rasfa discriminated against all other races. He could accept color people taking up those lesser jobs, but not a doctor. In his eyes, only the elite white could become doctors, not others. Thinking about this, Rasfa was increasingly agitated. He felt his heart rate surge, and his breathing became more difficult. However, Rasfa still tried to breathe normally. The tightness in his chest gradually dissipated. Nevertheless, that was not enough for Rasfa to vent his anger. He called the contact person, who reached out to Ethan, and cursed him roundly. "Sir, what do you wish to have for dinner?" "Nothing. Wait, give me some steak." Rasfa realized that he had not eaten anything for 2 days already. Even if he had no appetite, he had to eat something. He had contacted the black agent and asked for an illegal doctor precisely because the rivalry in his movie firm had been becoming increasingly intense. Even the health consultant he had at the moment was inserted by the other shareholders. Once the other factions in the firm found out about his health condition, they would definitely use this as an excuse to attack him during the board meeting. This was something he could not allow. On the dinner table, Rasfa stared at the tender, imported Japanese beefsteak. The chef was employed by him with an annual salary of $100,000. Rasfa had always loved the chef's dishes. However, he really could not start eating at the moment. Looking at the beef, Rasfa felt somewhat disgusted. He forced himself to pick up the fork and knife, but before he could cut anything, he suddenly felt a wave of sharp pain in his chest. Quick! Medicine! Medicine! Luckily, the servant beside him always carried his usual medicines and hurriedly fed Rasfa with the appropriate medicine. Only then did Rasfa's chest pain slowly subside. Every onset would make him feel as if he had been a hell. The older one gets, the more one would be scared of death. Rasfa leaned back in his chair. Sir, do you feel better now? Rasfa's face turned gloomy. Recalling the Asian doctor's words, he looked at the clock. 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour. Is that yellow-skinned monkey really clairvoyant? How was he able to predict so accurately that I would have an onset in an hour? Rasfa found it hard to believe. Call that Asian doctor just now. I want to see him. The servant glanced at Rasfa, who had just said so many harsh words before the Asian doctor. Why would the doctor be willing to return? However, as a servant, he still made the call as per Rasfa's request. The call was first directed to an agent, after which it was transferred to Ethan, who then passed the message to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had been at the Beverly Hills this whole time. He was precisely waiting for this message. He had paid $100 for his trip here. There was no way he was going to accept such a losing trade. Ethan, tell that old thing to prepare $100,000 or a coffin. Chen, but why? That's a huge client. If you build a good relationship with him, you'll get to know lots of rich people easily. He's a white supremacist and a racist. I don't think I can maintain a good relationship with him, and I'm not planning to do that, either. $100,000 is the compensation for humiliating me in my face. Tell him that if I don't see the money, he can wait for death. All right, I'll pass on the message. Ethan was speechless. Nevertheless, if the cost was $100,000, he could get $20,000. Ethan was more than happy to accept this price. The only thing he could not control was whether the other party would accept it. Chapter 16, because of the $100,000. Chapter 16, because of the $100,000. When Rasfa heard the news, he practically exploded. Was this a joke? What kind of status did he have? No one had ever made such a request before. He couldn't calm down, but his body felt worse and worse. He was forced to call over his personal doctor and health consultant, Rydra. Rydra was a red-haired honey, but Rasfa didn't have the energy to pay attention to her beauty now. Plus, Rydra had been bought by his dissenters. Rydra hurriedly gave Rasfa a checkup. Expression grim, she said, Mr. Rasfa, I suggest you go to a hospital now and do a full checkup. No, I don't have the time. Rasfa refused Rydra's suggestion directly. What followed was a long string of coughs. Heck, I have an important meeting tomorrow. Prescribe me some medicine. I'm sorry, sir. I can't do that. If you refuse to go to the hospital, you might be go to heaven instead of the meeting room tomorrow. I'm telling you solemnly as a doctor now that, with your current health condition, you may die at any time. I'm not trying to scare you. It's really best for you to go to the hospital. They might save you. You can't waste another second right now. From a professional angle, Rasfa's body was at the brink of falling apart completely. Even if he went to the hospital, he might not be able to live for 24 more hours. If Rydra prescribed a medicine now, it would be different than conducting a murder. Even if she wasn't sentenced to murder, her license would be revoked too. What was a health consultant's job? It was her duty to make the correct suggestion to her patient or client when needed. Being bought over by others concerned her ethics. However, she would never go against her professionalism. I won't go to the hospital. Rydra turned to the servant beside her. Paul, I suggest you call Mr. Rasfa's daughter and tell her that I'm not joking around. Okay, I'll go to the hospital. Please don't call her. Sir, I'll go get the car ready, Paul said. Rasfa was sent to the hospital unwillingly and underwent a full body check under Ryder's directions. Rasfa was sent to the ICU. No one had come to tell him the results yet, but he could feel that his conditions were getting worse every second. It was truly horrible. He'd never felt like this before. He'd been uncomfortable before, but he had always known that he could push through. It was different this time. He really had a bad premonition. Paul, come in, Rasfa yelled. Sir, how may I help you? Call that doctor and tell him to come. I'll give him 100,000. Tell him to hurry. No ego was more important than his life. If he could be saved, he wouldn't mind surrendering and paying 100 grand. Just then, a woman in her 40s walked in. It was his daughter, Zola. Zola, what's wrong? As his daughter, Zola had basically inherited all of Rasfa's personality. She was aggressive and keen-witted. Both of her marriages failed because she cared more about her career than she did her family. She had high standards for her own appearance, though, and always had a personal stylist following around wherever she went. However, she came without makeup today. She looked like she'd been crying. Father, how are you? Zola tried hard to control her emotions. Is it really that bad? No, it's just a small problem. You just need to rest in the hospital for a few days, and then you can keep fucking with your bitches. How long do I have? Rasfa asked softly. Father, it's not as bad as you think. How long? The doctor said. Tears filled Zola's eyes. He said you might not live past tonight. Rasfa was dazed. He thought Zola would say he had a few more months. Wasn't that how the movies were all like? But I don't feel that bad. People who were about to die all felt like that. A temporary recovery of consciousness. His aging body was squeezing out the last bits of his vitality. Zola lowered her head, not replying. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Zola grew furious. This was the hospital. This was the ICU. What's going on outside? Sir, the doctor from today came in, Paul said while entering the room, but was stopped by the hospital security outside the ICU. The doctor insists bringing his pets in. He said that he won't come in unless his pets can too. What a joke. Chase that bastard away. Zola yelled angrily. We don't need him here. Let him in. Go talk to the security. Rasfa didn't want to die. The closer one was to death, the more one feared death. This was how humans were. No one could change it. A while later, Zhao walked in. He had a toolkit and a Shar in his arms. Haha, old Jewish man. I told you that you wouldn't live past tonight. Do you believe me now? Who are you? How dare you speak to my father like this? I take that you don't want to stay in Los Angeles anymore. Your father, miss? I think you should find out what your father said to me today. I rarely loathe anyone, but your father will definitely enter my blacklist. It's okay, Zola, Rasfa said, suppressing his anger. Sir, I'm deeply sorry for what I said today. No need to apologize. I'm not here to patch things. I'm only here for the money. Rasfa's chest rose up and down. It was hard for him to breathe. He didn't even have the energy to get angry now. He could only stare at Zhao with a strong desire to live. You know about my condition, right? Of course. I've already warned you in the day. Right, I used my Eastern witchcraft, and evidently, my prediction came true. You're going to die soon. Then you should know that if your treatment isn't effective, not only won't you get 100 grand, I'll also toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Drink this. Zhao held up a small bottle with black liquid inside. What's this? Zola immediately grabbed the bottle. She didn't trust Zhao at all because Zhao had given her a horrible first impression. Something that can make him live for 3 more days. Zhao shrugged. White man, what are you still hesitating about? If this doesn't work, I'll probably be arrested as a murderer, but it won't hurt you at all. You're about to die anyway, right? Do you think I'll endanger myself to make you die faster? Zola, give me the medicine. Father, he's right, Rasfa said. He had no other choice but to accept what he was offered. If my father dies, I will hunt you down. Miss, get straight. I said that this medicine can only let him live for 3 more days. After the 3 days, please make an appointment beforehand if you need further treatment. Thanks. Chapter 17. All are welcome. Chapter 17. All are welcome. Rasfa drank the black medicine from a small bottle. Then, Zhao said, Now you feel very hungry, starving. You want to eat? I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. Just as Rasfa finished speaking, his stomach started rumbling. Well, I'm indeed slightly hungry. Zola, bring me some food. Okay. As Zola walked out of the room, she glanced at Zhao cautiously. Then, she said to Paul, who was right outside, Go in and keep an eye on that Asian. If he does anything suspicious, take him out. Chen Zhao sat on a chair with his legs crossed. Soon, Zola brought some food back. Rasfa eagerly stuffed his mouth with the food. Having followed Rasfa for 20 years, Paul had never seen him eat anything like this. In fact, since he got to know Rasfa, Rasfa had always been in a bad shape and had a poor appetite. However, at the moment, Rasfa seemed to have turned into someone else, a starved animal. Zola, give me some more food. I don't want fruits. I want meat. I'm starving. I need to eat. Zola and Paul were both stunned. What's happening? Do dying people always feel so hungry? Zola brought some more food into the room, after which Rasfa started wolfing all of it down again. I feel energized again. It's so comfortable. Burp. Could be terminal lucidity? Zola made such a guess in her mind. Still sitting on the chair, Chen Zhao asked, Lady, can you get me some food as well? My pet and I haven't eaten anything all this while too. Paul, get some food for him. She had gone out personally to get food for her father, but that did not mean she would condescend to serve Chen Zhao. Paul left, and soon returned with a few burgers. He also kept one for himself. Do you also raise a snake? Why did you bring such a dangerous thing to the hospital? Zola realized that a colorful snake climbed out of Chen Zhao's toolbox after he opened it. Chen Zhao was oblivious to Zola's attitude. Old man, do you want to be able to get hard again before you die? At least you can have some fun before dying, no? What nonsense are you saying? Rasfa had lost his manly function long ago, but his daughter was unaware of that. She had always thought that her father was still a playboy. Right, you don't need it. Wait, can you do that? If you need it, of course. Father, Rasfa's face darkened. Zola, go take a walk. I'm not a young girl anymore. I'm already the mother of 2 kids. It's just that. When did you? I don't want to talk about it. From his face, I can tell that he probably hasn't touched any women for 10 years. Instead of holding his analysis, Chen Zhao enthusiastically shared it with Zola. Doctor, can't you have some respect for the feelings and privacy of your patient? Sorry, but I really am not a fan of racists. Now Zola finally understood why Chen Zhao would behave so harshly towards her dying father. She also knew all along about her father's bad habit. Just now you said that I can live more than just tonight and the next 3 days, right? I think it's better for you to live past tonight before we discuss about the subsequent treatment. Moreover, my treatment isn't cheap, especially for a racist. Rasfa felt somewhat depressed. If he had restricted himself better that day, he would not have offended this Asian doctor. After having a full meal, Rasfa started feeling sleepy. Let's sit outside, Chen Zhao said. Realizing that her father had fallen asleep, Zola was quite worried. Don't worry. If his vital signs start fluctuating, there will be an alarm. It's an ICU. Right. After sitting down along the aisle, Zola said first, Sir, I apologize for all the mean words my father has said to you. I don't need your apology. You did nothing wrong, and I will also not forgive a racist. Sir, madam, do you need coffee? One for me, thanks. I have not stayed up late for very long, Chen Zhao said. A cup for me as well. How do I address you? Zola asked. Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao. Yup, you can call me Chen. Which hospital are you working at? Or are you a private doctor? Nope, I'm an illegal one. Chen Zhao smiled. Zola did not question further. She was not really concerned about Chen Zhao's identity, as long as he could treat her father and prolong his life. Just then, a beauty with red hair walked over. Zola, Rydra, how's your father? Still fine. He ate quite a lot just now, and now he's asleep. Rydra looked at her watch and seemed to be somewhat puzzled. Are you sure he's asleep? Yes, I am sure that he's only asleep, Zola answered in a firm tone. Rasfa knew Rydra's true identity, so did Zola. Thus, her tone was somewhat hostile. Sorry, I don't mean that. It's fine. I think you have no business here. You can go back now. Lady, can you give me your number? Let's have a meal together when you're free. Who's this? He's Chen, my friend. I'm sorry, Chen, but I already have a boyfriend. He doesn't like me eating with a male stranger. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. Zola smiled and looked at the leaving Rydra. Do you mind having a meal with me instead? Perhaps we can have some other activity after eating. I don't like to destroy other people's family. I'm single now. No problem then. As long as I'm not busy with my job, I'll be happy to eat with a beautiful lady like you. Zola was not really young. In fact, she was already over 40, but she had taken good care of herself. Moreover, her body had not lost its shape at all. Chen Zhao did not mind spending a good night with the mature woman before him. Why would he reject such an offer, given that none of them was going to be serious? This is my personal number. Zola took out a name card. There was no position written on it, only her name and phone number. Do you plan to sit here throughout the night? I need to look after my father. I promise you that it'll be fine. Why not we find a place to lie down? Chapter 18, Most Expensive Treatment. Chapter 18, Most Expensive Treatment. At the moment, Chen Zhao and Zola were in each other's arms in the grass behind the hospital, kissing. I heard that Asian men are all reserved. There's a Chinese idiom that in English is like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So I should follow the customs wherever I go. Chen Zhao's hand was already reaching inside Zola's top. Zola was enthusiastic and experienced. The panting of the man and woman streamed out of the shadows. The two engaged in a battle for an hour before finally stopping. After freshening up a little, Zola returned to the sick room. She went into the room to check upon Rasfa and didn't let out a relieved breath until she saw the steady heartbeat on the heart rate monitor and heard his snores. It seemed that Chen Zhao's medicine came into effect. Her father had at least made it past the most dangerous time. There were still 3 or 4 hours before daybreak. Zola had dozed off. Chen Zhao took off his jacket and put it over Zola. Then he walked the dog. There is so many preys here. Blackie was like a wolf in a pack of sheep. Light shimmered faintly from the faceless hood. Don't mess around. Chen Zhao was rattled. It was completely a mistake bringing Blackie to the hospital. As many preys as there are, none belongs to me, Blackie said sadly. I can't sense their deaths, so they don't belong to me. Wait, I sense one. Blackie stopped abruptly before a room. This is a pure soul. I'm so lucky. I can refine many demonic crystals from this. Chen Zhao pushed the door open and saw a pale boy lying in the dim room. He had a respirator on. All his hair had been shaved off. After a beat of silence, Chen Zhao asked, "How will he die?" "There's something in his head. At 3 p.m. sharp, that thing will kill him." "Will the demonic crystal be effective on him?" "It can push it back, but as long as the thing in his head is still there, his death is only delayed temporarily," Blackie said. "However, if you wanted to give up on this prey, you need to give me benefits. I owe you a year's worth of demonic crystals." "Not enough. Don't bargain with me. This is the price. If you're not satisfied, our deal is over and you can steal his soul." "Fine, but don't push the price down so hard next time." Chen Zhao looked inside the room. Seeing that there weren't any security cameras, he took out a bit of the demonic crystal powder and poured it into the boy's mouth. "His death is over," Blackie said. "He has half a year left." Just then, a female doctor suddenly came over. "Who are you?" The patient's relative." "No, you're not John's relative. He's been here for 2 years, and I've never seen you before. Plus, no family visits during this time." "Who are you?" I'm in the wrong room. My friend is in the ICU, and all the rooms look the same." Just then, the doctor said to her walkie-talkie, "Security, security, come over." Chen Zhao stood in place helplessly. He didn't plan on escaping and was later taken to security. "Who are you? If you don't tell the truth, I'm calling the cops." The doctor stared at Chen Zhao with no intention of letting him go. "I told you. I got the wrong room." "Then why did you lie at the beginning?" "You've remembered incorrectly." "When did I lie?" "Seems like I'll have to call the cops." Chen Zhao picked up his phone too. "Zola, can you come to the hospital security office? I think a doctor here and I have a little misunderstanding." Soon, Zola walked over. She looked at Chen Zhao and then at the female doctor. "Can you tell me what happened?" "This man broke into a boy's room. I suspect he has other intentions." Just then, a nurse ran over excitedly. John woke up. He woke up." "What? John woke up? How is that possible?" "It's true. After he woke up, he kept saying that he's hungry and wants to eat." "That's impossible. He's been unconscious since he came out of the chemo room. He can't have an appetite. Plus, the last few chemo sessions have been bad." The thing in his brain hasn't gotten smaller. It's already pressing down on his central nervous system. He can't wake up. Fred had been John's main doctor this entire time. She was very conscious of his state. Recently, John had been relying on the four for nutrients. The chemotherapy had completely destroyed the kid's taste buds. This was very cruel to a child. Even crueler was that even with all these costs, his situation still hadn't improved. The chemotherapy was no longer effective for him. Instead, it kept cutting down on his life. But he seems really energetic. Doctor, if there's nothing wrong with my friend, can I take him away? No, I think it's okay. The hospital has no right to keep my friend in custody. If you want to restrict his freedom, call the police and have them talk to my lawyer. We'll be in room 01 of the ICU. You can call the police over any time. Chen Zhao followed behind Zola. Thanks. I owe you one. Did you save that boy? What boy? I don't know what you're saying. Did you break into that room to save the boy? How about you care about your father first? It's about time. You should call him up to eat breakfast. He's already awake, and he was hungry as soon as he woke up, just like that boy. Seems like I've succeeded. Oh, right. Can you have Paul send the money to where I live? Oh, right. I should remind you that I only take cash. You're not staying to discuss my father's follow-up treatment. I'm really unwilling to have anything else to do with him. Your father isn't anyone fun to deal with. What about for me? Chen Zhao chuckled. We really have nothing to do with each other. Do you really believe in love after a one-night stand? Say the price. 6 treatments, and I promise your father will live for another year. Each treatment is $100,000. There's no treatment in the world that is this expensive. Are you sure? Fine. Deal. Chapter 19. Staying in a ghost house? Chapter 19. Staying in a ghost house. Chen, you're finally back. Was that client so difficult to handle? It's a mean old man, but he's very scared of death. So you've received the $100,000? Not yet. Do you expect me to carry $100,000 back here? Are you sure he will not go back on his word? That's not a small amount. He still has subsequent treatment, but you're not going to get anything from those. Of course. I have ethics. Okay. 6 sessions, $100,000 each. I take back my words. Damn it. Why didn't you say that earlier? I introduced this client to you. I must get my share. I managed to get it myself. If you want a commission, introduce more rich people like this to me next time. Chun, let's negotiate. I'll only take 100,000 cut. No, 80,000. I'm going to sleep. When the money is here, remember to wake me up. I want to count it myself. Chen Zhao took out a bottle of milk from the fridge, after which he went to the counter and took an egg roll himself. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao's room door was kicked open by Ethan. Chun, someone came here with a box and said that it's your pay, but he wouldn't give the money unless he sees you. Bastard. I told him that I'm the intermediary, your business partner, and he still doesn't believe me. Get the hell out of my room. I want to sleep. Drowsiness was sometimes really irresistible. You asked me to wake you up. That doesn't mean you can kick my door open. It's my door. Do I need your permission to kick the door in my own house? Ethan replied in an even more domineering tone. In the end, Ethan still managed to drag Chen Zhao out of the bed. Hi, Paul. Hello, Mr. Chen, Mr. Rasfa asked me to deliver your payment here and also apologize on his behalf. He hopes that you can accept his apology. Paul, I'm curious. How are you able to tolerate that old man and work for him? Chen Zhao took over the box and did not forget to insult Rasfa. Mr. Rasfa has been very nice to me. All right, I wish he could be nice to everyone, but I think that might be too difficult for him. Paul left. Ethan could no longer wait to receive his share. Ethan, are there any cheap houses nearby? Are you moving out? Are you not happy here? I thought you're already in love with my motel. I need to make sure that nobody will ever kick my door open again. Fine. It's my fault. If you can help me to find a cheap place in a good neighborhood, I'll accept your apology. In fact, Chen Zhao had been planning to move out long ago. However, his income was not too stable before this. Although he had some cash, he did not dare to spend it on rent. Even the houses in this periphery region would cost at least $500 per month, not to mention the urban areas of Los Angeles. Of course, money-wise, Ethan's motel was still the most suitable place for Chen Zhao. However, There were all kinds of people staying in the motel. It was really not a good place to settle down. I'll show you around. I'm familiar with this place. Ethan did not mind Chen Zhao moving out. In fact, he had expected this day long ago. It was just that he did not think Chen Zhao would be able to engage in work and earn so much money so quickly. Even he received a decent amount of money in the meantime. Ethan's motel was located right next to Mountain Town. It was not a large town, with only over 400 houses. The town was about half an hour away from the urban regions of Los Angeles. Despite its size, the town had many facilities, including a park and a supermarket. Ethan was also a resident of Mountain Town. When he was young, he had been fooling around, gaining him a bad reputation. However, later he joined the military, which changed him completely. Despite the ambiguity in the legality of Ethan's business, even Chen Zhao was not certain. He boasted a quite good reputation in Mountain Town. Therefore, when Ethan showed Chen Zhao around, the residents who were planning to rent their houses out all seemed very enthusiastic, especially when they learned that Chen Zhao was a doctor. Of the first few houses, Ethan alone managed to pick out many flaws for Chen Zhao. However, more often than not, Chen Zhao was unwilling to accept the place, even though Ethan thought that it was fine. Some were just too expensive. An ordinary 2-floored, 3-bedroom house should cost $3,000. Others were either too old, too new, or unsafe. In summary, Chen Zhao had a million reasons to reject them. There was even a house whose backyard was planted with marijuana. Ethan strongly recommended it, but Chen Zhao walked away directly. At the moment, they had not found a place which both of them were satisfied with. Chen Zhao, what's the range of prices you can accept? It's best if it doesn't exceed $1,500. Anything more, I might as well buy one myself and pay the mortgage. $1,500? Do you mind sharing? If it's a lady, I don't mind, Chen Zhao answered frankly. Even I would love to share a house with a lady. It was not easy to find a housemate, at least not anytime soon. Chen Zhao was not willing to accept a small nest, and also not willing to pay high rent for a bigger one. Fuck, if you keep being so picky, I'll leave you to find a place yourself. Help me find a place to live, and I'll treat you to a seafood feast. Let's go. There's still many houses waiting. 1 hour later, Chen Zhao and Ethan arrived at the last house in their list. Chen Zhao noticed that the apartment was built on an elevated slope and was already somewhat old. It was surrounded by a row of fence and had a few trees planted on the property. Perhaps due to the lack of cleaning, the ground was piled with dead leaves. A good place this is. Blackie suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What? Why are you here all of a sudden? Why didn't I see you earlier? I went to the motel you were staying at and discovered that you were not there. So I followed the scent of your soul to this place. Chen Zhao subconsciously decided that since Blackie had said the place was good, it must be bad. This house belonged to an old couple. However, from 30 years ago, their children died, one after another, 6 children in total, as if they had been cursed. After the couple passed away, the house was inherited by their nephew. The nephew also did not want to stay here, so he entrusted it to an agency. When Chen Zhao was listening to the story, he planned to turn around and leave immediately. However, when he heard that it only cost $800, he stopped. I want this one. How do I proceed? I'll ask the agency to send someone to reach out. Are you not planning to go in and take a look? To be honest, I would rather you stay in any other places than this one. It looks really ghastly. After thinking, Chen Zhao nodded, call the agency. I think this is a good deal. Even if the house had 1,000 flaws, it was still cheap enough. Why would Chen Zhao be scared of an evil-looking house when he had 2 demons with him and also a Grim Reaper who would drop in every now and then? Chapter 20, Blackie as the roommate. Chapter 20, Blackie as the roommate. The man from the agency came. He was an experienced, middle-aged man in a suit. He gave Chen Zhao a curious look. Clearly, even he didn't anticipate anyone would take this house, especially after knowing that 6 kids had died consecutively here. Upon entering, Chen Zhao noticed that the layout was no different than the other houses. At least, he didn't see anything unclean. Besides, the uncleanest thing was right beside him. Blackie, is there anything good about this home? Look at the basement. It's connected to a spatial crevice. What spatial crevice? Chen Zhao asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you before? We Soulbringers don't live in the human world or hell. Instead, we live in a crack between them. However, each Soulbringer has a personal spatial crevice. We live alone and rarely communicate with each other. Some spatial crevices are abandoned after their owners die. Others, though, get accidentally connected to the human world for some special reasons. It's like the owner leaves, but forgets to close the door. The souls left behind by the Soulbringers start to move in and out of the spatial crevice, but they can't leave, so this aura of death just paces in this area. Is there a way to get rid of it? Yes. Wait 100 or 200 years for all the souls to dissipate. Like I have that longevity to wait. Is there any another solution? Or I can move over, remove the abandoned spatial crevice, and take up the space. That will work. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. If the spatial crevice remains unattended, unpredictable incidents might occur. But if Blackie was in charge, he could at least control it, and Chen Zhao would be less worried. Otherwise, he would have to give up on this place and the cheap rent. Mr. Chen, do we have a deal? If it can be cheaper, I wouldn't mind renting this place. What price range are you comfortable with? $400. Mr. Chen, if you're willing to pay $600 per month, this place is yours. Deal. Mr. Chen, are you living by yourself? Yes. Any problems? Excuse me, but are you interested in sharing with a roommate? PFF. Would anyone be willing to live here other than me? You never know. If you want, you can list it with my company. We'll recommend any suitable clients to you. Sure, but I only want pretty girls. No men. The rent was already cheap enough. Chen Zhao didn't think about finding a roommate. If it was a pretty girl, he could live with it. But unless he was crazy, he would definitely not accept a male roommate. After signing the contract, he was officially the tenant of the house. Chen, are you really going to live here? I signed a contract. Where else should I live? Okay, your call. Can we go eat that seafood feast now? I know a restaurant that makes delicious seafood. I strongly recommend you go there. Sure, but don't you think you should go find a renovation company with me? Motherfucker, do you think I'm a physical laborer? Don't forget that you made $200 off me today. I deserve that. Shut up and drive. Take me to a renovation company. After they found one, he paid the deposit and they promised to complete the job in a week. The house had been empty for more than a decade, and many of the appliances needed to be replaced. The water and electricity had to be arranged again, as well as the internet and cable TV. It took the whole afternoon to settle everything with the house. Chen Zhao fulfilled Ethan's request and went to the seafood restaurant that he strongly suggested and cost Chen a total of $300. Hey, John Sr., are you sick? Zola greeted the business partner that caught her eye. Zola. Old John was a bit surprised to see Zola at the hospital. My son is here. Oh, that's the child you had with that young wife of yours, right? Yes, John is only 7 years old, but he's already been here for 2 years. Old John was in low spirits. How's John Jr.? Zola asked despite the obvious answer. With John Sr.'s wealth, he wouldn't let his kid live in the hospital for 2 years unless it was an illness that not even money could cure. Oh, I wish there's hope of him getting better, but I received a terminally ill notification yesterday. It's my 3rd time receiving it in the past half year. Just then, For walked over. She recognized Zola with a glance. It was the companion of that Asian man who'd broken into John's room this morning. Sir, I have good news. John Jr.'s illness is under control. Under control? What? You sent me a terminally ill notification yesterday. Now you're suddenly telling me that he's getting better? Well, I'm not certain about the specifics either, but it's the truth. We checked John Jr.'s tumor, and it's miraculously shrunk by half. This means that little John has at least half a year to live. He doesn't have to stay here for this half year either, but I still hope that he can come for a checkup once a month. Are you serious? Yes, as strange as it is. Little John's brain tumor was already on his nerve, but at 4 a.m. this morning, he mysteriously woke up. His taste buds destroyed by the chemotherapy have recovered, too. It's practically a miracle. Thank you so much. It's all because of you all. Thank you. John Sr. was very excited. After all, this son had been born in his old age. John Sr. had put too many feelings into this kid. Zola left with a thoughtful expression. She didn't believe in miracles. She believed that everything had a cause. However, she doubted if that man really could suppress cancer cells. How could it be so fast, too? After all, even the most mainstream treatment method, chemotherapy, is a mostly passive treatment. It had slow effects and would cause irreversible damage to the body. Could that man really suppress cancer cells, or even cure it? She also thought about her father, who'd practically been given the death sentence, and was somehow dragged back from the brink of death. Zola started to believe that that man was truly the one behind these miracles. She had to treat him cautiously, not only for her father, but also for herself and her other relatives. "Father, I have something to tell you." Zola was back in Rasfa's room. Rasfa had a great appetite today, and he practically ate more than the past 7 days combined. He even thought that he'd recovered completely. "I just met John Sr. His son is hospitalized here too, with a brain tumor. They sent out the terminally ill notification yesterday." "His son? Phil or Danny?" "Neither. He's even younger, only 7 years old." "God bless that kid." I don't know if God will bless him or not, but little John suddenly woke up today. The brain tumor that was pressing down on his nerve actually shrunk in half too. What a miracle. What happened? That Asian doctor was in little John's room today. The doctor on shift thought he was an intruder and almost called the cops, but he just said that he went into the wrong room. Chapter 21. I am not planning to go to hell. Chapter 21. I am not planning to go to hell. You mean that Chen healed little John? Not completely, but his brain tumor halved in size. Is this even possible? I don't know, but I do know that he pulled you back from the brink of death. Rasfa was deep in thought. From your conversation, he promised you that he will give me 6 treatment sessions. Is that right? Yes. I feel quite energetic. But according to the examination report from the hospital, your condition is very unstable. In 3 to 7 days, you might. What did he say? He said that he will extend your life by 3 days. Rasfa could feel his heart tighten. This time, he did not dare to dismiss Chun Zhao's warning as a joke. At the very least, those who would joke with him did not have the ability to save him. However, the person whom Rasfa totally offended in their first encounter could control his condition, or even his death. "Father, I think you should call him yourself. Don't I have 2 more days? I'll see. I feel I am recovering well." "Fine. If you want to decide this just before dying, I don't object." "I'm not dead yet," Rasfa emphasized. "Yes, but you will soon, if you continue hesitating." "All right, I'll call him." Rasfa was slightly annoyed. He was not used to bowing down to others. However, he also knew that he had no other choice. Rasfa was like a drowning traveler at the moment. He must grip onto whatever he could. "Hello, is it Shun? This is Rasfa." "Yes? I'm about to sleep. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Rasfa swallowed his pride. "I'm planning to organize a party. Are you able to attend? It'll be in my manor." "Air. I'm scared that I'll breathe the air in your manor, and then you'll call the police." "Listen, Chun, I feel really sorry for my attitude and words yesterday. I know I'm wrong. I know that my previous beliefs are very inappropriate. I hope that you can forgive me. I sincerely wish that you can attend my party, and I want to resolve the misunderstanding between us." "Right, I'll think about it." "And you said that I can get hard again? Is that real?" "Yes, but I hope that it'll be after the first session. Then can I postpone the party to after the first treatment? I want a perfect party for both you and me. You can stay at my place after the session. I'll invite many people, many beauties." Although this old man was already dying, he was still a hedonist. "It's your party. Of course you can decide when you want to hold it." "So when will our first session start?" "The day after tomorrow. I'm moving to another place these next few days, so I'm quite busy." "Okay, I'll stop disturbing you then. See you." Chen Zhao hang up and clench his fist. "Aren't you arrogant? Now you're as scared as a mouse." Chen Zhao was not really being narrow-minded. Anyone else would have more or less the same reaction. Chen Zhao would not have cared less about Rasfa's life or death had Rasfa not offered him such a high pay. Therefore, money is really extremely useful sometimes. After taking a shower, Chen Zhao lay down on his bed. Suddenly, half a body emerged from the wall. Chen Zhao was shocked out of his wits before he took a closer look. Blackie, what the hell was that? Do you really want to frighten me like this? I recently watched a horror film. The evil spirit in the film scares people like this, so I want to try it out. Chen Zhao was rendered speechless. Can I curse you? I know languages from 28 different countries, including Chinese. Are you sure you want to see whose vulgarities are more vicious? Why would you know so many languages? Do you learn foreign languages when you're bored? No. I can strip off the language abilities from the souls I collect and then devour them. So it's really easy for me to learn a new language. What? That's convenient. I want it too. You humans cannot devour those things. Just great. Where did you watch that horror film? Do you have a DVD player in your crevice? No. The day before yesterday, when I was waiting for a person to die, he was precisely playing a horror film. Then he scared himself to death. How sad. After I caught his soul, I watched the entire horror film with him. In the end, his soul shattered into pieces directly. But I feel that the film was not that scary after all. You don't say. His soul was frightened by you into nothingness. Is it? Oh yeah. You said you're going to move to that space crevice. Is it done yet? Nope. I'm packing my stuff. In fact, I have collected many souls. I think that I'll only be able to start moving after you have moved to the new place. Do you really have so many things to shift? Yes, indeed. By the way, can I enter the crevice? If the crevice belongs to another soulbringer, that's definitely a no, because you'll be attacked by that soulbringer's collection. But if it's my crevice, I'll be happy for you to come as a guest. I can promise that you'll be absolutely safe there. I can't wait to see what a Grim Reaper's residence looks like. Oh yeah, does your kind dislike the title of Grim Reaper? No, but I really prefer the name you've given me. It's a name unique to me. Human, I also welcome you to go to my home, Beelzebub said, jumping onto the bed. Hell, forget it. I'm not planning to go to hell so soon. I know that in the end, I'll definitely end up in hell, but I'm not prepared for it yet. No, you can enter as a living human. I can guarantee your safety. Can living organisms also go there? Demons can be summoned to the human world. Of course, humans can also be summoned to hell. Can humans return after being summoned to hell? Yes, of course. They're protected by the contract. To us demons, there's no sacred things that cannot be sullied, except the holy contracts. For example, 900 years ago, the human named Dante journeyed through hell. He was even received by many demon kings. After all, that was the first time a completely living human entered hell. Was Dante summoned into hell? Yes. Because of the holy contract, none of the demon kings heard him. However, later Dante entered hell again, no longer protected. His soul was burnt by an endless amount of Padma flames, until he finally turned into ashes. Why? Because he violated the contract. According to the contract of summon, he was allowed to travel in hell. In return, he must use his pen to record an accurate description of what he saw. However, he only depicted hell as an evil world, a world cast aside by the living. Is that incorrect? If he's right, he would not have violated the contract and fallen into hell. Whether it's the human world or hell, there are rules. They're not set by any god or demon king. The evil falling into hell is caused by the rules and not the desires of demons. If a kind soul enters hell, even the most wicked demon cannot hurt him. However, in the Divine Comedy, demons are described as punishers, polluters, and deceivers. We've become the source of all misfortune. This is an offense that cannot be forgiven. I think I've seen some of what you just said in the Bible before. Chapter 22. Discussing History with a Beauty. Chapter 22. Discussing History with a Beauty. Wait, I think I got confused. You can get the people confused. No, it's the script. Get out. Chen Zhao kicked Beelzebub off the bed. Beelzebub and Raymond were used to sleeping next to Chen Zhao. Blackie was a nocturnal creature, but he was pretty active during the day too. If he had work, then he would work. If not, he would come and chat with Chen Zhao. Maybe it was because he kept arguing with Raymond and Beelzebub, but Chen Zhao felt like he was turning an experienced Grim Reaper into a lazy piece of trash. Chen Zhao had two demons beside him, but he'd always slept well. He never had any nightmares. In the morning, Beelzebub ran out of the room to find Ethan at the counter for breakfast. Ethan was used to it too. Beelzebub would run over for food every day at this time. Little demon, is Chin up? Woof. How come he's up so early today? That's strange. He usually sleeps until 9 or 10. Is he up so early because he has a date? Morning. Chen Zhao came downstairs now and took out a carton of milk from the cabinet. Do you have plans today? Exercise. I think I got fat recently. Chen Zhao replied seriously because he really thought so. He seemed to only have been consuming meat and soda these days, rarely eating vegetables. Chen Zhao discovered that his blood pressure had increased a bit while his fat had increased a lot. You actually care about your body shape. I'm a doctor. Fatties can be doctors too. A fatty would seem untrustworthy to patients. Chen Zhao scanned Ethan's stocky figure. Do you think a doctor who can't control his own figure can control a patient's sickness? Stop speaking nonsense, Ethan insisted. Fat guys can be good doctors too. Have you been suffering from insomnia, sweating, low energy, and appetite? Chen, am I sick? Ethan knew that Chen Zhao was a skilled doctor, so when he heard Chen Zhao consult him so solemnly, his heart skipped a beat. It didn't bode well. Those are symptoms of kidney failure. Fatty, take care of your health. After all, it's pretty expensive to find a good doctor. Chen Zhao patted Ethan's shoulder and went out for his morning jog. Bastard, even if I go soft, I won't ask you to help me. Beelzebub followed out with meat in his mouth. His hyperactivity seemed to be breaking out. The small room clearly didn't satisfy his needs anymore. The morning air tasted sweet. Chen Zhao felt all his cells coming to life. Morning. A woman in tight-fitting workout clothes ran to Chen Zhao's side. With her sexy body and practically flawless face, she was definitely the prettiest girl Chen Zhao had met here. Morning. I haven't seen you before. I moved to America recently, Chen Zhao replied. I'm Kelly, Chen Zhao, but you can call me Chen. Is that your dog? Yes. His name is Beelzebub. You can also call him Little Demon. How far are you going to run? Probably 3 miles. If I run anymore, I probably won't be able to work today. There's a cafe on the street in front of us. It's a few miles away. Whoever gets there last has to pay. Sure, Chen Zhao agreed easily. However, this beauty was clearly better at exercising than Chen Zhao. She controlled her endurance and rhythm very well. Kelly remained 2 steps before Chen Zhao the entire time. Chen Zhao wasn't an athlete, but he worked out often back home too. He knew that this was a long run instead of a sprint. It would require endurance and rhythm. He couldn't just sprint blindly because then he would collapse halfway there. If he tried to catch up to Kelly, he would disrupt his rhythm. That would then disrupt his breathing and exercise habits, which would make him consume more energy. However, Kelly gradually slowed down and jogged shoulder to shoulder with Chen Zhao. Did I disappoint you? I used to be a track runner, Kelly replied with a smile. Most people can't beat me. What about now? Running for so long changed the shape of my thighs. I don't like that, so now I'm a white-collar worker at an office. Kelly cared a lot about her figure. It was to the point that she would give up on her interests or even her career. It's a pity. If you continued, you might have gone to the Olympics or even the Golden League. Even if I reach the competition track, I won't be able to win much. Track is ruled by black people. According to evolution, their endurance and explosive force is always the best. It's related to their environment in Africa. On the other hand, you Asians focus more on technique. It's the same as how China has absolute rule over ping pong. So why are Asians better at technique? It's because in the past 2,000 years, Asian civilizations have always been in a complex environment. The requirements for physical abilities went down and were replaced by an adaptation to civilizations. For example, the Tatars represented the nomads. They had to be skilled in bows and arrows during war. However, the countries known for agriculture have to focus on technique for farming. Even learning and writing uses technique. This means that for Asians, the usage of technique is in your genes and bones. Of the three main races, whites mostly live in warm and cold climates, so we're probably the most complicated race. The colder the environment, the braver and more militant people are. The warmer the place, the more conservative and lazy people are. So lazy people started the industrial era. Chen Zhao laughed. Yes, that's the truth. Were you really a track runner? I feel like you're a world historian. Being a runner doesn't mean I'm bad at other subjects. I don't agree with what you said about people from warmer regions being more conservative, though. After all, the biggest war in the world was started by the Germans. Germany counts as a warm climate, right? Warm climate wasn't about how cold the winters were. It snowed in Germany, too. Warm climate meant that there was a difference between winter and summer. No, you've interpreted it incorrectly. Germany started 2 world wars, but it was caused by the era, not the people. Germans started the wars, but you can't say that Germans are cruel. We're comparing entire races and peoples from different areas right now, not specific instances or exceptions from a certain era. Historians always say that the differences between each race are actually quite small. What they acknowledge are geographical culture and geopolitics. What do you mean? Simply put, it's the civilizations that develop from different geographical environments. The most basic example is that people who live near the sea and inland have different cultures and ways of thinking. Coastal people will think of danger when they see water, while inland people think water represents vitality and survival. The 2 different types of thinking produce different governments, economies, and culture. Chapter 23. Not every beauty has the chance to enter my room. Chapter 23. Not every beauty has the chance to enter my room. I suddenly realized that medicine is so simple. At least I can understand it. On the other hand, I used to think that history is very easy as well. Turns out that I was just too shallow. Are you a doctor? Kind of. Why kind of? I don't have a medical license. So are you a fabled illegal doctor? Why fabled? At least you're the first illegal doctor that I know. What's your impression of illegal doctors? Before I met you, I thought they all have scruffy beard and their bodies are all filled with the smell of alcohol. They wander around in stinky streets, treating gang criminals and prostitutes. Your last sentence is not wrong. In fact, my patients do include these 2 kinds of people. Which patient has left the deepest impression in your mind? Someone pointed a gun at my head. If I failed to save the patient, I would die as well. I think that was the most shocking experience I've ever had in my medical career. You must have been so scared back then. Yes, I was. I thought I was dead for sure. You need to know that in my own country, you can hardly see any guns. Apart from the police, I've never seen anyone carry a gun before, except in films, of course. My intermediary told me that my patients would follow the rules and not harm the doctor, but he clearly overestimated the power of the rules. But have you ever imagined that even after you save the patient, you might still die? Not really. After all, that gang leader did not have any more reasons to kill me. It might not be that gang. Perhaps it'll be that female killer. Chen Zhao came to an abrupt halt. Kelly also stopped. Smiling, she stared at Chen Zhao. I've seen you before. Seems like you've recognized me, but I've seen you twice. First time was outside Tanzan's place. I was in the shadows and I saw you walk in just before me. The second time was behind the counter in the motel. You were the only person who saw me. Anyway, what really surprises me is that you only managed to recognize me just now. Chen Zhao could feel his hands and feet turn cold. Little did he expect the sexy lady before him to be a female killer. Moreover, she had not 1, but 2 reasons to kill him. Firstly, Chen Zhao ruined her mission, saving the person whom she was going to kill. During their second encounter, he was the only witness. Return me the thing, Kelly demanded. What thing? The thing that bounty hunter gave you. You mean the man whom you killed in the motel? I don't know him, and we've also not had any form of contact. I didn't take anything from him. Chen, you don't benefit in any way by doing this. You're getting yourself involved in something you really shouldn't have. This is very dangerous for you. Kelly's tone turned somewhat freezing as murderous intent flashed across her face. I really have no idea what you're talking about. Perhaps you should tell me what you're looking for. Maybe I can help you find it. Stop acting. I'm not that easily deceived. Also, don't even attempt to call for help. Trust me, I can definitely kill you before anyone hears you and then escape. Kelly's threatening words crushed Chen Zhao's courage to call for help. Chen Zhao did not know how strong Kelly was. If she could kill a person in a few moves, just like killers in films, he would have no chance of surviving. Of course, even if Kelly was not a killer, he would still probably lose to her. After all, he was a doctor while Kelly was an athlete. There was still a difference in their physical strength. Fine. The thing's in my room, Chen Zhao said helplessly. I've searched your room long ago. There's nothing. You searched my room? When? Chen Zhao could feel his hair standing. She actually searched his room without his knowledge. Was it when he was sleeping? In fact, I've done it more than once. You've guessed it. They were all when you were asleep. Kelly confirmed Chen Zhao's worst fear, as if she could read his mind. Did you search the metal box on my table? Chen Zhao asked. What metal box? Did you overlook it? I hid the thing in that box. There's no metal box in your room. Chen Zhao was testing Kelly. He knew that demons could not see the metallic box, but he was unsure if humans could see it. Therefore, he wanted to use Kelly to get the answer. Just like what he had expected, Kelly was also unable to see the box. In other words, only Chen Zhao could see and touch the metallic box. Let's return to the motel. Chen Zhao was unwilling to cooperate. However, after Kelly took out a dagger from her back, Chen Zhao could only follow her order. As they approached the motel, Kelly walked up and held Chen Zhao's waist. You know what to do. Don't speak redundantly. Yo, Chen, you've actually met such a beautiful woman during your morning run. What a lucky bastard. Beauty, can I have your number? Behind the counter, Ethan stared in surprise at the intimate couple. Chen Zhao's smile looked really forced. I'll return to my room first. Are you going to do such a vigorous exercise early in the morning? Right? Ethan glanced at Kelly, who looked really gorgeous. If he was in Chen Zhao's shoes, he would probably be eager as well. When they reached Chen Zhao's room, Chen Zhao paused, reluctant to move forward. Open the door, quick. Chen Zhao could feel that dagger sting his waist. With no other options, he could only open the door. Kelly pushed Chen Zhao into the room, after which she scanned every corner briefly. Where did you hide the thing? On the bed. Chen Zhao glanced at the metallic box on the table. Just now you said it's in a box on the table, and now you say it's on the bed. Do you see anything on the table? Stop wasting my time. Give me the thing. Chen Zhao walked forward. He was about to grab the blanket when Kelly stopped him. Stand back. Kelly was a professional killer. Worried that Chen Zhao had hidden a weapon on the bed, she had to be careful. Kelly removed the blanket, but there was nothing underneath. Where is it? Below the pillow. Kelly lifted the pillow up. Suddenly, she felt a cold sensation on her hand. She lowered her head and saw a colorful venomous snake around her arm, biting onto her hand. Kelly immediately wanted to kill the snake with her dagger, but the snake's reaction was even faster. It immediately climbed onto Kelly's upper arm. Then, Kelly felt somewhat dizzy and was unable to stand straight. Kelly sat onto the ground. Raising her head, she realized that Chen Zhao was already in front of her. Chapter 24. Ethan, it's not you, right? Chapter 24. Ethan, it's not you, right? Miss Killer, it seems like you didn't find what you wanted. I'm sorry. Chen Zhao laughed out loud. What do you want? Tell me what you're trying to find. You really don't know? Kelly insisted while looking at Chen Zhao with suspicion. I really don't know. Didn't that bounty hunter come to this motel just to give it to you? I don't know him at all. I don't know the specifics, but I know it's some formula. Some formula? I don't know. Okay, thanks for your cooperation. I hope you have a great weekend in the police station. You're calling the cops? Of course. Chen Zhao had already picked up his phone and was calling Jerlin. Jerlin, remember that murder next door to me? The killer is here right now. She got bitten by Raymond. Hurry and bring some people over. Okay, I'm coming now. Chen Zhao grinned at Kelly, even though Kelly's was a bit shocking. She hadn't fainted yet. After all, The last time Raymond cooperated and bit a criminal, he'd fallen to the ground within a few steps. Kelly couldn't stand up right now, but she still had a clear mind. You'll regret this. Why? I don't think I have any reason to feel regret. Jerlin, Melson, and a dozen other officers came a while later. Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. She's that female killer, Chen Zhao explained. She approached me while I was doing my morning jog today and seemed to want to get something for me. I tricked her into coming here, and she was bit by my pet snake. Jerlin knew how smart Chen Zhao's snake was, so she didn't find this surprising. Take her to the hospital and have more men watching her. Melson walked over. Bro, you really helped us. No problem. This is what a good citizen should do. Looking at Kelly, who was getting walked away, Chen Zhao asked, Can I ask how many years she'll get? This depends on her criminal record, but murder and kidnapping are all heavy crimes. I think she'll get at least 20 years. Good. I hope she doesn't have the energy to take revenge on me when she comes out. Kelly was weak from the poison, but her eyes were still fierce. She stared at Chen Zhao with resentment when she left. Being looked at by those eyes, Chen Zhao felt uncomfortable. Anyone would be uncomfortable after being looked at by a murderer like that. Chen, Jerlin said, can you tell us the specifics? To be honest, I find it strange why she came to find me. She said that the bounty hunter that was killed had come to the motel to trade with someone. It's some formula. Don't ask me what because I don't know either. She thought that I was the one who was trading with the bounty hunter, so after he died, she came to find me. Why does she think that you have something to do with the bounty hunter? No clue. Maybe it's another guess. Maybe. You can ask Ethan. He's probably clearer than me. Okay, are you free soon? There's a party the day after tomorrow. Come with me. I'm sorry, Chun. I'm busy these days. There's too much work at the station. I can't leave. You're busy at night, too? Yes, I need to work overtime. Let's get together next time. All right, we'll have to wait for the next time. Are people inviting you to parties already? Seems like you've made new friends. No, it's a client. We're not really friends. If they're inviting you to a party, you're probably friends. It's just because I saved his life. He hates me, just like how I hate him. Okay, seems like you guys have a bad relationship. Jerlin and the other officers left while Raymond climbed to Chen Zhao. Nice job. This is our reward. Chen Zhao took out a piece of a demonic crystal. What about me? What about me? Beelzebub came over. You actually ran away. Chen Zhao yelled angrily, kicking Beelzebub over. I didn't run away. I retreated strategically. Look, I came back to send the message. The two of us together aren't that human killer's match, so I came to tell Raymond. Human, I told you that you only need one demon servant. He's just useless. Shut up, you smelly bug. It's all because of my info that you can get that reward. Share the demonic crystal with me. Give me. Raymond and Beelzebub got tangled up again while Chen Zhao went to wash up and change. Just then, Ethan came over. Chen, what's going on? Why did the police come? And where did that beauty go? I don't want to talk about this. Actually, Chen Zhao was quite disappointed. She was so pretty, and Chen Zhao had thought that he would have a chance, but she was actually a rose with thorns. Right? Did the police ask you anything? They took my guest records. Are there any suspicious-looking people living here? Do you count? This isn't a joke. I almost died just then. That woman was that killer. She thought that I have something to do with the bounty hunter that died here. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of something else. Oh, the only interaction I had with the bounty hunter was at the counter. Is that why she thinks I have something to do with him? But he was supposed to see you. Ethan, you're the one he's supposed to trade with, right? What bullshit are you saying? I don't understand. Ethan replied straightforwardly. He didn't seem to be hiding anything, but Chen Zhao wasn't sure. It really isn't you. First tell me everything that happened clearly. Whatever. Even if it is you, it has nothing to do with me. I run a legal business. I don't care what business you do. It has nothing to do with me. But did Ethan just say that he does legal business? Chen Zhao wanted to scoff. If you do legal business, then nothing's illegal in this world. However, it didn't matter to Chen Zhao whether it was Ethan or not. Chen Zhao didn't want to get into the murky water. It just felt dangerous. Believe me, it's not me. Bastard, I don't care if it's you or not. There are a lot of illegal parts of my business, but I don't do ill-intentioned business. All right, so it's not you. Get out of my room. You still don't believe me, right? Get the fuck out, fatty. Chapter 25. Are you sure you're not planning to kill me? Chapter 25. Are you sure you're not planning to kill me? Chen. Ethan walked into Chen Zhao's room again. Can you leave me alone? Business for you. What's the pay? $200. So little. You have nothing at the moment anyway. If you don't want it, I will reject it. Fine. Give me the address. Let me drive you there. Wait. Are you going to kill me because I discovered your secret? Ethan slapped his own forehead. God, can you stop talking about this? I already said, it's not me. I think I'll ask Vincent to send me there. Fine. Whatever. Ethan left in frustration. I was joking. You can send me there. Ethan stopped the car below Morgan Building. Do you want me to wait for you here? Are you sure there aren't dozens of killers waiting for me up there? Ethan opened the toolbox beside him, in which there was a gun. If you keep nagging, I'll use this gun to blast your head off, you bastard. 78th floor, room 7802. Chen Zhao went to the 78th floor and found the correct room. Then, he rang the doorbell. An exquisite lady opened the door. However, there seemed to be bloodstain on her body. Hello, I'm a doctor. Ethan sent me here. Are you injured? Come in first. Can I bring my pets in? The lady lowered her head and glanced at Beelzebub, who was beside Chen Zhao. Then, she walked to the side to allow Chen Zhao and Beelzebub enter. When Chen Zhao entered the room, he saw another person lying on the floor. Chen Zhao wanted to turn around and leave at once. However, he suddenly realized that the lady was holding a blood-stained fruit knife. Help my sister and stop the bleeding. Don't let her die. Is she your sister? Yes. Chen Zhao put down his toolbox. The lady on the floor was stabbed in her abdomen and was gravely injured. Chen Zhao opened the lady's eyelids. Her pupils were dilated and her breathing was weak. Chen Zhao injected a small amount of morphine into the lady's body. Morphine is a very effective painkiller. Of course, morphine was a controlled drug. It could only be brought after obtaining a prescription from an official doctor. Chen Zhao had bought it from Ethan, who knew a method to buy such medicine. Then, Chen Zhao stitched the wound on the lady. At the moment, he did not yet have a way to buy blood of various blood types. Ethan was also helping Chen Zhao to look for a way. Although Ethan knew many places to buy prohibited drugs, this was not the case for medical blood. After all, every profession had its own threshold. Chen Zhao could only use a bit of demonic crystal to stimulate the lady's vitality. At the moment, she was very weak and could not withstand too much demonic crystal. Nevertheless, demonic crystal was an excellent nutrition provided it was used in the right amount. This was a use of demonic crystal that Chen Zhao had discovered himself. However, he would only get paid $200 this time. It was definitely a loss for him based on market price, but the metallic box would produce 1 year worth of demonic crystal if he saved a person. Wipe the sweat. The older sister gave Chen Zhao a piece of tissue. Chen Zhao sat down beside the lady. The outdoor scene viewed from this high-rise apartment was great. Its exterior was covered with floor-to-ceiling windows through which one could see half of Los Angeles, while its interior was also decorated with modern furniture. However, the living room was filled with broken items, as if there had been a fight. Can you tell me what happened? Chen Zhao was unsure whether to call the police. This woman stabbed her younger sister, after which she asked for a doctor to treat her sister. Moreover, she did not seem to be nervous. She did not appear to be in panic at all after hurting someone by accident. Instead, she was very calm. Chen Zhao was not trying to be a busybody. After all, this was already considered intentional harm. If something were to happen to the wounded lady after Chen Zhao left, he would very likely be investigated since he was the only person to have entered the crime scene. Do you not recognize me? Are you a celebrity? Chen Zhao was puzzled. Right. I'm only a third-class actor. It's normal that you don't know me. So what happened between the two of you? Are you willing to hear a story? Yes, please. I snatched her character, so we started fighting. In the end, I almost killed her, just like what you've seen. The lady spoke in a very plain tone. She did not show any self-blame. We both came from Texas, and we both longed for Hollywood. After graduating from high school, we came to Los Angeles, trying to find an opportunity here. But my luck was clearly better than Shalian. I've already acted a few times. Although they were all insignificant characters, I'm still quite satisfied with my current state. On the other hand, Shalian only managed to get a few characters without any lines. This time, in our competition for the same character, we both entered the last stage, which was audition with makeup. However, I was clearly more experienced, so I won. Shalian felt that since I already have so many opportunities, I should give this one to her. However, in Hollywood, even if I give up the chance, she still may not get it. We have no control over the characters we get. We argued and pulled each other's hair. Then, I grabbed the fruit knife and stabbed her. Zhao glanced at Shalian, who was on the floor. She had already woken up, but she was crying silently. She did not argue anything or become noisy. Their story was not unique. In Los Angeles, there were too many girls trying to become celebrities, just like them. Hollywood was never short of beautiful women. They did not graduate from proper college, so they were only non-professional. They had neither resources nor any background. They did not even have an agency to seize opportunities for them. Perhaps they could become famous in one night if they were lucky, but it was as unlikely as winning a lottery. Nonetheless, countless girls came to Los Angeles, to Hollywood one after another, just because of such a slim chance. The older sister was clearly quite lucky. The fact that they could live in such a high-class apartment indicated that they had a decent income. Such an apartment cost at least $10,000 a month. Even with his recent huge income, Zhao was reluctant to live in such a place. Thus, the older sister was definitely earning quite a lot. Small roles were certainly not sufficient for their spending. Irwin, sorry, Shalian finally spoke. I apologize for my unreasonableness. Your name is Shalian? Lowering his head, Zhao looked at the lady before her. Later I'll give you a prescription. They're all traditional Chinese medicine. You can buy them at a Chinese medicine store. Zhao had neither a medical license nor the right to give a proper prescription. Therefore, even if he wrote down some Western medicine, they would not be able to purchase them from the pharmacy. Done. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. All right, $200, please. Do you have time to stay for a meal? Right here, Irwin invited. Okay, I have time until the next client calls me. Chapter 26, Pretty Girls Are Most Likely Killers. Chapter 26, Pretty Girls Are Most Likely Killers. It was only eating. The event that Zhao expected never happened. However, they'd still left their numbers. Zhao believed that they weren't pure white lotuses. Actually, they'd already mentally prepared themselves when they'd come to Hollywood. However, Irwin clearly took care of Shalian, so they would have to talk about the other stuff later. Irwin took Zhao to the elevator. When do you have time? I'm free most of the time. Okay, then I'll contact you later. The elevator stopped after a few floors, and two people walked in. Zhao could feel two pairs of eyes staring at him. When he turned around, the two didn't avert their eyes and continued staring. Do we know each other? No. Is there something on my body or face? Zhao glanced at himself and discovered that there was blood on the corner of his clothes. He'd gotten stained at those sisters' house just then. Oh, you're looking at this? It's not my blood. I'm a doctor. The two didn't reply. Zhao just wanted to get on the car home and take a hot shower. However, the moment the elevator stopped at the first floor and the door opened, the two people pounced on him. They tackled him to the ground. A few police officers also appeared outside and pointed at Zhao's forehead. Don't move. And then Zhao had handcuffs on. I'm not a criminal. I didn't break any laws. A tall black guy walked in. Zhao looked up and saw Melson. Melson, Chen, how come it's you? I'm asking you. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Looking at the two immobilizing Zhao, Melson said, Jimmy, Taig, what's going on? Ed, he has blood on him, and we suspect that the killer hasn't left this building yet. We have reason to suspect that he's the killer. Melson looked at the blood on Zhao's shirt. Chen, can you tell me what's going on? I have a patient up there, Zhao said. The patient has a sister too. Maybe they can prove my innocence. You know, I'm a doctor. After thinking, Melson said, "What floor does your patient live on?" 78th floor, room 7802. Can we go visit them again? Of course. Zhao had to erase the suspicion on him immediately, so he could only take Melson and the other officers back to the 78th floor. However, Melson still owed Zhao for many things, so he uncuffed him. Ding dong. Irwin, it's me, Chen. Can you open the door? No response. Zhao pressed the bell again, but there was still no response. Weird. Why aren't they opening the door? Chen, are you sure this is the right room and floor? I'm sure. Then why aren't they opening the door? I don't know. Melson walked over and knocked. Is anyone home? This is the police. We need you to cooperate. Oh, I have their number. I could try calling them. Zhao called the number they gave, but still no one answered. How is it? No one's answering. Ed, I think I hear a phone ringing. Melson's expression changed. Move aside. With that, Melson hit his pistol on the lock and forced the door open. The blood in the room was obvious, but it was empty of people. There was only a phone on the table that kept ringing. Where are they? Where did they go? Melson's expression was dark. They're the true killers. We were all fooled. Zhao finally made sense of everything now, too. The pair of sisters weren't actresses chasing their dreams at all. They were murderers. They'd killed someone, but the younger sister was injured. If they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to go far, so they found an empty room and tricked Zhao over. Then they made up a story to fool them. They made him stay for a meal because they were worried that Zhao would run into the police if he left. Shailene couldn't move either. She had to rest. Now, they delayed long enough so that Shailene could move, and then they let Zhao go and attract the police while they could escape. One had to admit that even though the plan seemed simple, it wasn't easy to execute. They had to face Zhao so calmly in that kind of situation. Plus, they performed their roles as two conflicting yet loving sisters so realistically. Zhao had fallen into their trap the moment Irwin had said she was a nameless actress. He believed that they were telling the truth since the beginning. As expected, Zhao was brought to the police station. However, the blood on his clothes proved his innocence. According to Melson, there were 4 bodies at the scene. This meant that the siblings had killed 4 people, but the younger sister was injured. They'd found the blood of 5 people. After comparing the blood, they confirmed that the blood on Zhao matched the missing 5th person. Where's Jerlin? At the station? She's at the hospital. She's hurt. No, she's responsible for the female killer you caught today. Oh, when can I leave? It's all right now. You can leave after signing this. Zhao said what he had to and described the appearances of the 2 suspects. Zhao wasn't under suspicion, so he was naturally released. He thought that he was lucky today. He'd met 2 Hollywood actresses, and if they became famous, they might be able to develop into one-night stands. But they ended up being a pair of murderers. Thankfully, they didn't want to kill him. Or rather, he could be taken advantage of, so they didn't kill him. Zhao felt that America was super dangerous. He met 3 beauties today, but each was scarier than the last. Thankfully, he was still alive. This was the luckiest part out of his unlucky day. As Zhao rode home, Jerlin called. Jerlin, are you asking me out to dinner? No, I have bad news for you, Jerlin said solemnly. Please don't say Kelly escaped. Please don't say Kelly escaped. Please don't say Kelly escaped. That female killer escaped. You better be careful. She might look for you for revenge. Fuck. Whatever I'm scared of becomes real. Chapter 27, Going to Hell Alive. Chapter 27, Going to Hell Alive. Noticing that Zhao was back, Ethan immediately brought out a mature golden retriever. Chen, you're back. Let me introduce to you. This is Sasha. I adopted her. Beelzebub had already charged forward. He smelled Sasha's ass, after which he attempted to mount her. However, given Beelzebub's size, he would not be able to reach her even if he stood up. Beelzebub, can you stop being so embarrassing? Woof woof. Raymond, you bastard. You bastard. Beelzebub roared in anger. Demons' abilities were not very effective against each other, but they were not totally useless either. This was because demons had various desires too. After all, they were also organisms. Demons with similar strength could not really go against each other's own will. For example, Beelzebub had always wanted Raymond to eat shit. This was clearly impossible. Of course, that was not because they were too powerful. On the contrary, they were both too weak. However, Raymond had managed to plot Beelzebub this time. It was just like how the first thing a man might think when he saw a woman was sex. It was not like Beelzebub wanted to have sex with every dog he saw. It was coincidental that he had such a thought when he saw this golden retriever named Sasha. Haha, little guy, if you want Sasha, you need to work harder. Looking at Beelzebub's action, Ethan burst into laughter. Beelzebub was so mad that he ran directly up the stairs. This was really too embarrassing. He did not mind losing face in front of Chen Zhao, but this time he was actually humiliated in front of Ethan, a petty human. When Chen Zhao returned to his room, he discovered that Beelzebub was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? His scent has already disappeared. This bastard has scrammed back to hell. It's indeed a perfect day. Raymond was extremely satisfied with the outcome. I think you crossed the line just now. To demons, even fighting and killing each other were acceptable, not to mention a mere joke, Raymond said, unconcerned. If someone sneaks into the room, can you discover the person? Chen Zhao did not really care if the incident had hurt Beelzebub's self-esteem. He was more worried about his own safety at the moment. A dangerous female killer who hated him so much was wandering outside. Chen Zhao was very anxious as that beautiful killer might appear beside him at any time. Nope, my senses are not too different from an ordinary snake. Chen Zhao was discouraged. But what's that heavy feeling? Not right. This feeling is very abnormal. Chen Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, but what he saw was not his room. Instead, it was a dim world filled with black, withered trees. A red and black mountain could be seen in the distance, while the suffocating smell of sulfur permeated the air. An enormous and bloated organism with large wings and protruding horns fell down from the sky and landed before Chen Zhao. Without any hesitation, Chen Zhao shouted, "Beelzebub? Yes, it's me, human. Welcome to hell." "Did you summon me here?" Chen Zhao asked, uncertain. At the same time, he inspected his surrounding. "Yes, I offered 100 souls. That was all my savings. Also, I took one of your things earlier." Beelzebub opened his hand, and Chen Zhao saw a scalpel there. "So why did you summon me here?" "Human, you better realize that our identities have already swapped. Swallow your pride. If I punch you, roll 3 rounds. 1, 2, 3. Seems like nothing about our identities has changed. You're still a demon's servant controlled by me." Chen Zhao grinned. "Fine. I only summoned you here as my guest. Do you want to visit my house? How do we get there? Is it far? Come up to my palm." Beelzebub's original form was a giant monster which was 6 meters tall. It was completely different from his projection in the human world, a Shar. Chen Zhao sat on Beelzebub's palm. He had to agree that it was a special feeling. It was very different from riding a plane. It felt more like sitting on the roof of a skyscraper. His feet hung freely in the air. Of course, it was actually quite safe. At least Beelzebub would not suddenly throw him down. "What's your impression of hell?" "Pretty similar to what I've expected." Beelzebub's house was precisely on the mountainside of the red and black mountain Chen Zhao had seen earlier. It was a cave. A female demon who was about the same size as Chen Zhao walked out from the cave. She had a demonic horn on the left of her forehead and some scales on her body. Her upper body was naked, while her lower body was covered in a material which Chen Zhao could not identify. Chen Zhao had to agree that this female demon was very beautiful in the normal human definition of beautiful. She must be Beelzebub's wife. "Beelzebub, where did you find this soul? Looks different from the food we've had before." "Air. Hello, lady. I'm Beelzebub's friend." "Friend?" The female demon looked at Beelzebub. "You became friends with food?" "Ada, shut up, you stupid, inferior demon. He's not food. He came from the human world, a completely living organism. He's not like the defective ones that we normally eat. Hearing Beelzebub's words, Chen Zhao did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Beelzebub, although in principle I can understand why you eat human souls, I can't accept it emotionally. I can't change this fact, but can you not speak about it in front of me? No, no, no. You're different from them. They're only fragments which have lost everything. Oh my God, you're a living thing? The female demon was petrified before she charged forward and stood before Chen Zhao. The Almighty sorry, do you see it? There's a living human in my house. What a glory! Sari was her great-great-great-grandmother, and also her master, a Banshee queen. But just like what you've already known, there's still some difference between her and me, a subordinate of Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. Back then she offered me 30 souls so that she could marry me. Beelzebub was clearly very proud of his bloodline. After all, Beelzebub was the king of gluttony, one of the 7 great demon kings. Nevertheless, Beelzebub himself was not a powerful demon. Although he called himself a demon lord, he was only the lord of a small village at the foot of the mountain. Ada had changed her attitude entirely. Chen Zhao had no idea that the living was so popular in hell. Human, this is the dinner that I've prepared for you. Trust me, it's of the highest standard. Blarg. Chen Zhao started puking right away. Were those things on the table? There was a basin-sized bowl filled with screaming ghost faces that were boiling continuously. Beside the bowl was a plate with a few hands that were toasted to distortion on it. They did not seem to be human hands, but they were very similar. And what's the thing wiggling in the other bowl? Seems like you don't like the local food in hell. Do you have normal food? Beelzebub, stop acting. You know my habits. Human habits. Chen Zhao was certain that Beelzebub did this on purpose as a revenge to his occasional torture in the human world. Chapter 28. First time feeling respected everywhere. Chapter 28. First time feeling respected everywhere. In reality, the only food similar between hell and the human world was alcohol. However, the ingredients used to brew it were different, so it had a different taste. At least, nothing strange happened when Chen Zhao drank it. This is wine that only us gluttons can enjoy. What do you think compared to human wine? It's good, but it seems to have a fishy taste. Do you make it with blood? Indeed, the main liquid is blood from the misfortune goat of hell. Are there any side effects? Whether you're a human or demon, you'll have some misfortune the first time you drink it. Misfortune? Will I run into trouble? You'll understand later. Why do I feel so unsettled now? Human, I know you ran into some small trouble, so I think this will give you some small help. Chen Zhao squinted at Beelzebub. What's your motive? Just then, Beelzebub took out a strange black blade and stabbed it into the table before Chen Zhao. What do you mean? This is my demonic ritual implement. For me? Yes, for you. How will this affect me? It won't. I promise it won't affect you at all. I don't believe you. Hold this the next time you summon me. What will happen? This way, you can summon more of my strength. I can help you do more things too. I can even help you take care of that female killer. Oh, no problem. Chen Zhao happily yanked the black blade out. When it fell into his hand, it transformed into a small dagger, not much bigger than a fruit knife. All right, didn't you say that you already have 15 kids? Where are your kids? How come I don't see them? Are you sure you want to see my kids? Is there a problem? Ada, let my children out. Let them out? What does that mean? Ada picked up a wooden stick and knocked on the mountain wall. Rustles sounded deep inside the cave. Then Chen Zhao saw a group of fat balls of meat crawl out. Chen Zhao jumped right onto the table. They looked like larvae, but hundreds of times bigger. Each one was around 20 or 30 pounds, all white and fat. Those? Yes, they're my children. Will they turn into what you or your wife looks like after they mature? Chen Zhao imagined a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. They might turn into other things. Perhaps. What do you mean, perhaps? Ada and I are different races. It's possible that our children will inherit mine or her lineage, but it's more possible that they'll turn into demonic beasts. Demonic beasts? What's that like? Did you see a group of things with black wings in the forest when you came in? Chen Zhao remembered. When he'd been sitting on Beelzebub's hand, he'd indeed saw a group of beasts running through the forest. However, they all had different features. Other than the black wings, they looked completely different. Chen and Zhao thought that they were different races. Those demonic beasts are my brothers. Chen and Zhao's mouth dropped open. They're your brothers? Not only were they the same race, they even had the same dad. And yet their brother was sitting right before him right now. If they weren't my brothers, I'd have killed them when they enter my territory. After I received my inheritance from my father, I also became responsible for taking care of my brothers. The 20 brothers who couldn't inherit the lineage were given to me to take care of and give them a place to live. After a pause, Beelzebub said, most of these kids will become demonic beasts in the future and given to the brothers with the lineage to take care of, so the demons who can't get the lineage will just live aimlessly like this their entire lives. What's so bad about it? Someone will take care of them. How old are they now? 6 months already. Next month, we'll know if which ones haven't inherited mine or Ada's lineage. Beelzebub took out a tiny demonic crystal. Crush this and mix it into their food. Will the demonic crystal be effective for them? It's more likely for our lineage to be activated in them. Are you full? Want to go out and walk around? Is it dangerous? This is my territory, so you won't run into any danger. Actually, as a living being, you basically won't be hurt by any demons. So living beings are respected in hell. Not respected. You're just rare. The last human who came to hell was 900 years ago. Even a demon king won't do anything to you if they see you. I can promise that. We demons have a strong desire for destruction, but all our killing and destruction are goal-oriented. In that case, let's go and walk around. Chen Zhao was quite curious about hell. Beelzebub took Chen Zhao to his territory. It was called Black Mountain Village at the foot of the mountain. There were about 100 demon families in Black Mountain Village. Of course, there were many demons because they were good at producing. One family, one couple could produce more than 1,000 children. Just like in a human society, the more children there were, the heavier the burden. Not every race matured as quickly as Beelzebub's kids, maturing completely in 6 or 7 months. Lord Vito, are you here to supervise your territory? A demon with big ears stood at the village's entrance, welcoming Beelzebub. The big-eared demon's ears were like palm leaf fans. His frame was much bigger than a human. He was more than 10 feet tall. However, he was only half the size of Beelzebub. His weight was only 1/10 of Beelzebub, too. No, this is my friend. He's a living being from the human world. I'm bringing him around on a tour. A living being? The big-eared demon looked at Chen Zhao. Hello, most respected living being. Your arrival fills Black Mountain Village with honor. The last esteemed guest was the Nightmare Lord from 300 years ago, but you are much more esteemed than him. Please allow me to give you my most genuine respect. You flatter me. I'm very happy to visit hell. This is my demonic ritual implement. If you can accept it, it will be the greatest gift to me. The big-eared demon offered up a strange-looking wooden staff with both hands. There was some kind of jewel on the staff. He's a Singener that isn't subordinate to anyone, which is the lowest of all demon types. But if you want to, you can summon and use him whenever you wish. You don't have to give any sacrifices, but if you're happy, you can give him some rewards. Summon at will? Is it different from summoning you? I'm subordinate to Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. Don't compare him to me. However, Singeners have some advantages too. What advantages? He had a noble lineage a few generations ago, but they kept crossbreeding. It's like mine and Ada's descendants crossbreeding with demons of other lineages. After many generations, the lineage will be completely messed up. Then it can be like him, where one of his lineages suddenly awakens, and he has some kind of ability. For example, he has big ears. I don't know which lineage it is, but it allows him to have better hearing. Of course, if you use him purely as combat power, he can face 5 humans by himself. Okay, I accept your demonic ritual implement. Chapter 29, Substitute Coin. Chapter 29, Substitute Coin. Chen Zhao walked into the village, where over 10 demons had already gathered. They were all Singeners with multifarious looks. The honored living, Can you accept my demonic ritual implement? I'm willing to give you my life. I'll not retreat, even in the face of a god. The Almighty Living, this is my demonic ritual implement. My strength is limitless, and I can become your best fighter. There is already a demon who is shamelessly describing Zhao as being almighty. However, the demon who had claimed himself to be all-powerful was only a dwarf. He was at most 4 meters tall despite being quite burly indeed. You must be the sage from the human world. Please accept my demonic ritual implement. I can almost see Satan's blessing circling around you. Please accept my demonic ritual implement. Zhao was forced to accept over 10 demonic ritual implements, all of which were from Singeners. Of course, only Singeners lived in the village. Those with noble bloodlines would not stay in such a desolate place anyway. Almost every demon who had a demonic ritual implement gave one to Zhao. Demonic ritual implements were formed when demons injected their own powers into something. Those with high status would clearly use expensive materials. For example, Beelzebub's black blade seemed to be exquisitely designed. On the other hand, Singeners were powerless and poor, so the materials they would use were also very ordinary. It could be a shining stone, a demonic plant, or even just the soil in hell. Demonic ritual implements contained a portion of the demon's powers. They could also be used to summon demons. In hell, when a demon offered his ritual implement to a superior demon, he was effectively devoting himself to the superior demon. The superior demon could use the ritual implement to summon him at any time and any place. Therefore, when the Singeners gave their demonic ritual implements to Zhao, they were pledging loyalty to him. However, Zhao would not be able to enslave these Singeners like a superior demon, because these inferior demons were unable to stay in the human world for too long. They could perhaps stay for an hour or a day, but not much longer than that. They seemed to be so passionate only because items in the human world were extremely precious in hell. Even a potted plant could mean a lot of profit to them, provided the plant could survive in hell. To be honest, they were just like foreign workers to Zhao. Compared to these Singeners who had demonic ritual implements, there was another group of Singeners who did not even have the power to create one. Their bodies were fragile, perhaps similar to a human, or even weaker. Although they also wished to be recognized by Zhao, they knew that it was highly unlikely. If the former were like the poor, the latter were like refugees. In any case, they were also curious about the differences between the fabled living and the incomplete souls they could occasionally obtain. Beelzebub, did my soul or body enter hell? Body? Can humans survive the environment in hell? No, it's just that you are protected by the rules. If one day you are powerful enough to open the gate to hell, you will still not be able to survive in hell. It's just like how I, a demon, must turn into a human world species when entering the human world. Such a change is passive, not something I can decide. If I enter the human world in my true demonic form, I'll die very quickly, just like a fish out of water. You know how in many human films, there's always a villain who wants to open the gate to hell and release demons into the human world to create chaos. Are they all fake? If there's really someone who can open the gate to hell for an extended period of time, he can indeed create some chaos. The atmosphere of hell will gush into the human world and create a hell-like environment in a region. However, it's clearly impossible to affect an entire country, or even the whole world. Not even demon kings can do that. Suddenly, an emaciated, green-skinned demon walked up to Zhao and Beelzebub. The great Lord Vito and the noble living. I'm the humble Raz. Can I offer you a trade? What trade? He's a demon goblin. They all like to collect weird things and trade them everywhere. What do you have? This is my fine collection, a talking mirror. I heard that there's a story in the human world about someone whom I think is called Snow White. In the story, there's a magic mirror which can speak. My mirror isn't that magical, but it can speak. Don't be tricked. This talking mirror is made by simply imprisoning a soul in the mirror. It's worthless, and nobody knows when the soul will dissipate. Air. If you don't like the talking mirror, I still have a wish ring. Look, this ring contains a powerful demonic spirit. He can fulfill many wishes. Zhao looked at Beelzebub. Is this real? Of course not. It's actually just a demonic spirit which knows illusion spells. Moreover, before we even talk about whether the demonic spirit can really fulfill wishes, if you bring the ring back to the human world and then summon the spirit, it will die immediately. After all, only a handful of demons can survive in the human world, like a large demon or a demon king, or something like the Soulbringers. Zhao stared at the green-skinned demon Raz. Are you trying to fool me? Don't you have something that's actually useful? Air. Yes, of course I do, but may I ask what price you're willing to pay the honor of living? If you have something, show me first. I don't even know what it is, and you're already bargaining with me? I have a substitute coin. Please take a look. Lord Vito, you too. Oh, it's really a substitute coin. Beelzebub took the substitute coin in surprise. What's its use? It can block fatal damage for you once. Huh, that sounds great. Does it have any flaws? It has restrictions on the user. That is, it's useless for organisms which are too powerful like me. But it should work fine for you. Zhao took the substitute coin. How much do you want? The humble, I hope to obtain at least 1 year worth of demonic crystals. Air. Zhao glanced at Beelzebub. Did you tell him that I have demonic crystals? Last time, I used demonic crystals to purchase something from him, so he might have guessed it. He's a profiteer. So do you think this price is reasonable? Yes. Each of you gets what you want. Demonic crystals are priceless for us demons, but you have plenty of those, while the substitute coin is also extraordinarily useful to you. So I think it's acceptable. Each takes what he needs. All right, I accept this trade, but I don't have any demonic crystals with me now. Help me pay for it first. Do I get any interest? No. Chapter 30. I'm also someone who has once died. Chapter 30. I'm also someone who has once died. Finally, Zhao bought some substitute coins from the green-skinned demon. Respected living being, this is my demonic ritual implement. Of course, I am unable to fight for you in any battle, but I still have many good things, so you can summon me whenever needed. The green-skinned demon offered up a ring embedded with a green gem. Zhao didn't reject him. After all, he'd already accepted so many demonic ritual implements. One more didn't mean much. Zhao left the village with a bag of demonic ritual implements. Beelzebub, if others get demonic ritual implements, would they be able to summon the demons too? Demons aren't as easy as you think. They acknowledge you because you came to hell. They think you're a respected existence, but other humans are just lowly existences to them. After all, most of them have eaten human souls before. All right, Zhao suddenly realized that his hand was gone. What the heck? My hand, my body, what's going on? I think time is up. It's a pity. I'd wanted to bring you to more places. It's already up? It's only been 3 hours, right? Zhao's eyes flew open. The next moment, he realized that he was already back in his motel room. The moment after that, he felt pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a giant hole in his chest. A few seconds later, he heard a super loud sound. It was a gunshot. At the same time, around 900 feet away in a 6th-floor building across from the motel, Kelly put away her sniper after confirming that Zhao was dead. It was a SG-1 sniper with an effective range of above 2,500 feet. The bullet could practically destroy targets within 900 feet. That bullet had hit Zhao square in the chest. Even if it didn't hit his heart, he was still 100% dead. I said I would come back for revenge. Goodbye, cute boy. Crash. Ethan kicked the door open. It was already midnight, but he'd still heard the gunshot, and he knew that it was a sniper. Chen, are you okay? Ethan looked at Zhao on the bed and also saw a huge hole in the wall to the right of the bed. Zhao climbed up blearily. Ethan, what time is it? Is there a client? Thank God that you're all right. What just happened? Look here. Zhao turned around and saw the shocking hole in the wall beside the bed. Suddenly, he remembered everything. It was all back. He'd been shot. He'd been killed. Seeing Zhao's pale face, Ethan thought that he was scared. Ethan pulled the curtains closed and said, Chen, Change your room. At least, find one that doesn't have a window facing out. Chen Zhao's expression grew more and more uncomfortable. Ethan, I'm fine. Let me calm down. His limbs hidden under the covers were trembling. I was killed. Chen, how are you? I'm okay. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, I'm sure. I'm going to change your room now. No need. I think that the killer left. Are you sure? Maybe they're still here. I know what I'm doing. Ethan, you can go now. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, then I'll go. Call me whenever needed. After Ethan left, Chen Zhao looked at the demonic ritual implements in the bag beside him. Big-eared demon, nope. Banshee, nope. Bakuman, nope. Bloody hunter. This one's it. Chen Zhao remembered that this bloody hunter had said that he could track down any enemy. Chen Zhao picked up the demonic ritual implement, which was a dog's fawn. In reality, bloody hunters were like werewolves, but they had a dog's head with a man's body. They were more like Anubis from ancient Egyptian mythology. A crazily huge bull terrier appeared before Chen Zhao. Most bull terriers were less than 70 centimeters and 50 pounds. However, the bull terrier that the bloody hunter had transformed into was more than a foot tall. It looked more like a tiger with a dog's head instead of a dog. Respected living being, thank you for summoning me. Chen Zhao rose and took a one-year demonic crystal from his metallic box. I need you to capture someone for me, a female human. If you can find her, then this demonic crystal is yours. The bloody hunter stood up to his full height of 7 feet and bowed to Chen Zhao. Your will is my courage. I will bring her to you. This is the bullet she left behind. Can you find her? The bloody hunter picked the bullet up with his mouth and bit down. No problem. I can sense her. Crash. The bloody hunter broke through the window and disappeared into the night. Ethan ran into the room again. Chen, what happened? Did the killer come back? No, it's nothing. It was just the wind. Ethan's expression darkened, as if saying, don't trick me just because I'm honest. The wind isn't that strong here. Plus, the glass shards obviously mean something broke it from the inside. Ethan, can you go out? I hope that you won't come in again, even if there's more noise from my room. Chen, you won't kill yourself, right? You're still young. Don't worry, I'll find someone tomorrow to take care of this for you. I swear I'll help you with this. Oh, please, I won't kill myself. After that attack, I fear death even more now. Are you sure you won't? I'm very sure. All right. Remember, please don't come in no matter what happens. What are you going to do? Chen Zhao chuckled. Revenge. Kelly was driving a convertible down the highway in the suburbs. She was in a good mood. Destroying an enemy felt awesome. Suddenly, she saw something flash beside the road. A hallucination? Kelly didn't really care, but an uncomfortable feeling suddenly besieged her. This caused her to accelerate. There were pretty much no other cars on the highway at midnight. It was even less likely for there to be police. Suddenly, there was some animal standing on the road, a few hundred feet away in her car's headlights. Kelly instinctively turned her steering wheel. The car spun out of control, so she hurriedly stepped on the brake. Looking back, there was nothing there. But the unsettled feeling grew stronger. It was like something was approaching her, getting closer, closer. Chapter 31, Demon Profiteer. Chapter 31, Demon Profiteer. All of a sudden, Kelly felt a shiver run up her spine. It's here. That thing is here. Kelly smelled a bloody odor. At once, she lifted her gun and pointed behind her. An enormous beast stood on the trunk lid. Because it was dark, Kelly could not see it clearly. Lion? No way. How can there be lions in Los Angeles? Bang! Bang! Kelly fired 2 shots consecutively, but the thing was even faster and dodged the bullets in one move. At the same time, it pounced at Kelly. Horrified, Kelly struck the beast's head with the gun stock. The thing was only momentarily staggered. In the next instant, its fully open mouth bit onto her arm. In severe pain, Kelly started to struggle wildly, but she was much weaker than the monster before her. Although she had had intense, special training before, she was still a human after all. There was no way she could fight against a beast that was at least 5 meters long and weighed over 200 kilograms. To make things worse, this beast also had terrifying teeth and razor-sharp claws. Soon, Kelly's left arm became weak. Kelly was dragged out of the car. She felt that she was about to be swallowed. However, the monster did not eat her yet. It bit on her neck and dragged her towards an unknown place. After running for perhaps more than 10 kilometers, the monster began howling at the sky. How? Is this a wolf? Clearly not. Its size doesn't match, and it's way too ugly. Maybe it's a biochemical monster. Kelly had already started imagining things. Suddenly, Kelly vaguely saw a person walking towards her. She shouted right away, "Help! Help! Help me!" Seeming to have heard her voice, that person walked closer to her. "Are you calling me? Help! There's a monster! Save me!" Kelly was not hoping that the person could save her, and she also did not think about why the person would be on the outskirts at this time. Nevertheless, she was confident that she could escape when a monster started attacking the incomer. As the person approached her, Kelly felt more and more excited. To her great puzzlement, however, the monster beside her neither hid nor attacked the intruder. The person had definitely already seen her and a monster beside her, but he did not seem to realize that something was wrong. Instead, he continued walking forward. Closer and closer. Kelly smelled something fishy. How could he not see the giant beast beside her? Finally, Kelly saw the incomer clearly. "You? No way." "Chen." Kelly's expression changed drastically. She had just used a sniper rifle to blast his body into pieces. She saw it with her own eyes, and there was no way she could have mistaken it. However, Chen Zhao was actually standing before her at the moment, unharmed. Surprised. Grinning, Chen Zhao stood before Kelly. "You seem to be injured, gravely injured." Chen Zhao glanced at the monster beside him and petted its head gently. "He's my friend. Seems like you've already met." Finally, Kelly could no longer remain calm. She flung herself up from the ground in an attempt to seize Chen Zhao. However, the bloody hunter struck its claw out and sent Kelly flying. Chen Zhao stood still. In fact, he was hesitating. How should he handle Kelly? Kill her? No way. He was a doctor, not a killer. Chen Zhao had never thought about killing someone. He had summoned the bloody hunter only because of temporary fury. After calming down, he fell into a dilemma instead. Stop saying something like a tooth for a tooth. After all, Chen Zhao was still a mere human. But to let her go? That seemed to be inappropriate as well. What if she comes back again and shoots me? Chen Zhao only had one substitute coin, and he used it before it even got warm in his pockets. If he was shot again, he would surely die. What do I do now? "Hunter, do you eat humans?" "No, I only eat human souls." Kelly could understand Chen Zhao's question, but not Bloody Hunter's answer. Therefore, she was scared out of her wits when the Bloody Hunter turned its head and stared at her. It's so frightening. I should just grit my teeth and kill her directly. "Bloody Hunter, I don't really want to kill anyone now, but I'm afraid of her revenge. Is there a way for her to never harass me in the future?" How? Kelly had absolutely no idea how Chen Zhao communicated with the monster before him, the so-called Bloody Hunter. He seemed to be able to understand the monster's words, which caused Kelly to be even more creeped out. "Yes, but I can't cast it. You need Bloodbrand." What's Bloodbrand? It's a type of demonic sorcery. To prevent subordinate demons from betraying, a superior demon will apply Bloodbrand on its subordinates. If the superior demon dies, so will all the inferior demons under it. What if the subordinate demons die? The superior demon will not be harmed at all. So who knows this demonic spell? You can ask Raz. Perhaps he sells this kind of spell scrolls. After consideration, Chen Zhao touched the ring on his hand. Then, Kelly saw a green monster walk out from the shadows. The green-skinned beast was not heavily built, but it had many sharp teeth in its mouth, a pair of protruding horns on its head, and a tail behind it. "Raz, do you have a spell scroll for Bloodbrand? Is this the human world? It's my first time here. Quick, do you have a scroll for Bloodbrand?" "Yes. Please wait." Raz took out a scroll out of nowhere and gave it to Chen Zhao. "Thank you for your purchase. 1 month worth of demonic crystals, please." Kelly watched as Chen Zhao talked to the monster, which was giving off weird noises. She had no idea what it was saying. "Air, I forgot to bring any." Can I owe you first? Of course, but you need to pay me interest. That's troublesome. The respectable living I have a spatial ring. Do you need it? Spatial ring? The kind that can carry many items? Yes, its interior is about the size of a room. I have traded it from a demonic dragon at a high price, so it's not going to be cheap. How much does it cost? 100 years worth of demonic crystals. So expensive. Of course, but the price is definitely reasonable. You can ask Lord Vito. I don't have that much demonic crystals at the moment. I'll buy it in the future when I have enough. You can owe me first. Pay me within a year with an additional 10 years worth of demonic crystals. Let me think about it. 100 years worth of demonic crystals was not a small amount. After all, so far Chen Zhao had only obtained about 20 years worth of demonic crystals in total. Chapter 32. What if I want to gain weight? Chapter 32. What if I want to gain weight? How do I use it? Chen Zhao held the scroll and stood before Kelly. She stared at Chen Zhao in fear. Raz and the Bloody Hunter were at his side. To Kelly, Chen Zhao had become a mysterious being. It's simple. Let a drop of her blood fall on the scroll and then burn the scroll to ashes. Then she'll never be able to hurt you again. What if she goes against the contract? She'll be devoured by the demon insect from hell. Kelly didn't understand what this green-skinned creature was saying to Chen Zhao, but she knew it couldn't be good. Just then, the Bloody Hunter suddenly clawed Kelly's back. Kelly couldn't even fight back. Her back was already bleeding profusely. After Chen Zhao wetted the scroll with blood, he ignited it with a lighter. When the scroll burned to ashes, Chen Zhao bent down and smiled at Kelly. You might not understand what just happened. Put simply, I put a curse on you. If you try killing me again, I'll make you die even more tragically. If the two beasts beside him didn't exist, Kelly would think this supernatural stuff was a joke. However, she didn't find it funny at all right now. Chen Zhao looked serious. His actions earlier were very strange too. You two can go back to hell. Kelly watched the two beasts bow their heads to Chen Zhao, and then their bodies disappeared gradually. You're Satan, the devil. Think whatever you want. Just remember not to piss me off anymore. Chen, how come you're up so early? Did you go for a morning jog again? Yeah, the air is always so fresh in the morning. Someone tried to kill you 3 hours ago, and you still went out for a run. Perhaps the killer thinks they killed me already. There aren't any killers that stupid in the world. Trust me, it's best if you find a place to hide now. At least, don't expose yourself in broad daylight. I can't do that. I have a client today, that old white guy. That's $100,000 of income. All right, I'm jealous. But before that, you have to treat another client. He lives in Beverly Hills too. How much money? $1,000. Okay, give me the address. Chen Zhao couldn't be picky now. He couldn't give up on a $1,000 job just because he had a $100,000 job. The most important thing now was to accumulate connections and clients. His income seemed nice now, but it still wasn't stable. After all, most of them were one-time clients. Only Rasfa counted as a long-term client. He was special too. Only he relied on demonic crystals. He'd been about to die and could only live by using demonic crystals. It won't be some female killer again, right? It seems like I keep running into this stuff these days. Up to now, Chen Zhao had met 3 very beautiful women who all turned out to be killers. This annoyed Chen Zhao. He just wanted to meet a pretty girl who wanted to sleep with him. That wasn't a difficult requirement. Why couldn't it come true? After washing up, Chen Zhao took his equipment and left. He arrived at Beverly Hills and went to the client's house. The house and position was clearly incomparable to Rasfa's super fancy mansion. However, every manor in Beverly Hills had its unique points. This was a smaller house, but the monthly rent would be at least $20,000. This was a conservative estimate too. It didn't have a huge garden, but the environment was still what people dreamed of having. Chen Zhao pressed the doorbell. There was a speaker above the doorbell. Who are you? It was a woman. She sounded quite young too. Chen Zhao looked up at the security camera before the metal gate. I'm a doctor. Ethan told me to come. Click. The door unlocked automatically. You can come in, the speaker said. Chen Zhao entered the manor. There were a few hundred square meters of greenery in the manor. There was also a pool before the house. The house itself was of a modern style. The woman was lying on a recliner before the pool, clad in a bikini. Her copper skin was very sexy, but her figure was a bit thin. There was a walkie-talkie beside her. Sit anywhere. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chen. What can I call you? Chen Zhao asked. Yafan Livana. If you pay attention to showbiz, you should know me. Why did you bring a dog? This is my working habit. I like to bring it around. It saves me time from walking it. Miss Yafan, how may I help you today? Yafan moved on from that question. I need to gain weight. I accepted the audition for the female lead of a big production, but my body is quite different from the character. She's like a superwoman and needs muscles, but you can see it too. I'm too thin now. Chen Zhao looked at her body. Her figure looked very unnatural. She was pretty, but the sickly thinness made her look like a toothpick person with a big head. You took diet pills, right? Yes. This explained it. There were 2 types of diet pills now. The first was legal. They were tested products and relatively safe. However, it took a while for them to become effective and weren't that effective either. Of course, they had lighter side effects too. The other type was stronger but had much bigger side effects. They were illegal. They either couldn't be sold or weren't even licensed to be produced. However, there was a market, and if people wanted it, others would produce it. You could take the overconsumption of Xenical, for example. Xenical was used to decrease the absorption of fat, mostly used for those who regularly had high-fat diets. The usage of Xenical had always been debated, because if overconsumed, it could cause physiological disorders. The user might even be completely unable to absorb fat. Another example was that many diet pills added large amounts of laxatives. The effect for this type was very obvious, but the consequences were serious too. Some girls would get eating disorders after using illegal diet pills. Some might even destroy their stomachs and be forced to live off glucose drips. They would need 1 or 2 years of treatment to gradually recover. Yafan was the type who used diet pills regularly. Some symptoms had already appeared in her. Chen Zhao could diagnose some of them with his naked eye. Of course, judging by her pallor, she already had a slight eating disorder. This wasn't good. If she was dependent upon diet pills, then there was an even worse consequence awaiting her. So, do you have a solution? Chen Zhao chuckled. Beelzebub was finally truly useful today. Of course. I will make you have an appetite today. What should I do? Turn around. I need to prick you with some needles. Acupuncture. Okay, I do acupuncture often too. I like it. Women on diets were crazy. They would try anything to lose a pound. In reality, acupuncture could help with losing weight too, but it wasn't that effective. It mainly decreased the digestive abilities of the stomach. If something needed an hour to digest, it would take longer after acupuncture. That way, the person wouldn't feel hunger. However, it wasn't that useful to overweight women because most of them didn't eat because of hunger. Instead, they made eating a habit. Like how some people smoked, it was a problem of habit. These people would feel unsettled and emotionally unstable if they didn't have food. Chapter 33. Chen Zhao is a trickster. Chapter 33. Chen Zhao is a trickster. Very soon, Chen Zhao performed acupuncture on Yafan, completing freeing her digestive function. Then, the main contributor Beelzebub gave Yafan the desire for food. Acupuncture was not all-powerful. It could not give someone an appetite. However, Chen Zhao would never reject other methods, for example, the power of demons. I feel somewhat hungry. Are you willing to eat something with me? I have been controlling my shape recently. Chen Zhao euphemistically rejected Yafan's suggestion. You have a great shape. Yafan reached out and touched Chen Zhao's chest muscle. I have already activated your taste buds using my treatment, but if you don't want to become fat, you better do an appropriate amount of exercise. At least 1 hour of aerobic exercise every day and half an hour of anaerobic exercise. You should eat food high in starch and protein. It can allow you to gain weight in the shortest time possible. Yafan needed to gain weight and achieve the shape of a bodybuilder, not to become fat. Chen Zhao believed that a lady who was so concerned about her beauty would know how to control her shape. Yafan's fingers slowly slid downwards. Then do an hour of aerobic exercise with me. Chen Zhao lowered his head and gently held Yafin's chin. His body also bent over. After an hour and a half, the two finished their battle. Chen Zhao put on his clothes properly. Are you sure you don't want to eat something with me? No, I still have another customer. Thank you for your patronage. $1,000, please. Fine. You're the first man to fuck me and take my money. You're also the first woman to accept my treatment and be fucked by me. Fuck. Hope that you can get that role. Thank you. Give me a number, please. Chen Zhao picked up his toolbox and left with Beelzebub. Beelzebub, didn't you say that when I summon you with your demonic ritual implement, you would be stronger? My power is not reflected by my body. Now I have 1/3 of the power of my true form. If we meet that female killer again, can you finish her? Nope, but I can make her so hungry that she will eat the soil beneath her directly. Beelzebub, even if you were summoned by your demonic ritual implement this time, you're still no match for me. You're just a fool. You better be careful. Otherwise, I will bury you in the way soil behind the motel, Beelzebub threatened. Chen Zhao never once interfered with their argument. After leaving Yafin's manor, Chen Zhao headed for Rasfa's place directly. Rasfa, I'm outside your manor now. Are you available for treatment? Yes, of course. I'll send Paul there to welcome you. Soon, Paul appeared and brought Chen Zhao into the manor. This time, Rasfa was much more respectful towards Chen Zhao. He did not say anything rude. Hi, Chen, you're finally here. Rasfa hugged Chen Zhao to welcome him. Do you want to drink anything? Perhaps red wine or whiskey? No, I don't want my mind to be affected during treatment. Let's start the session first. No problem. Rasfa also did not want to waste any time. That was because he clearly felt that his condition was worsening that day. Since the morning, he had been feeling uneasy. There had been a few times when he wanted to call Chen Zhao. He felt that he was going to die. This was common human nature. The closer one was to death, the more one would fear death. What do I need to do? Drink this first. Then I'll perform acupuncture. All right. The amount of demonic crystals used this time was significantly higher than the previous time. As Chen Zhao was treating Rasfa, Rasfa could clearly feel his vigor returning. Just then, a red-haired woman came into the room. Chen Zhao could recognize this woman, whose name he recalled to be Rydra. Mr. Rasfa, what are you doing? Rydra was somewhat angry. Rasfa was lying on the sofa at the moment. He raised his head gently. Because his back was full of needles, he could not turn around directly. Rydra, I am being treated. Can't you tell? Rasfa had always disliked Rydra. In the past, he did not do anything to her so that she could send fake messages. At the same time, Rydra's medical skill was fantastic. However, he had already found a substitute at the moment, namely Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao could at least save him, while Rydra could only watch him lose his life gradually. Therefore, Rasfa would rather accept Chen Zhao's treatment than Rydra's suggestions. Treatment? Using this stupid acupuncture? Mr. Rasfa, please clear your mind. Acupuncture can't save you. Rydra apologized to Chen. I refuse. I wouldn't apologize to a trickster. Asian, you're a trickster. You're not a doctor. I have already done my investigation. This guy doesn't even have a medical license. Rasfa, you've been deceived. He doesn't have the ability to save you. Chen Zhao was oblivious to Rydra's aggressive words. He petted Rasfa's shoulder and muttered to him, Rasfa. Rasfa lowered his head and looked at his crotch. He could feel something. He could really feel something. The long-lost feeling was back again. That was a feeling almost forgotten by him. Rasfa's face flushed. Apart from the feeling down there, Rasfa no longer felt stuffy. He felt his body fill with energy. Chen, thank you. Mr. Rasfa, did he give you some medicine? You should know that your heart problem is extremely severe. You can't eat that kind of medicine as it'll kill you. If you listen to my suggestions, I can allow you to live longer. A trickster's words will only kill you sooner. So how long do you think I can live? Ryder was speechless. During the examination 3 days ago, both she and the doctor in the hospital asserted that Rasfa would not survive that night, but he did. During the second examination, she concluded again that Rasfa would live for no more than a week. She was confident about her judgment, which she had obtained from a professional viewpoint. It did not involve any emotions or benefits. She believed that if Rasfa could listen to her instructions and advice, he might be able to live longer. But now Rasfa disliked her even more. He would rather listen to a trickster than her professional opinion. "Rydra, I'm tired." "Paul, send Rydra out." "Oh yeah, ask Anna to go to my room. It needs some cleaning." "Chen, do you need a room to rest?" "No, I need some food." "All right, Paul, get Chen some food. During my rest, please take good care of Chen for me." "Yes, sir." "Trickster, you trickster. I'll call the police. You're practicing medicine illegally. If you confess to Mr. Rasfa now, I can consider letting you off." "Ms. Rydra, Chen is only Mr. Rasfa's guest. I think nobody here will testify your words," Paul said emotionlessly. Chapter 34, Druid Chen. Chapter 34, Druid Chen. Rydra was asked to leave in anger. Of course, Paul was still respectful to her. After all, Rydra had been Rasfa's private doctor and health consultant for 5 years. Her contributions couldn't be overlooked. However, she also knew that she could only talk. After all, Rasfa or other victims of Chen Zhao had to be willing to be a witness to sue him. It would be difficult or even impossible to find anyone as a witness. These people all went to Chen Zhao because of reasons they couldn't publicize. Why would they help be a witness for her? She could only wait for Rasfa's health to deteriorate again. She believed that it would dawn on Rasfa then. Chen Zhao ate happily in the restaurant. All the food in Rasfa's manor was of top quality. They weren't bought from supermarkets. They were supplied by special sources. Caviar from the Caspian Sea, French foie gras beef. All of them were fine products. The manor also had a top chef, so every bite was top enjoyment. Chen Zhao also had Paul serving him and pouring wine for him. "Mr. Chen, will you take a walk on the beach?" "Sure." When he arrived at the beach, he saw a group of teenagers fooling around. There were also couples and some people kissing under parasols. Wasn't this beach private property? How did these youngsters get in? "That's Mr. Rasfa's grandson and his friends," Paul said. Just then, a Doberman rushed over at Chen Zhao. No, more accurately, it was running toward the Shar, Beelzebub, at Chen Zhao's feet. "Fuck, that's Wolf." Paul was about to chase the Doberman away, but it was too late. Beelzebub had already charged. This clearly wasn't a friendly meeting because they repelled each other. Dobermans were large dogs and very menacing. In the past, they were mostly used as hunting dogs. Now, people didn't really hunt anymore, but the aggressive and aloof genes of a Doberman hadn't changed. In recent times, they were mostly used as fighting dogs and faced off similar dogs in the cruel and bloody ring. They had a clear understanding of their companions and strangers. It was very difficult for them to become friends with unfamiliar dogs. They weren't friendly with everyone like huskies. If another male dog appeared in their territory, the dog would become their target. A Shar-Pei's combat ability was only half of a Doberman's. Shar-Peis were only 1/3 of a Doberman's weight and half of their height. After all, one was a mid-sized dog while the other was large-sized. It wasn't hard for Paul to imagine what would happen. The youngsters also realized then that their Doberman and Chen Zhao's Shar-Pei seemed to have some conflict. The two dogs barked madly at each other. Instead of stopping the Doberman, the teens started yelling excitedly. "Wolf, tear that guy up. Come on, hurry up. I bet $100 that the little guy will get ripped up in a minute. I bet $100 it'll only take 30 seconds. Wolf is a warrior from the rings. I'm guessing 10 seconds. Chen Zhao called out. "I don't like gambling, but I like winning. In 10 seconds, my Beelzebub will defeat that idiot." "Hey, Asian, how much are you betting?" "I'll also bet $100. "Are you sure you want to throw away 100? It's just a Shar-Pei." "Beelzebub, don't kill him." "Oh, woo." Beelzebub was furious. How could a human's toy dare to provoke him? This was an utter insult. Wolf instantly felt danger. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Beelzebub had already tackled Wolf, biting Wolf's neck at the same time. If he applied a bit more pressure, Wolf would die. Wolf couldn't move anymore. It had been domesticated, but as a beast, it was still sensitive to danger. It could sense that Beelzebub's danger was completely different from any other dog. What? How is this possible? When did Wolf become so weak? Paul, please bring my medical kit over. Yes, Mr. Chen. Shortly, Paul brought Chen Zhao's kit over. Chen Zhao walked to Beelzebub and Wolf. He kicked Beelzebub aside and patched up Wolf's injury. Wolf wouldn't attack humans. This was the result of domestication. It had already lost most of its wildness. Plus, it could sense Chen Zhao's friendliness. Chen Zhao patted Wolf. Go back to your master. Just then, Rasfa's grandson walked out. Wolf returned to him and wagged its tail, but it seemed to be sad. I'm Daniel. What's your name? Chen. Chen. Just call me Chen. Let's hang out. Your Shar-Pei is powerful. Will you sell it? Sorry. I'm afraid he won't accept a second master. All right. Tell me how you train it. Why are all Shar-Peis so powerful? Only he's a bit more powerful. I didn't purposely train him. Maybe it's because he was on the streets and fought with the other strays before I found him. I see. So are strays more powerful? Seems like I should go adopt one. Ah, snake. Hiss, hiss. Since Chen Zhao was talking to Daniel, a girl went to open Chen Zhao's medical kit and saw a snake curled up inside. That's Raymond, my other snake. Raymond climbed out of the kit. Seeing how Chen Zhao didn't seem to mind, Daniel asked, Are you sure it won't get lost? Reptiles aren't as smart as dogs. Raymond had been slithering around, but it suddenly turned around and darted toward Daniel. Ah, it's coming. You better run. You angered it. What? Snakes can't understand us talking. No, they can't even hear. It's impossible. Seeing Raymond rushing over, Daniel immediately ran away. Raymond chased after him without stop. Damn it, guys, help me. Save me. That snake's attacking me. Paul stood beside Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry. My Raymond is very obedient. It won't bite anyone without my command. Paul knew that Chen Zhao brought his two pets wherever he went. He'd even released them when he went to Rasfa's hospital room. Chen, save me. Hurry and save me. Chapter 35. Doesn't mean I'm going to be your stepfather. Chapter 35. Doesn't mean I'm going to be your stepfather. You need to apologize to him. This is so dumb. I'm not going to. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I was wrong, Mr. Raymond. I was wrong. Indeed, Raymond stopped the chase. Daniel and his friends were all stunned. Oh my God. God, did you see that? Did you see that? This snake actually understands it. This can't be real. Raymond, you idiot. A friend of Daniel did not believe it. Then, Raymond turned around and headed towards him directly. Oh no, he understands me. He's coming for me. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Raymond let that person off. At this moment, the entire group of young people was totally bewildered. Chen, tell me how you've managed to train Beelzebub till he's so strong, and a snake till he's so clever. Are you a wizard? No, you're a druid. Yes, only this can explain everything. You might need to ask their previous owners. In fact, I've adopted both Raymond and Beelzebub. I don't believe it. Which fool would throw them away? This is the reality. Can I touch Raymond? Raymond, do you mind? Chen Zhao looked at Raymond, who was in the distance. Raymond slowly crawled forward and stopped before Daniel. Daniel was still somewhat scared of Raymond, but he still extended his hand out. Then, Raymond climbed up Daniel's hand. God, he's really too smart. Chen, sell him to me, please. Snakes are my favorite, especially Raymond. Ask him yourself if he's willing. Raymond, are you willing to live with me? Raymond raised his head, after which he shook his head. God. I like him more and more. Of course, although Daniel admired Raymond, he was not planning to get Raymond by force. After all, he had been through elite education. Perhaps he was just somewhat indulgent, which was a common characteristic of the teenagers in this country. However, having been through elite education, he would not allow himself to establish enemies easily, even an ordinary-looking Asian. Those wealthy kids who want to kill all their enemies after a small dispute would only appear in novels, not the real world. Daniel was clearly more interested in the two pets than Chen Zhao. Actually, everyone present was more interested in Raymond and Beelzebub than Chen Zhao, including Paul. Daniel, don't you have lesson today? Just then, Zola walked over. Zola was Daniel's mother. At the moment, Zola was wearing a white business wear. Unlike the last time, today her hair had been permed. Chen, you're here as well. Nice. I've been experiencing chest tightness recently. Can you help me to take a look? No problem. Chen, can you leave Raymond and Beelzebub here temporarily? Sure. Chen Zhao left with Zola. The two of them entered a random bedroom, after which they started making out. Actually, Chen Zhao was indeed examining Zola's body. Women that were about 40 years old had the greatest desire. At the same time, they were also the most experienced ones. How's my father? We've already completed today's session. Why didn't I see him at his place? He's in the bedroom. I don't think he has the habit of sleeping in the day. In fact, he doesn't spend much time sleeping at all. With a maid. All right, let's do one more time, okay? Of course, as you wish. Zola was a very attractive woman. Even though she was no longer young, she knew how to display her feminine charm. Of course, Chen Zhao was not planning to become Daniel's stepfather, and Zola was also not planning to let Chen Zhao become her fourth husband. They were only taking what each of them needed. All of a sudden, the door was pushed open. They saw a girl standing outside. Then they heard a loud scream. This was the first time Chen Zhao had come into contact with a shy female after he arrived in Los Angeles. Fine, perhaps it was because she looked only about 16 or maybe even younger. After all, European and American girls experience puberty earlier than Asian girls. Darling, why did you come in without knocking? At the moment, Chen Zhao and Zola were still in an awkward position. Zola's legs were on top of Chen Zhao's shoulders. I heard that you were here. The maid told me that you're in this room. The girl lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Zhao and Zola. Is he a new boyfriend? No, Zola answered frankly. Can you give us 10 minutes? The girl could only close the door again and then leave. Seems like we need to find a place that's more hidden next time. The two of them sped the process up. Instead of continuing to explore various postures, they only aimed for speed. Zola was even more familiar with this. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the room together. Zola went to find her daughter. Chen Zhao did not want to appear before them, so he found an excuse to leave. Manny, I'm so sorry. I have displayed my ugliest side in front of you. Mom, it's my fault. I shouldn't have gone in without knocking. So let us forgive each other. Mom, who's that man? He seems to be much younger than you. He's Chen, your grandfather's doctor. Zola was clearly not planning to continue this topic. Did you come with Daniel? No, I came here alone. He has his own circle. I heard that you went to a movie company for audition last week. Is that right? Yes. If you want to remain in this profession, I can recommend you to every director. After all, Rasfa was the chairman and major shareholder of PLM, one of the 6 major film studios in Hollywood. These 6 studios were both competitors and allies of each other. Zola also worked in the movie industry, so she knew countless famous directors and actors. Although she could not make Manny the female protagonist directly, she was clearly confident that Manny would at least take up a role with dialogue. In Hollywood, female protagonists were almost always appointed by the movie company. They were very seldom decided via audition. Characters with dialogues would mostly be allocated by agencies. If Manny went for an audition directly, the likelihood of her succeeding was effectively zero. Under the same conditions, director groups would only choose actresses under various agencies and partners, or those who could bring them benefits and not Manny. Apart from being young and beautiful, Manny had almost no advantages. Hollywood had never been short of young and beautiful actresses. Actually, Manny's young age might even become her disadvantage. That was because in Hollywood, there was a rule. Movie companies would not use non-adults unless they had to. Minors, animals, and the like must all be used carefully. A character who was about 15 or 16 could well be acted by a 20-year-old actress after dressing up appropriately. Chapter 36, Another Old Guy with Kidney Problems. Chapter 36, Another Old Guy with Kidney Problems. When Chen Zhao reached the lounge, he saw Rasfa sitting there and chatting with another old white-haired man. Chen Zhao wasn't quite familiar with Hollywood stars, but this old man was a famous director. His name had spread to the other side of the world. Rasfa's cheeks were ruddy. He felt like he'd recovered his youthful vigor. Every one of his cells was alive. Chen, come here. Let me introduce you. Chen Zhao had already walked over. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chen. Hello. The director respectfully shook Chen Zhao's hands. Not everyone was racist. He's my current health consultant, Chen. Steven, maybe you can have Chen check your body. I'm talking about that problem. Steven was a bit hesitant. This kind of problem was difficult to talk about. Even though the West was less conservative, this condition affected his dignity as a man. He didn't dare to ask a doctor. Actually, he tried some medication that private doctors had suggested, but none of them were effective. Only some people knew about this, such as Rasfa, one of his fellow patients. When he came today, he saw Rasfa doing crazy things with his maid in his room. He could even hear the maid's wild noise when standing outside. It sounded like an intense battle. This made Steven wonder if Rasfa had been lying to him all this time. We agreed to be fellow patients, but you're playing with girls secretly? You said you can't anymore, but you're obviously super strong, all right? What made Steven more jealous was the fact that Rasfa was a decade older than him, but he could still be so strong. Chen, do you know what my illness is? It's not hard. Judging from your age, your body has started failing in all aspects. You have obvious age spots too. This means that there's something wrong with your kidney and detoxification system. You're probably worried about your sex abilities, right? Is it that obvious? If it's only what I see, then I can't confirm it. I have to first check your body. It's actually not such an embarrassing condition. You're not young anymore, and some things can't be avoided. Of course, if I treat you, I'm confident in helping you recover your abilities. Are you an expert in this? No. In the medical field, professional knowledge in one area can't be compared to an all-around doctor. The body is very strange, and many physiological diseases result from secondary diseases. You have to treat it from the root, instead of treating wherever the problem is. Okay, so how will you cure me? I'll use acupuncture to help you detoxify and reinvigorate your kidney. Then it'll be able to give your lower body enough strength. How long will it take? Effects show quickly. You can ask Rasfa about this. However, your kidney has withered for too long. You'll need prolonged treatment. Steven, I was like you before noon today, but after lunch, I'm bursting with energy. You should take Chen's suggestion. Trust me, it's beneficial for you. Then now. Steven was clearly tempted. He'd been dormant for too long. Steven, you're Rasfa's friend, but I still have to tell you that I'm an unlicensed doctor. Of course, I understand. Also, my price isn't low. Chen, I'll pay for Steven. I won't disappoint you. Rasfa was a businessman. He was obviously willing to get two important people's favors with the lowest cost. Both Chen Zhao and Steven were people he needed a rope in. How about we move somewhere else? I also need to get my medical kit. Sure. Steven, come sit in my library. Chen Zhao brought his kit, Beelzebub, and Raymond to the library a while later. Steven was lying on the sofa with his shirt off already. Because of his kidney, he looked a bit frail. Should I leave you two alone? No need. Steven's situation is better than you. It's not that complicated. We might be able to get coffee together after 10 minutes. Of course, Steven might need to take care of some personal problems too. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhao had used acupuncture to stimulate Steven's kidney. This helped him successfully expel the extra toxins in his body. At the same time, Raymond used his abilities. When Steven got up from the sofa, his pants were already tinted. Aha, Steven, it seems like you really need to take care of a personal problem. Should I go get two beauties? Rasfa had a supply of beauties in his house. There were even some nameless actresses who worked as maids for him to get an opportunity. This was commonly seen in Hollywood too. Even some well-known actresses now had unspeakable pasts before they became famous. No celebrity who made a name for themselves in the entertainment industry was innocent. Face red, Steven graciously accepted this suggestion. Rasfa's library was very big and also had a balcony facing the beach. He and Chen Zhao sat there, drinking coffee while waiting for Steven to finish. Chen, are you sure you don't want some girls? I don't for now. Didn't you say there will be many beauties at tonight's party? Yes, but it'll depend on your own abilities then. Of course. Chen, are you interested in opening a clinic in Beverly Hills? With your abilities and my connections, I'm sure your business will prosper. That's not necessary. I'm quite satisfied with my current job. If I open a clinic, my schedule won't be as free as now. Plus, I don't like to get chased around by the IRS. The most important reason was actually because Zhao didn't have enough money now. How much would it cost to open a clinic in Beverly Hills? You need at least $1 million. If your clinic is too small, most residents of Beverly Hills wouldn't even spare it a glance. There are also large risks. If his income couldn't balance out his expenses, he'd be at risk of huge losses. He couldn't even think about making money then. Most clinics would face these problems in the beginning, especially somewhere like Beverly Hills. Most residents here had their own personal doctors. They wouldn't trust a doctor in an unfamiliar clinic so easily. Even if Rasfa could recommend people, it wasn't like he could force people to go to his clinic at gunpoint. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. 1 hour later, Stephen came back. Chen, thank you. Stephen hugged Zhao in excitement. Stephen, have you taken a shower? Zhao pushed Stephen away in disgust. Air. Haha. Let's have a drink first before that. In case you need long-term treatment, here's my name card. Call me in the future. Suddenly, they heard a scream from the beach. I think something happened down there. Daniel's in the sea. He's in trouble. A group of young people was on the beach, shouting at the sea. 2 strong young men grabbed 2 buoys and charged into the sea. I'll go down and take a look. Zhao quickly ran down the stairs and towards the beach. Just then, Zhao saw Daniel being dragged onto the shore by his friends, but his leg was covered in blood. He had been attacked by a shark. Luckily, the shark only bit him once before losing interest. Daniel had already lost his consciousness. Suddenly, Zhao saw Blackie appear beside him. Blackie, why do I see you all the time? I was nearby by chance. You sure you didn't follow me here? Fine. I feel that I can always find prey by following you, so I'm here. Sorry. Since I saw him, you might lose the prey. As long as you compensate for that. To Blackie, it was purely additional income, so he was not very concerned about Daniel's death. He'll die in 20 minutes due to excessive bleeding. You better save him quick. His blood pressure and heart rate are dropping rapidly. Zhao immediately charged towards Daniel. Go away. Stop gathering around here. He needs fresh air. Chen, save him. Save Daniel. He's still young. Zola had also arrived at the scene. As a mother, Zola cared and loved all of her children deeply. At the moment, she had already lost her usual calmness and pride. She was nothing more than a mother who was about to collapse. What's your and Daniel's blood types? He's a... Zhao hurriedly handled Daniel's wound. At the same time, he took out his blood transfusion tool so that Zola could transfuse her blood to Daniel. However, Daniel's blood pressure was constantly low. His soul seemed to be leaving his body already. Go back. Zhao swung his hand in the air. Everyone stared at Zhao in perplexity. However, Daniel opened his eyes right away. Mom, Daniel was extremely weak. My leg. Daniel, you're fine. Zhao glanced at Daniel's leg. He was unsure if Daniel could keep his leg. Daniel's wound was too severe. Chen looked at Zola. Have you called the ambulance? Yes. Beverly Hills had the most comprehensive facilities and the best resources, including a hospital. Therefore, a few paramedics soon arrived. When they saw the scene, they were also shocked. Who did the first aid? Zhao saw the lady named for who had caught him in the hospital last time. He had no idea that she was part of the emergency team. It's me, Zhao admitted. It's very professional. Are you also a doctor? I was a doctor before I came here, Zhao answered. He would clearly not tell a legal doctor that he was illegal. It was a common saying that 2 of a trade can never agree. Legal doctors would be happy to report him. Can you tell me what happened in detail? He was bitten by a shark. I realized that he was very severely wounded and lost too much blood. Fortunately, his mother was here. After confirming their blood types, I performed blood transfusion. How did you stop the bleeding? Looking at the extent of the wound, gauze alone isn't enough. Acupuncture. You should quickly send him to the hospital now. He's still in danger. If we waste any more time, even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to keep his leg. Phil glanced at Chen Zhao. Then, they entered the ambulance and left. Chen, what should I do? Will Daniel die? No, I promise you. Can you accompany me to the hospital? No problem. Because of the sudden accident, Chen Zhao could not go to Rasfa's party. He boarded Zola's car with Raymond and Beelzebub. Fortunately, humans were not on a shark's cookbook. From the wound, Chen Zhao could tell that Daniel was bitten by an adult tiger shark. What did that mean? An adult tiger shark could grow up to 6 meters. With its bite force, if the tiger shark bit Daniel's upper body instead, he would have become 2 pieces by now. Even a god would not be able to save him. In fact, in the small number of fatal shark attacks every year, most victims die from the bite and are not actually eaten. Sharks do not like the taste of humans. They are only confirming if the thing they see is food and if it is delicious. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a shark will only bite the victim once before deciding that it tastes horrible. After reaching the hospital, Daniel was sent into the emergency room directly. Chen Zhao was accompanying Zola, who had already lost all rationality. She had been crying all the time. Zola, trust me, Daniel will be fine. Relax, just relax. Chen, if Daniel is in danger, will you save him? Just like how you saved my father. Yes, trust me. I promise. Out of trust for Chen Zhao, Zola calmed down slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 consecutive gunshots were heard at the end of the aisle outside the operating room. A police fell out from a room there. Then, a tall man in patient suit walked out from the room step by step while holding a nurse under duress. Phil. Chen Zhao could recognize this man, an atrocious criminal. Walk with your own legs, you bitch. Phil shouted loudly as he pulled the nurse's hair. The nurse was already so frightened that she could hardly walk. Great fear had rendered her immobile. Suddenly, the nurse gained courage out of somewhere and bit onto Phil's arm. Phil flung the nurse out and then shot her. Phil walked along the aisle swaggeringly. A care worker suddenly charged out from the side. However, the next moment, another gunshot was heard. The care worker collapsed onto the ground. Phil looked at Chen Zhao and Zola before him, after which he lifted his gun. I remember you. Phil stared firmly at Chen Zhao. Last time the policewoman who's with you caught me. I remember you. Blackie was right beside Chen Zhao. Seems like you're in trouble. Do you feel my death? No, not everyone's death can be felt by me, but I've already seen his death. 10 minutes later, he'll be shot by the police who haven't arrived yet. Then I will make his death come earlier. Chapter 38, Beelzebub killed someone. Chapter 38, Beelzebub killed someone. Beelzebub had already appeared behind Phil. Chen Zhao's expression was cold. This was his first time facing a cruel criminal like this. The criminal had brutally murdered 3 innocent people in the blink of an eye. Compared to Chen Zhao, who was a doctor, he was the complete opposite type of person. As a doctor, Chen Zhao had always been trying his hardest to save his patients. But now, he felt like not everyone deserved to be saved. Not everyone deserved his full efforts. Kill him. Zula stared at Chen Zhao in confusion. Kill whom? Beelzebub had already pounced on Phil's back. A pain cry sounded. Chen Zhao hurriedly tackled Zula onto the ground. In immense pain, Phil was firing randomly. Beelzebub was a true demon. Once he received the command that unleashed his instincts, he would show his most violent side. He tore off a chunk of flesh and then bit down on Phil's neck. Crack! Phil died. This was a cruel and fatal move. Phil's evil life had come to an end, but his pain had just started. A Grim Reaper was watching predatorily from the side. Blackie, I hope he goes through more torture. I'll be glad to help. Chen Zhao didn't have time to chat with Blackie. He quickly moved up to check on the wounded, or rather the dead. The nurse seemed to still be alive. However, she'd been shot in the chest, and the bullet might have hit her artery, so her bleeding wouldn't stop. Even if she was given emergency treatment, she might not be saved. Chen Zhao had no choice but to use a demonic crystal. Next was the nurse's aide. He was also heavily wounded, and Chen Zhao fed him a demonic crystal too. Then there was the policeman. His soul was already standing there. It seemed that he died. Thinking for a bit, Chen Zhao still tried feeding him a demonic crystal. Go back to your body. You shouldn't die yet. He wasn't sure if this would work. Demonic crystals could save people, but it couldn't bring people back to life. When Chen Zhao entered the patient's room, he saw two other victims, a policeman and a doctor. They'd both been shot, but they surprisingly hadn't died yet. Chen Zhao used demonic crystals again. As long as it was within his abilities, and they weren't cruel people like the criminal, Chen Zhao didn't mind doing everything to save someone. When Chen Zhao walked out of the room, a gun was suddenly pointed at him. Don't move. Raise your hands. Sir, he's not the criminal. Farhad come to explain. The criminal's on the ground. I think his dog killed him. We must treat the wounded now. Please don't get in the way. The group of police officers looked at Phil, lying in a puddle of blood. Beside him was Beelzebub with a bloody mouth. That's his dog? That bastard, he was killed by that tiny dog? Yes. Sir, can you explain this? My dog is kind of aggressive. When he saw that man pointing a gun to my head, my dog attacked him from behind. Kind of aggressive? The officers were all confused. They'd seen many aggressive dogs, but they'd all been large dogs. Beelzebub was just a small Shar-Pei. How aggressive could Shar-Peis be? And to the point of killing someone. Chen, no need to say all that to them. If needed, I'll have my lawyer talk for you. Beelzebub is a hero. He saved us and the entire hospital. The officers didn't want to make it hard for Chen Zhao either. They just found it incredible that this Shar-Pei that couldn't even reach their knees had actually killed that evil criminal. Sir, the hospital is understaffed. Can you help us treat the victims? I don't have a license. I'm afraid these officers will just toss me into jail. The officer that had pointed a gun at Chen Zhao felt awkward. I'm sorry, sir. It was my fault earlier. Let me apologize. Can you give me some clothes? If he participated in the emergency treatment, he needed a disinfected doctor's coat. Chen Zhao's clothes obviously weren't suitable for the surgery room. Some nurses quickly brought a coat over. Zula, go, Chen. Go save everyone who deserves it. May God be with you. Chen Zhao was responsible for saving the officer whose soul had already come out. It finished quickly. As someone who was shot, the officer's wounds were very grave, but the surgery was simple. He was just still in danger. Chen Zhao wasn't needed for the other victims. There were other doctors who were performing emergency treatment. When Chen Zhao walked out of the surgery room, he received good news. The other victims were all saved. Chen, how many times have we met because of work? Melson walked over to Chen Zhao. He and the previous officers were from the same station, but different departments. Chen Zhao felt helpless. You won't do anything to my dog, right? No way. It's a hero, and a hero should be treated like one. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. His hair was combed carefully, and he looked like someone important. You're Chen. Yes, and you. I'm the deputy chief of LA's sub-bureau. You can call me Grant. Mr. Grant, how can I help you? No, you and your dog saved two of my men. I'm coming to tell you that you won't run into any trouble on these streets. Grant had clearly learned of Chen Zhao's job for Melson, and he'd come to express his stance. Thanks. The hospital shooting caused a huge commotion. The hospital was surrounded by the media, but the police had sealed it off with security lines. This was also a mistake on the police's side. After all, Phil was a captured criminal, but because of the police's mishap, he got a gun and caused this shooting. Thankfully, no one had died, so the police could push the scandal as low as possible. What Grant had just told Chen Zhao was also to ensure that Chen Zhao wouldn't blab about this scandal. Unfortunately, Daniel's legs couldn't be saved. His muscles had been damaged too heavily and could barely be preserved. Chen Zhao was helpless too. He wasn't all-powerful. He couldn't regrow the leg that had been sliced off biologically. Zula was heartbroken while Daniel looked lifeless in bed. Chen Zhao stayed in the hospital and didn't leave until the next day. Chapter 39. Ethan's Grandmother. Chapter 39. Ethan's Grandmother. America is indeed too dangerous. I'm only here to save the suffering people. It's too fucking dangerous. In less than a month, how many shootings have I witnessed? How many deaths have I seen? Just after Chen Zhao returned to the motel, he received a call from Melson. Chen, are you free? The Los Angeles Times would like to interview you and take a photo of you and your dog. Sorry, I don't want to appear on the media. I think you know that my work is special. Chen Zhao was an illegal doctor after all. If he was to appear on the papers, the police might ignore it, but not those from medical associations. I get it, but you should be careful too. Some reporters seem to have found a few clues. They might go around the police and investigate you directly. Hearing this, Chen Zhao could feel his head hurt. It was certainly bad to be noticed by the media. Even though he was not a celebrity, his story could still be a hot topic. Since the previous day, the news about the hospital shooting hadn't stopped. Chen Zhao stayed in his room for the entire day. His last few days had been very fruitful and exciting. Ethan did not accept any clients for him either, allowing him to spend the whole day in peace. Chen Zhao slept until the night. Of course, he was awakened by Ethan's knocking. Chen, are you awake? Yes, by you. Chen Zhao opened the door to let Ethan in. I heard about what happened in the hospital yesterday. Ethan looked at Beelzebub. My little hero, come here. Beelzebub gave Ethan the cold shoulder and continued sleeping. Ignored by Beelzebub, Ethan was somewhat disappointed. Your house is almost finished. Do you want to buy furniture tomorrow? I can go with you. Okay. Wait. Ethan, what do you want? Nothing. It's just friends helping each other. Helping each other? Yes, helping each other. So what do you want? I want to visit my grandmother tomorrow. I hope that you can go there with me too. After all this, Ethan was actually just asking Chen Zhao to be his free labor. Since Chen Zhao was getting along with Ethan quite well, he did not really mind helping out. Here are the burgers I've just made. They're free. For Beelzebub as well. Anything else? Fine. I'll leave first. Chen Zhao grabbed a burger and tossed it to Beelzebub. Chen Zhao sat on the chair and opened the metallic box casually. Suddenly, he saw a flash and a fist-sized demonic crystal appeared in the box. Different from the demonic crystals he had seen earlier, this piece of demonic crystal looked like an accessory that was elaborately cut. It was a heart-shaped black gem. At the instant Chen Zhao lifted the demonic crystal, Beelzebub stopped eating the burger and stared firmly at the crystal. It's a perfect crystal. Raymond, who had been under the blanket, also climbed out. He would have leaped at the crystal right away if he could. How many years is this crystal worth? 100 years. Oh, Chen, looked at how hard-working I was yesterday. You should reward me. I don't need much, just 10 years. That's not too much, right? I was hard-working yesterday as well. Think about those two humans, Rasfa and Steven. I was the main contributor. 1 year for each of you. Don't think about getting more. Fine. Wait, I don't want the other crystals. I want this one. Is this demonic crystal different from the others? Of course. It's just like how you human gems have different qualities. The same goes for demonic crystals. This is a perfect crystal. Its effect is better than ordinary crystals. So what's its value? At least 150 years worth of demonic crystals, maybe even higher. Then I'll give you 2 years of demonic crystals each and not break this one. I think it's worth more in one piece. All right, I accept. The perfect crystal was indeed very beautiful, but to Chen Zhao, its practical uses were more important. If he really wanted a beautiful gem, he could have bought a man-made one. The next day, Ethan brought Chen Zhao to a shop to order furniture. Sir, what kind of furniture would you like to purchase? Here are the beds. This brand is... All these aren't big enough, Chen Zhao remarked, holding his chin. The previous day, Chen Zhao had tried the large bed in Rasfa's house. He could do whatever he wanted with Zola, and it was simply amazing. Therefore, Chen Zhao had decided that he had to get a bed of the same size. The beds and mattresses here are all standard, so their sizes wouldn't differ too much. But if you want a special size, we can also custom make one for you. Chen, you're living alone. Do you really need such a big bed? Yes, absolutely, Chen Zhao answered resolutely. The sales lady happily accepted the expensive custom order. To order this bed, Chen Zhao had to pay 30% deposit immediately, which was $600. In other words, the bed and the mattress cost $2,000. Chen Zhao was seldom so extravagant, but he felt that it was worth it. Then he started buying desks, chairs, sofas, electrical appliances, and a laptop. All the items totaled to over $6,000. Chen Zhao did not even hesitate to spend $2,000 on the custom-made bed. However, for the other furniture, Chen Zhao could almost feel his heart bleed every time. The furniture was not sent to Chen Zhao's new home right away. Instead, it would be delivered 4 days later. Chen, let's go to my grandmother's house now. You're going empty-handed? Without any present? Or what should I buy? Ethan seemed to be confused. I don't bring something every time I go there. Grandmother will always welcome me in the warmest way. I don't think she needs anything. Chen Zhao kicked Ethan's butt. Can I say that you're just a bastard? This fat ass really doesn't know how to treat other people. All right, what do you think I should buy? The two turned around and went back into the supermarket. They bought a carnation bouquet and a bag of fruits, as well as an apple tablet that cost $300. Ethan was quite reluctant to spend the $300. Ethan's grandmother was 95 years old at the moment and lived in the urban areas of Los Angeles. She lived in a high-class commercial building. Chen Zhao heard that she was a college professor, an advanced intellectual. Chen Zhao was certain that Ethan had had little contact with his grandmother, for otherwise he would not be such a rude man. Chapter 40, Because of the Free Drinks. Chapter 40, Because of the Free Drinks. Granny, we're here. Ethan opened the door and immediately hugged the old hunched woman with a cane and thick glasses. Ethan was fat and at least 3 times the size of the woman. Damn it, did you drink before coming here? Let go. The smell is getting to me. The old woman looked to Chen Zhao, standing behind Ethan. You didn't tell me that you'll bring a handsome boy here. I didn't even dress up. Ethan, you didn't tell me we're meeting such a beautiful woman either. Lad, I like you. What's your name? Just call me Chen. Do I have the honor of knowing your name? You can call me Right, or you can call me Granny like Ethan does too. It's hard to believe that you're Ethan's grandmother. How about I just call you Right? Chen Zhao hugged the old woman, their faces pressing against each other. Ethan offered up the flowers. This is for you. Chen Zhao gave the tablet to the old woman. Thank you. It's just what I need. Lad, you really understand people. If I'm 60 years younger, no, 50 years younger, I'll definitely flirt with you crazily. It's not too late yet. I paid for that, Ethan added. Granny, you should compliment me. A 50-year-old man was shameless enough to fight with Chen Zhao for compliments. Come in, come in. The home's interior design had a darker tone. All the furniture looked quite old, but they were all clean. The lighting was quite good too, and wouldn't make them feel stuffy. The old woman had already prepared some fruit. Lad, are you Chinese? Yes. How did you know? I was once a professor at Nanjing University. During that time, I learned Chinese. Chen is one of the most common surnames in China, but Chinese is the most complex language I've ever learned. I have a Chinese name too, Li Chun Tian, or Spring Li. It's a beautiful name, both your birth name and your Chinese name. Ethan, learn from Chen. You don't know how to say nice things. I only speak the truth. Chen, what's your job? You aren't Ethan's lackey, right? This bastard is the worst of the worst. Clearly, Wright knew some things about Ethan too, and her impression of Ethan was stuck on that. I'm a doctor. You two sit. I'll go prepare lunch for you two. Granny, remember to make meat. Don't give me too many greens. Even a 50-year-old middle-aged man would act like a kid before his grandmother. When Wright went into the kitchen, Ethan went to Chen Zhao's side. So, is my granny all right? Not really, but she looks spirited. She's just pretending for us. Then what can we do? What's wrong with her? It's just some conditions common for seniors. They're unavoidable. However, I saw her skin below her collar. There seems to be some spots. What's wrong with that? Remind me when she comes out of the kitchen. Chen Zhao walked to the shelf on the side and looked around. He saw the medicine there. How is it? She might have cancer. I found some medicine used for suppressing cancer cells, but I can't be sure if it's malignant or benign. It might be in the lungs or stomach. Cancer. Ethan's expression turned serious. Even if he didn't have any medical knowledge, he still knew what cancer meant. Wright was clearly excited because Ethan and Chen Zhao were here. The sumptuous lunch was practically a feast. At a certain age, even hardened and independent women would start feeling lonely. Wright just didn't express it. She couldn't say it out loud, but she was clearly happy that the two were here. When Ethan went to the bathroom, Wright smiled and said, "Chen, did Ethan bring you here to help diagnose me?" "Right. Seeing how vibrant you are, I think Ethan did all this for nothing. But if you want coffee, you can call me. This is my number. I'll be at your beck and call." "How did you meet Ethan?" "I was a homeless stray until Ethan took me in and gave me a job. Watch him for me. He's not old now, but he still doesn't know how to take care of himself. I refuse. He even charges me $1 for a hamburger." "Fucker." Ethan had come back out. "I charge you $1, but I have to give you a can of soda. You know that it can cost more than $1. Since you're already not making money, you shouldn't take my money even more. In your dreams. Right, do you see? You think I'll take care of a bastard like this?" After lunch, the three chatted on the porch. Chen Zhao and Wright teamed up to bully Ethan. Under Chen Zhao's urging, Wright revealed many embarrassing things about Ethan, which pissed him off. It was obvious that Wright was happy, though. Ethan had disappointed her before, but he was still her grandson. The two didn't get up and bid farewell until 3 p.m. Chen Zhao hugged Wright. "Wright, don't forget my number. I'd love to have a camel at dinner with you." "Of course, handsome boy." After going downstairs, Ethan grew serious. "Have a plan. Patience. I can't just require her to get a checkup, right? She clearly doesn't want you to worry." "Then what should we do?" "Get closer to her. I'll find some time to meet her again." "Okay, God bless." Chen Zhao could only say that he would try his best. It was cancer, after all. "Is she still working?" "She's a professor at UCLA and still insists on lecturing." "What department?" "Medical school." "Fuck. You want an unlicensed doctor to treat a medical school professor? Are you sure I'm more skilled than her?" "But you're the only doctor I know. I suddenly feel so much pressure. Can I reject this request?" "Then you'll never get free hamburgers. You never gave me free ones before. You at least got free drinks." "Fine, I'll try my best because of the free drinks. But Ethan, she should be clearer about her own body than anyone else. I'm afraid I can't do much." "I know. Just try your best." Chapter 41. Wrong Report? Chapter 41. Wrong Report. Chen Zhao finally moved to his new house. Both Vincent and Ethan came to help Chen Zhao. Jerlin and Melson came as well with some presents. They were the only friends Chen Zhao had in this country. After a while, everyone except Jerlin left. They had not done it for a long time already, so they were particularly wild that night. Jerlin was even more decisive than Chen Zhao. Perhaps most women here were like that. They were not the kind of women that could not live without love. Jerlin was like this, so was Zola. "Chen, have you thought about your future?" Chen Zhao was unsure about what Jerlin was referring to. Did she want to have a long-term relationship with him? Thus, Chen Zhao did not know what to reply. Noticing Chen Zhao's hesitation, Jerlin smiled at once. "Don't worry. I don't mean that. I only feel that being an illegal doctor isn't a long-term plan. I have never thought about that. If one day I'm tired of it, perhaps I will consider switching to another career or getting a medical license. I might become a legal doctor and open a clinic." Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. "Hello, who is?" It was already 2 a.m. Who would be so free to disrupt the happy time between Chen Zhao and Jerlin? "Chen, it's me." "Right." "Darling, do you have insomnia?" Chen Zhao realized that Wright's voice was somewhat weak. "Wright, are you sick?" "Yes, I feel very bad. I feel like I'm dying." "Are you at home?" "Yes." "I'll go there now," Chen Zhao said as he stood up. "What is it?" Jerlin asked. "Can you drive me to a place?" "It's Ethan's grandmother. She might be in danger." "Okay." Jerlin did not hesitate. "You're still bringing Beelzebub and Raymond at this hour?" It's my habit. I bring them whenever I treat a patient." Jerlin shook her head. She could not understand why Chen Zhao would have such a strange habit. Nevertheless, it was not a bad one, so Jerlin was only asking out of interest. "Ethan, Wright seems to be in trouble. I'm on my way there now. You should come too. When they arrived at Wright's house, they discovered that the door was shut tight. Chen Zhao knocked. Right, it's Chen. Are you all right? Nobody answered. Chen Zhao knocked 2 more times, but he still did not get a reply. Ethan's grandmother might have fainted. We need to open the door by force, Chen Zhao said. Stand back. Gerlin drew her gun and pointed it at the lock directly. Bang! The lock broke, and the two walked into the house. They saw at once that Wright had fainted in the living room. Chen Zhao went up immediately to check on her. Gerlin asked, "How's she?" "Not good." Chen Zhao saw a few empty boxes scattered on the floor. Wright's cancer medicine had already been finished. Wright's vital signs were very weak at the moment. After some consideration, Chen Zhao said, "Gerlin, give me a glass of water." While Gerlin was pouring the water, Chen Zhao took out the perfect crystal. "Human, are you going to waste a perfect crystal on this dying human? Her life isn't worth this perfect crystal. Do you know that in hell, such a crystal can be used to trade for 1,000 human souls? Chen, you can even use it to earn money from a billionaire. It's not worth it to use the crystal on such a decaying body. It's a treasure that can make severed limbs grow back." "Shut up." Chen Zhao took out a mortar and put the perfect crystal in, after which he used a pestle to crush the crystal into powder form. Just then, Gerlin came back with a glass of water. Chen Zhao took the glass and poured the perfect crystal powder in. Of course, he only poured a very small portion in and not everything. The water in the glass turned black. Chen Zhao stirred the solution and then fed Wright the black liquid. Suddenly, Ethan rushed into the house. "Chen, how's my grandmother? She's in a lot of danger. We should send her to the hospital now." Ethan lifted Wright up and the three put her into the car together. Then, they drove towards the hospital. Doctor, right?" Noticing the three who were carrying Wright, ran over immediately. "What happened?" "She's sick. We received her call and sent her here." Asked the nurses on duty to send Wright into the emergency room at once. Ethan was extremely nervous and wanted to follow Wright in, but luckily he was stopped by Chen Zhao. "Ethan, calm down." "How do you expect me to calm down?" "Shut up. This is a hospital. Don't force me to punch you," Chen Zhao said softly. "I'm sorry. Chen, I shouldn't have been angry. Wright's fine. Trust me." "Where am I?" "On a bed in the emergency room." Wright woke up, but the light above her was so intense that she could hardly open her eyes. "Professor, it's me." "4? Am I in the hospital?" "Yes, Professor. You seem to have experienced an episode. An Asian and a fat guy sent you here. Are they your friends?" "Yes. That fat guy is my grandson. Do they know my condition?" "I think so. That Asian is also a doctor, an excellent one. You should have noticed it already, but I don't know how much he knows." "Dr. 4, the test report is out." "Give it to me," Wright said immediately. "Professor, you're the patient now. I'm the doctor. But I'm still your professor. You have learned all your medical knowledge from me." "Professor, all right, give it to me. It's not my first time to get shocked." "Okay." Wright glanced at the test report. "You've taken the wrong one. My fatty acid synthase can't be that low." Fatty acid synthase is an important component of cancer cells. A higher level of fatty acid synthase therefore indicates more cancer cells and a more severe condition. However, in this report, the level of fatty acid synthase was only slightly higher than an ordinary person. It looked like a patient with a benign tumor, not Wright who had late-stage cancer. Of course, Wright wished that this report was hers, but she knew that it was impossible. "Molly, did you take the wrong one?" "Sorry, I might have mistaken it. Let me check again." Soon, the nurse returned. "Dr. 4, the test room says that it's correct." "That's impossible. I'll go there myself." Was quite irritated. This was clearly a mistake. What were the test room people doing? After all, this involved her own professor. She had done the last test, so she knew her professor's condition very well. To be honest, Wright would be lucky to live for even one more day. Although she hoped that Wright could recover, she knew that it was clearly impossible with the current medical knowledge. Chapter 42. Take the wrong thing? Chapter 42. Take the wrong thing. "There's no mistake," the doctor in the lab said, a bit frustrated. Your professor's blood sample is still here. If you don't believe me, you can test it again. Only your professor's blood sample was extracted and tested today. There's no way I messed up the only sample and report. But this is impossible. She's in a late stage of stomach cancer. She can't have such low fatty acid synthase. Took the blood sample and tested it herself. However, the result was the same as the previous report. She returned to Wright, who asked, "Did you receive the test report?" Handed the report to her. "Professor, take a look. How is it lower than before? What's going on?" 4. Are you lying to me now? "Professor, this is your report. This is impossible. You took the same blood sample, but you got 2 sets of completely different numbers." "Professor, I need to do a full checkup for you, including gastroscopy, CT scan, X-ray, and it's best to collect another blood sample. Is this necessary?" "Professor, I believe it's necessary." "All right. If you must, then let's do it." The next hour was very painful for Wright, especially during the gastroscopy. Even though she was a medical professor, she still hated gastroscopy. It was inhumane torture. However, the test report came out quickly. "Professor, look at your gastroscopy. Is this really my gastroscopy?" "Yes. The shadow is where your cancer tumor is, but compared to last time, it's much smaller." "This is impossible. You were watching it personally. There's no way for me to lie." "Are the CT and X-ray scans out too?" "Dr. 4, the CT scan is out." A nurse brought over the scan. After checking it, handed it to Wright. "This really is mine?" Wright still didn't really believe it. However, when the X-ray scan was brought over, the results were still the same. "How is it that my tumor shrunk so quickly?" "Professor, are you using some specific drug? Is it C31? C31 wasn't being sold yet. It was still a specific drug that existed in research labs. Its main function was to repress fatty acid synthase. In theory, as long as fatty acid synthase was controlled, most cancerous cells could be killed within a day. However, it wasn't used in clinical treatment yet, so there was no way to get it. There's no C31 in any market, not even the black market. Where do I go to get it? If you didn't use some specific drug, then I can only say that God has blessed you. This is too strange." I was completely baffled. At that time, the blood sample report came out too. "Professor, the second test report is out. Your cancerous cells have been wiped out completely." "Really? You are the second miracle of our hospital. The last time, there was a boy with brain cancer. We've already sent the notice to his family, but his tumor shrunk miraculously overnight. He wasn't as lucky as you, though. His tumor didn't disappear completely like you. There's already a precedent." "Oh, that Asian man was there too." It suddenly popped into 4's mind. "I remember now. That Asian man snuck into the boy's room, and I caught him. He said that he'd entered the wrong room." "Professor, did he give you some medicine?" "I don't know. I was unconscious." "Maybe you should call him over to ask." "Help me call them all over." "Granny, this is great. As long as you're okay." Ethan was hugging Wright excitedly, but the scene was difficult to watch. Ethan was too rough. It looked like a gangster bullying a senior citizen. Chen and Zhao grabbed Ethan. "Ethan, Wright's going to suffocate like that. Let go of her." "Granny, how are you?" "Not bad. Thank God Chen gave me medicine in time." I didn't give you medicine. I just took you to the hospital." "Chen." Zhirlin looked at Chen and Zhao in surprise. "You just—" "Oh, I also gave you some water." "Chen, you're a doctor. You should know that feeding water to an unconscious patient is very dangerous. You shouldn't make mistakes like that." Wright smiled at Chen Zhao. On the side, said, "Sir, Professor Wright's cancer has been suppressed, so you don't have to worry about getting sued for using some type of medicine. Please tell us truthfully what medicine you gave her. This will help her condition too." "I really don't know what you're saying. I'm sure that I only gave Wright a cup of water and nothing else. I was an accident, doctor. It's probably because I'm not professional enough." "Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you water while you were unconscious." "Sir, don't you know that your medicine can save millions upon millions of lives? Please use your pretty head and think a bit. If I really have some special medicine that can cure cancer, would I be kicked out of a motel because I can't pay the rent?" "Ethan, is that true?" Wright glared at Ethan. Bastard. Chen, stop the bullshit. You moved away yourself. I didn't kick you out. I even helped you move. Ethan, don't cause a scene here. Right? Please rest up. We'll go now. Go. Professor. No need. He doesn't want to talk. Chen, you clearly gave her some black drug. Chen, did you really save my granny? No, you remembered incorrectly, Chen Zhao insisted. He was basically speaking nonsense. Chen, I know you must have used some witchcraft, but the result is good, so I don't care no matter what trick you used. Thank you for saving my granny. Don't think crazily like that. I didn't do anything. Okay, I'm tired. Jerlin, can you drive me home? Jerlin had been a bit angry, but she still gave in. She could feel that there was a reason why Chen Zhao couldn't reveal the truth. However, she was sure that Chen Zhao had cured right. He didn't admit it, and the whole thing sounded crazy, but it was the truth. After all, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chapter 43. Living in a wealthy area for a few days. Chapter 43. Living in a wealthy area for a few days. Chen, why are you hiding it? I know that you cured right. Jerlin stared at Chen Zhao, puzzled. Do you think being able to cure cancer is good or bad? Of course it's good. You can gain both reputation and wealth. At the same time, patients can stop suffering. You can save millions of people. But I can't treat everyone. It's not a normal method. I can't even teach it to someone else. Perhaps I can save 10 people or 100 people, but not 1,000 people. By then, the entire world will know that I can cure cancer. How do I live? Who do I treat? Chen, I get it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have rashly said those words just now. Do you suddenly feel that I'm so great? Your words have indeed changed my impression of you. Then let's go back and restart the activity between the two of us. Actually, Chen Zhao had been somewhat reluctant to use the perfect crystal. He had originally wanted to use the perfect crystal to exchange for the spatial ring from Raz. He was unsure if Raz was still willing to trade it now that he had crushed the crystal in a powder form. By the time Chen Zhao and Jerlin returned, it was already 5 a.m. However, the two had no intention of sleeping, and they continued until it was past 7 a.m. Chen Zhao lay exhausted on the bed, while Jerlin tidied her clothes, getting ready to leave Chen Zhao's place. However, before Jerlin even left, Chen Zhao was awakened by another call. Hello, Zola. Chen, can you come over and help me to comfort Daniel? He wants to commit suicide. Chen Zhao jumped out from the bed directly. What a tiring life. Jerlin, don't leave yet. Drive me to Beverly Hills. Chen Zhao alighted from Jerlin's car, feeling dazed. To make things worse, he also had a severe headache. Paul, morning. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Zola called me. She said that Daniel has lost control of his emotions. Ms. Zola doesn't live here. Her house is on the other side of Beverly Hills. Let me take you there. All right. Thank you. Paul drove Chen Zhao to Zola's house. When they reached, Zola ran out and welcomed Chen Zhao in. It was similarly a large manor with a few domestic helpers. When Chen Zhao entered the house, he noticed Manny look at him from upstairs. Clearly, she had a poor impression of Chen Zhao. How's Daniel? He's been in a very bad mood these few days. Yesterday, he almost cut his own wrist. Fortunately, a maid discovered it and snatched the fruit knife from him. Zola brought Chen Zhao to Daniel's room. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. I'm going to sleep. Leave now. Chen Zhao opened the door immediately, as if he did not hear Daniel's words. Right away, Beelzebub ran forward and jumped onto Daniel's bed. You! When Daniel lifted his blanket and saw Beelzebub's face, his anger vanished at once. Chen, why are you here? Your mom is very worried about you, so I came here to visit you. There's nothing to be worried about. I'm already a disabled man now. Chen Zhao stared at the dispirited Daniel. He still remembered how high-spirited Daniel was when they first met. At the moment, Daniel seemed to have aged by 10 years, with his face covered in messy beard. Perhaps because he had not washed himself for a few days already. His hair was dirty and his face sallow. Chen Zhao turned his head and glanced at Zola. Zola, close the door. Zola looked at Chen Zhao. After slight hesitation, she still went to close the door. Daniel, how much money do you have? Why? I think I might be able to heal him. Stop joking. My entire leg was cut off. Do you think I'm a fool? Fine. Just pretend that I'm joking. If there's really such a chance, how much are you willing to pay? Chen, are you kidding? Chen Zhao glanced at Zola and remained silent. Chen, I know you have some special knowledge. If you can make Daniel walk again, I'll give you $1 million. No, I only want Daniel's money. You, Daniel, how much can you pay to let yourself stand up again? I only have over $100,000. That's all. Chen, please don't joke with me like that. Good. From now on, you owe me $200,000. Chen Zhao turned around and looked at Zola. Can you find a hidden place for me and Daniel? We might need to stay there for a few days. Chen, are you serious? No, I only want to experience what it feels like to live in Beverly Hills. I'm asking Daniel to stay with me. Zola took her phone. Father, is house 65 on the hilltop vacant? Chen and Daniel want to stay there for a few days. Okay, no problem. I don't want too many people to know about it, okay? Chen Zhao stared at Zola with a serious look. Not even my father. How many people know about Daniel's amputation? My father and a few of Daniel's schoolmates. Chen, are you really able to heal me? Chen, Daniel became excited. If you walk in front of your schoolmates one day, will there be a problem? Daniel immediately replied, no. They have only heard about it, and nobody has seen me like this now. I promise you that I wouldn't tell anyone. Let's go. Send us to that villa. All right. Is the scenery there good? Now, of course. If you need to prepare, we can also go there a few years later. Now, let's go there now. Zola sent Chen Zhao and Daniel to the vacant villa herself. The villa was located on the hillside, where one could see the coastline in the distance. It was surrounded by lush, magnificent vegetation and enveloped in fresh, rejuvenating air. Chen, do you need anything else? Before Daniel and I appear before all of you again, do not come and disturb us. How many days do you need? No more than a week. Chen Zhao had learned the perfect crystal's uses from Beelzebub and Raymond. The perfect crystal would not make Daniel's leg grow out immediately. Instead, the process would take a few days. Of course, outsiders were not prohibited from watching the process. It was just that Chen Zhao did not want anyone else to see it. At the same time, he wanted to keep some kind of mystery. Therefore, he had asked Zola and the others to not disturb them. He had chosen here instead of his home precisely so that he could keep this a secret. Although Chen Zhao lived alone, an entire town with many houses was right outside. He might not be able to maintain the confidentiality of the treatment. Moreover, Jerlin would also occasionally visit him, so he had decided to ask Zola for such a villa. Chapter 44, 13 and 21 years old. Chapter 44, 13 and 21 years old. Chen Zhao didn't feed Daniel the medicine made from the perfect crystal directly. Instead, he had Daniel take a sleeping pill and then poured in the medicine after he was asleep. To be honest, Chen Zhao just wanted to act mysterious. If he gave Rasfa a black drug and then gave Daniel one to, people would easily think that Chen Zhao only had one trick. Then they would get some other ideas about the black drug and might even do dangerous things. No matter how close they were, some things still had to be hidden. Plus, they weren't even that close. After the sleeping pill's effect passed, Daniel woke up and found that he was still on the balcony. He felt waves of itchiness coming from his thigh. He couldn't bear the itchiness. Daniel tore off the gauze and found that something was wriggling at the spot of amputation. Then he saw something extend out of his flesh. It was white and bloody. It was a bone. A bone was extending outward. No, it was growing. What's going on? Bearing the extreme itchiness, he watched as blood and muscle grew around the bone, covering it up. The progress was so strange that he gradually forgot about the itch. An hour later, the supernatural and incomprehensible growth finally stopped. By then, his leg's flesh and bone had reached his knee. It was like a dream. Daniel was still in a daze. Flesh growing back, this was crazy. His knee hadn't grown back yet, but Daniel completely believed Chen Zhao now. The man really could make the left leg grow back. This sounded entirely unbelievable, but had really happened before his eyes. Chen? Where did Chen go? Daniel looked around. He only saw Beelzebub sleeping on the ground. Chen Zhao had vanished. Beelzebub opened his eyes and looked at Daniel. Then he shook his head in a human-like way. Daniel grabbed the cane beside him and stood up with difficulty. He saw Chen Zhao sleeping on the sofa. Daniel was grateful to Chen Zhao, but the sun was setting soon. If Chen Zhao could get up and make him some food, he would be even more grateful. Chen, wake up. Chen Zhao was dead asleep, so Daniel had to poke him with the cane. Chen, time to get up. He finally opened his eyes. What time is it? Dinner? What are we eating? Daniel was so done. Chen, don't you think that you're the one who should cook dinner? I'm tired. What exactly did you do last night? I saved an old granny with cancer and then fucked a female cop till morning. I was gonna rest at home, but then you asshole tried to commit suicide. Fine, it's my fault, but I'm really hungry right now. Okay, I'll go see if there's any food. Chen Zhao still got up and made dinner for him and Daniel. I cook how I usually cook. I can't be compared to your family's chef. If you don't like it, well, I can't do anything about it. It's okay. I'm not picky, but if you can give me some beer, I'll be even more grateful. Are you even old enough? Oh, please. I can understand if you refuse to give me beer because I'm recovering. But if you're doubting my age, I can't accept it. How do I not look like an adult? Fine. You're still recovering. You can't drink. After dinner, Chen Zhao and Daniel lay on the balcony to stargaze with a bunch of snacks and soda. With Daniel's current condition, he really couldn't drink alcohol. It would be perfect if I can smoke some weed now, but I know that even if you have it, you'll say I'm injured and can't smoke. Chen Zhao made a face. He didn't feel like asking about this youth's bad habits. He could only control himself. You only need at most 7 days, and then you can be free. Chen, are you a druid? Daniel felt like Chen Zhao was the legendary druid now. It was bizarre, but the most bizarre thing was that it was happening to himself. If Chen Zhao was a druid, then it was still comprehensible. If that will help you accept things, then think of me as a druid. Teach me. I want to be a druid too. You can't. You don't have the talent. Plus, I haven't gotten everything straight yet. How can I teach you? It was obviously painful for these two men to be stuck inside. The house was very fancy, but it still couldn't hide the fact that it was boring. Zula, can you get a game set here? Daniel and are going to go crazy. Zula brought different servers over, along with a big pile of games. She put them at the door and left. She was worried that it was taboo to see Daniel. Daniel, have you played with actresses before? Yeah, I was 15 and in my grandpa's manor. I thought we were dating, but then I realized that she'd slept with all the men in the manor. Not just me. She was just using me. We broke up, but she got the chance to act in a movie that my grandpa's company funded. She's pretty famous in Hollywood now. You should have heard her name before. Profiteer. Chen Zhao thought for a moment, but he didn't know who that was. After all, he didn't care about celebrities at all. He'd only been in LA for a month too. If that woman was only a bit famous, then her name couldn't have reached the other side of the world. It was normal that he didn't know her. If you want to play with an actress, I can arrange it as long as she's not an A-lister. Don't. This feels like prostitution to me. I'm not sad enough to do that. When was your first time? I was 13. I paid $10 for a girl to give me a hand job. Chen Zhao cursed inwardly. This really was a dark society. His first wet dream had been when he was 14 years old, but this guy had lost his virginity at 13. So, when was your first time? It was Daniel's time to ask. 21 years old. My college classmate. Chen Zhao was embarrassed. You never thought about spending money to get a girl? Yes. It was during sophomore year when I wasn't dating yet. I had the strongest sexual urges during that time, too. My roommates and I got this idea, but we didn't have much money. We heard that it was cheap at somewhere called a salon, so we asked around and went to the street. As expected, we were stopped by a girl in heavy makeup. We asked her how much, and she said 40. Then I asked if it'll only cost 40 for us 3 together, and she called us our asterisk tard. Daniel burst out in laughter. Do you know where my coming-of-age ceremony was held? Chapter 45, Daniel Cured. Chapter 45, Daniel Cured. The two chatted about their embarrassing past. Daniel and Chen Zhao had very different attitudes towards life and ways of thinking. Daniel had already played enough when he was young. His biggest hope at the moment was to find genuine love. Yes, to most people, this was such a foolish thought. But Daniel really believed it. At the moment, he was still single precisely because he wanted such a sacrificing love. On the other hand, Zhao wanted to enjoy what he had been unable to. He had set himself completely free. Indeed, he only wanted physical satisfaction and not true love. Daniel was not actually being naive. In fact, he knew the world better than most people. Since he was young, he had been influenced by his surroundings. He had seen the material world long ago. Think about it. He had spent $10 for a female schoolmate to jerk him off when he was 13. How pure could his mind be? However, the more he was like this, the more he longed for something he could not obtain. On the other hand, Zhao had used to be cynical and an idealist. He wanted to become a unique doctor, one who would save the world alone. However, it was only an ideal after all. After being raped forcefully by reality, Zhao finally saw the real world clearly. Zhao did not even know whether he regretted the decision at that time. In any case, it was already over. Moreover, he had heard that there was a new policy in China. When a doctor feels that a patient needs surgery for sure, even if the family members do not sign a consent form, the doctor still has the right to decide whether to perform surgery without needing to bear any responsibility. This is good news to most doctors in the emergency department. However, it was already too late for Zhao. He had lost his job and lover, along with 3 years of savings. Zhao was also not an emotional person. He had almost forgotten everything in his past. At the moment, he had his own job and his own life. Daniel's left leg was growing at an amazing rate. After the treatment on the second day, half of his calf grew back. On the third day, the entire calf appeared, while on the fourth day, half of his feet emerged. He completely recovered on the fifth day. However, the colors of his legs were different. His right leg was bronze-colored, while his left leg was new and tender. It's over. It's finally over. God, I'm never going to carry out such a treatment on anyone in the future. Zhao was even more excited than Daniel. Daniel had fully recovered, meaning that his job was also over. Chen, thank you. Remember your promise. Don't tell anyone about it. Of course. I don't want to be hated by a druid. Zhao was also unsure if Daniel was only joking or really thought that he was a druid. Mom, can you come over? Soon, Zola arrived. When she saw the standing Daniel, she screamed in thrill. God, is this real? Unbelievable. Am I dreaming? Zola let go of Daniel and then hugged Zhao. Chen, thank you. You've given him rebirth. If you really want to thank me, send me home. I suddenly realized that my home is still more comfortable. Of course, even if you want me to send you to the moon, I'll agree, let alone sending you home. Zola sent Daniel to his manor, after which she drove Zhao home. Come in and have a seat. Zhao looked at Zola. Zola smiled and accepted Zhao's invitation. After closing the door, the two hugged and kissed each other impatiently. At the moment, the two were really filled with intense desire. Clink! Is someone here? The two were in the midst of kissing when they suddenly heard something shatter in the living room. Woof! The two tidied their clothes. Zhao walked into the living room to discover the floor filled with glass fragments. It was originally a decorative vase. Maybe it's just the wind, Zhao said. Let's continue. Zola's voice was loud and sonorous as she indulged herself without constraints. Zhao had abstained himself from sex for too long and really needed some. Therefore, he charged towards the peak with Zola again and again. The two only stopped after 2 hours when the sky began to turn dark. Do you want to eat together? No. I need to go back and look after Daniel. Send me to the motel. I have something there. Are you taking me as your driver? No, it's only a friend's request. All right then. Zhao glanced at the room before closing the door. You're so strange. Just now you were so eager to go home, and now you want to go out again. I really doubt if you asked me to come here just for sex. Oh no, you managed to expose my little trick. Zhao stared at Zola helplessly. After sending Zhao to the motel and confirming that he was fine, Zola left. God, Chen, you're still alive. When Ethan saw Chen Zhao walk in, he exclaimed loudly, Beelzebub, I miss you so much. Come and let me hug you. Roar. Beelzebub opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth. Ethan immediately gave up the thought of going close to Beelzebub. I said that I would be busy for a few days. Did you purposely hide outside for a few days because you saved my grandmother and was worried that you'll be in trouble? If this is the case, you can stop being so anxious. I promise you that nobody will disturb you because of this. I said I was busy, not hiding from someone. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Do you remember the gang leader whom I treated last time? Yes. Why? Did that person cause any trouble for you? No. I forgot the name of that street, but I need to go there. Drive me there. I need to look after the motel. If you ask for my help again in the future, I'll definitely ignore you. Why? Isn't it just driving you there? Let's go. When they arrived at their destination, the sky had already turned dark. This particular street was usually unsafe at night, so there were almost no pedestrians around. What did you come here for? Nothing. Let's go back. Are you kidding? We drove all the way here only to take a look? Ethan roared. If you say that we came here to take a look at a woman, I can understand, but it's a run-down street without a single soul. You only took a look, and now we're leaving? Bastard, I swear you're playing me. Actually, Chen Zhao was really here to find someone. He had already found the person, so now they were leaving. At the moment, the person was in the car, right beside Chen Zhao. It was just that Ethan could not see anything. Chapter 46, I just need to pee. Chapter 46, I just need to pee. On the way back, Ethan looked at Chen Zhao in the rearview mirror. He saw that Chen Zhao kept looking at the empty space next to him, lips moving occasionally. He seemed to be talking to some invisible person. Chen, did you smoke weed? Huh? Why would you think so? You think I'll touch that stuff? Or is it LSD? Damn it, that stuff is more toxic than weed. Please, I don't touch that stuff. I've never done drugs. But it seems like you don't ask. I'm very normal. Ethan suddenly realized that Chen Zhao seemed to be able to see things that he couldn't. Chen, is there anyone on this car other than us? Beelzebub and Raymond. No, other than them. Suddenly, there was a car driving on the wrong side of the road before them. The headlights glared. Ethan's expression changed drastically, because the moment that the headlights shone over, he saw a terrifying figure in the rearview mirror. He quickly looked away, but the thing that he'd seen that instant kept flashing in his mind. Ethan, stop the car. Chen Zhao suddenly yelled. What's wrong? Stop now. Right now. Stop the car. Chen Zhao's tone was urgent. Ethan hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Then Chen Zhao called, get out. Ethan didn't know what Chen Zhao was doing. We can't park here. Just then, there was a huge explosion at the intersection up ahead. A fuel tanker and a small car collided. Firelight swallowed the two vehicles in an instant. Ethan turned deathly pale. This Chen, how did you know? I just needed to pee, so I thought to do it at the side of the street. Ethan didn't ask. He just felt that Chen Zhao must have predicted something, or he received information from someone. So he had Ethan stop the car so hurriedly. He could see the Grim Reaper. He could communicate with the Grim Reaper. Yeah, he was probably looking for the Grim Reaper when he had Ethan go to that street. He knew where the Grim Reaper was. Ethan was thinking nonsense, but his guesses were very close to the truth. Chen, is there someone beside you? Chen Zhao subconsciously glanced at Blackie. What? There's no one next to me. No, I saw it. The Grim Reaper's next to you. Chen Zhao was shocked. How did you know? It's true. Ethan was even more shocked. Chen Zhao realized that Ethan couldn't actually see and was just guessing. True? What are you talking about? Are you high? No, I'm sure. Chen, who exactly are you? I don't know what you're talking about. Get on the car and take a different route. Chen, are you sure nothing will happen now? You'll ensure my safety, right? You won't have the Grim Reaper take me away, right? If you keep blabbing, the Grim Reaper might kill you because you talk too much. Fine, fine. I'll shut up. Ethan looked at the rearview mirror again. He tried to keep it in, but he couldn't help but speak again. Chen, can you say hi to the Grim Reaper for me? I swear this is my last sentence. Watch the road. Chen Zhao facepalmed. I'm begging you. If you keep getting distracted, we'll really die. Chen, did the Grim Reaper reply? Didn't you say that that was your last sentence? This is my last sentence now. That was the second to last. If you say another word before I get home, I'll ask the Grim Reaper to make that the last sentence of your entire life. Please don't. We're brothers. Who's your bro? I don't have such an old brother. Ethan was a chatterbox. Even though he was sure one of his passengers was the Grim Reaper, he still couldn't stop talking. The biggest reason was that Zhao was here. He was sure Zhao wouldn't let him die. As long as Zhao was here, he could toe the bottom line without worry. Chen, I want to see the Grim Reaper. Can he appear for me? I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we're there. Grim Reaper, have you watched the movie Final Destination? Ethan started talking to himself. I feel like it's an insult to you. You definitely don't have bad interests like that. Grim Reaper, how long do you think I can live for? Will I die from diabetes? If I can meet you, I'll definitely ask for an autograph. You might not know this because I look like a Protestant, but I actually worship the devil and the Grim Reaper. If I become your most loyal believer, will I become immortal? Or at least add a few years to my life? Chen isn't actually suitable to act as your messenger. Maybe you can consider some other people. Ethan, I didn't fall asleep. Zhao glanced at him. Sorry, I just wanted to try and see if I can have the ability of controlling life and death. Ethan, you're so old already. You still watch those weird TV shows? Grim Reaper, you can see that Chen isn't a good choice. I will follow all your orders diligently. Zhao really didn't want to reply to Ethan anymore. This fat, middle-aged American guy was just like a teenage geek. Grim Reaper, can you say something to me? After chatting for an hour, they finally reached Zhao's home. He got out of the car immediately. Ethan, drive safely. Chen, I don't like driving at night. Can I stay the night? Not tonight. How about tomorrow? Why not? Are you going to do some ritual? Ethan, do less drugs. You're delusional already. Chen, you don't have to hide it. I know that you probably can't say it out loud. Is that the Grim Reaper's rule? That you'll get punished if you say the truth? Then I won't make it hard for you. Okay. If thinking like that will make life easier for you, then just think that way. Goodbye. Zhao slammed the door shut and went into his house. He went to turn on the lights, but found that it wouldn't work. Did the construction company not fix the circuits? No. Didn't the movies always play out like this? Haunted homes often had blackouts. Blackie, is it the evil spirit? No, it's because your fuse blew out. Blackie paced through the house. Don't go to the basement tonight. What are you going to do? Your new house is renovated. I need to renovate mine too. Chapter 47, Arrival of the Third Demon Servant. Chapter 47, Arrival of the Third Demon Servant. Blackie, do you know how to fix the fuse? The night was still somewhat hot and stuffy. Blackie would occasionally leave the basement, only to go back again later. Zhao could not fall asleep. If he had known it earlier, he would have stayed in Ethan's motel that night. Nonetheless, Zhao was quite tired from all that had happened that day. Zhao did not go back to his room as it was even hotter. Instead, he lay on the sofa and fell asleep dizzily. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt some coldness in the air. Woof woof! Zhao heard Beelzebub's barks. Opening his eyes, he saw a snow-white fox standing on his body. The moonlight shone through the windows onto the fox, giving it a particularly eye-catching appearance, as if its body was covered by a layer of frost. What is it? A demon? Bastard human, you've summoned another demon without my permission, and it's a subordinate of the King of Frost. All these inferior Demon King subordinates, which do not belong to the 7 sins, are second class. You're humiliating my identity. Beelzebub barked wildly to express his frustration. Subordinate of the King of Frost, leave here and scram back to hell. This is my territory. Everything here belongs to me. Both Beelzebub's and Raymond's reactions were very intense. Anyhow, Zhao realized that he had summoned another demon unintentionally. To Beelzebub and Raymond, the King of Frost must be an inferior demon king. To them, all demon classes apart from the 7 sins were inferior. Of course, they also disliked each other. They both had strong possessive desires. For example, Beelzebub had been very unhappy about Raymond's arrival in the beginning. The same thing happened for Blackie, and now the subordinate of the King of Frost. Chen Zhao was still unsure how he had managed to summon these subordinates at the moment. Beelzebub, Raymond, and this subordinate of the King of Frost. It should be related to his thoughts, but he did not know exactly what he should do. Summoning these subordinate demons was different from summoning inferior demons with demonic ritual implements. Inferior demons were like consumables. Chen Zhao would only summon them when needed, and there would be a time limit after which they would return to hell. However, when he summoned inferior demons, he would usually summon their true forms. In particular, they would possess most of their original abilities. For example, when he summoned Raz and Bloody Hunter in the past, both of them appeared in their true forms, that is, in their original appearances. On the other hand, whenever he summoned a subordinate demon, a form of contract would form between the two of them. Chen Zhao had already found out from Beelzebub that the basis of this contract was that the two parties could not harm each other. Beelzebub and Raymond both called themselves demon servants. They could not defy Chen Zhao's orders, whether it was in the human world or in hell. Secondly, they could both use Chen Zhao's token, together with a huge price, to summon him to hell. "Master, can I kill them? They're so noisy." The white fox swung its two slender and soft tails as it stared at Beelzebub and Raymond from above with an arrogant look. "Master? It calls me master. God, that feels so amazing." This was the first demon servant that Chen Zhao had summoned which called him master. Indeed, obedient demons were much better. Chen Zhao glanced at Beelzebub and Raymond. These two bastards still called him human all the time. The more he looked at them, the more he disliked them. Can you beat them? The more inferior a demon is, the less restriction it receives in the human world. I'm Carrie Phantom, subordinate of the King of Frost, a second-class demon king. Hence the suppression I receive from the rules in the human world is much weaker than them. Moreover, my true form is no weaker than them, so I can easily freeze them into ice pops. Chen Zhao more or less understood what Carrie had just said. Firstly, the Fox Carrie was a subordinate of the King of Frost, a second-class demon king, or a small demon king. The first-class demon kings were the 7 great demon kings, which precisely represented the 7 sins. The 7 great demon kings must be the most powerful ones in hell. However, their subordinates need not be stronger than subordinates of other small demon kings. Secondly, the more powerful a demon's master was, the more its power would be restricted in the human world, and vice versa. To put it simply, Carrie's true form was no weaker than Beelzebub and Raymond in hell, so her projection in the human world was stronger than them. Their original powers were similar, but different ratios were carried to the human world, resulting in the difference. Just teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. As you wish. Carrie waved her 2 tails, and the coldness in the air surged. A shroud of smoke appeared above the living room. To be precise, it was actually a layer of clouds. Then, Chen Zhao saw many fist-sized hailstones raining down from the clouds. "Stop, quickly stop. It's my house." But it was too late. The originally newly furnished hall was soon covered in a mess. Chen Zhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. "What? Master, you should blame them. If they can stand still and let me hit them, I would not have destroyed your house. All their fault." Chen Zhao finally realized that the obedient-looking Carrie was also what she seemed to be. What a shame that I thought she's the most understanding demon among the 3. It was all but an illusion. From now on, I don't allow any of you to fight in my house. If you break anything, you pay me the original price. Do you understand? You're the one who asked me to hit them, Carrie muttered. And whatever I say is the truth. No talking back. Even Lord Satan dares not say that his word is the truth. Exactly. Suddenly, Blackie's head flew out from the wall. At the instant Carrie saw Blackie, she entered the battle state. Attack! Then, Chen Zhao saw countless ice bolts shoot onto the wall, which immediately collapsed. Chen Zhao slapped his forehand. Were there no demons that were normal? I only want a clever, obedient, and nonviolent demon. Is it that difficult? Carrie, the wall cost $2,000 and $3,000 for the furniture and floor. So you owe me $5,000 now. Cash or card? Just then, Chen Zhao heard a series of police sirens outside the house. After that, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao glanced at Carrie. Without my permission, don't use your ability before other humans. Do you get it? Chen Zhao opened the door and saw an unfamiliar police outside. Are you the new resident here? Yes. What is it? Your neighbor complained about loud noises in your house. The police had already seen the messy living room through the gap in the door. Can you tell me what happened? The police had already put his hand on the gun around his waist. If he noticed anything wrong, he would probably draw his gun at once. In fact, I also have no idea what happened. I was sleeping in my room and suddenly heard loud noises. Then, I discovered that my living room looks like it has almost experienced a windstorm. I suspect a thief has broken in. Chapter 48. Maybe you'll become my stepdad. Chapter 48. Maybe you'll become my stepdad. I need to go in to investigate, the police officer said. Chen Zhao moved aside and allowed the officer to come in. The officer still didn't lower his guard. He walked into the living room and saw water everywhere. The wall had collapsed, and the furniture was practically all damaged. There was only a glass table unharmed. It had 3 small animals on it, a white fox, a Shar dog, and a colorful poisonous snake. They seemed to be coexisting peacefully, though, and stared at the officer with strange eyes. My pets. It looks like a tornado just ripped through here, the officer said, scanning the surroundings. When I rented this place, the agent said that it's a bit paranormal, Chen Zhao said earnestly. I didn't believe it then, but now I do. The officer shivered. The living room was kind of cold. Is this 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town? 13 was obviously an unlucky number. Anything that was related to 13 made people feel uncomfortable. Chen Zhao nodded. Yes, it's 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town. I will report your situation up, and someone will come and check if it was caused by man or not. Okay, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Sir, I think it's best if you move out for now. Think about your safety. Thank you. I don't have anywhere to go, though. I can't go to the police station, right? If you don't mind, I can bring you there. You won't get ghosts there, at least. Oh, it's fine. It'll be daybreak in a few hours. I'll just sleep and it'll be over. All right. If you run into trouble, call the police. Good luck. The officer was responsible for surveying the small town. There wasn't actually a police station in the town. Mountain Town's public security was under the responsibility of the Greater LA Area Subbureau. The officer had heard before that there was a house in the town where many people had died in. He just didn't know which one it was. When Chen Zhao said this house had paranormal instances, he accepted it quickly. He even thought that this might be paranormal activity too. It wasn't true that Americans wouldn't believe in these things. They might even be more gullible than Chinese people. In the morning, Chen Zhao contacted the renovation company and paid $1,000 to rebuild everything. It didn't feel good to eat breakfast in the messy room at all. Just then, someone charged in. Oh my God, what happened here? World War III? It was Manny, Zola's daughter. Chen Zhao put down his sandwich. Why did you come? To find you. Are we close? You might become my stepdad. I need to get to know my stepdad beforehand. Is there a problem? I think you've made a mistake, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. I'm not your stepdad, and I'm not going to be. Ooh, such a cute puppy. Her name is Carrie. She's a fox, not a dog. Carrie tried to escape from Manny's clutches, but when she wasn't using her abilities, she was Beelzebub size. Such soft fur. Be my stepdad and gimme Carrie. I refuse. And let me tell you again, I'm not your stepdad. I don't plan on being anyone's stepdad. Is my mom not good enough? No, she's great. Then why won't you be my stepdad? Your mother is your mother. I'm me. She's great, but that doesn't mean we need to get married. But you guys have sex. So, what does that mean? It means that you need to take responsibility and marry my mom. Isn't that what you Asians believe in? You think that people who have sex need to get married. Of course. So if I rape you now, you'll marry me? Manny turned and ran away. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. A while later, Carrie, who'd been kidnapped by Manny, ran back. Carrie, come out. Manny's voice traveled in from the outside. Don't stay with that perv. Unlike with Daniel, Zola protected Manny more. At least, some of her thoughts were still very naive. A while later, Daniel's voice sounded outside. Manny, how come you're here? You shouldn't be here. Daniel, that asshole wants to rape me. What? What happened? He said it. He said he wants to rape me. Daniel broke through the door. Chen, get this straight. Why does Manny say that you want to rape her? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes, not wanting to reply to Daniel. If I wanted that, do you think you can still see her in one piece? You want to, but you haven't acted yet, Manny said while hiding behind Daniel. Daniel, what do you need? If there's nothing, then get out. I need to clean up. Daniel finally noticed Chen Zhao's living room. What happened here? World War III? You two really are siblings. You say the same things. Chen, how about you move to Beverly Hills? I'll borrow a house from Grandpa. We can live together. No, people will think we're gay. Even if I want to co-rent with someone, I'll find a woman and not you. We're brothers. We can get girls together, party together, go crazy together. No one will think we're gay. I don't want to. We can go have fun together, but we don't have to live together and go out together. Chen Zhao rejected him without even thinking. Daniel, how can you be bros with someone like him? Let's go. Take me home. Manny tugged on Daniel. I'm busy today. Leave, Chen Zhao said. Fine. I'll go now, but there's a party in a few days. Will you come? What time? Saturday night. I'll see. After Daniel left, Chen Zhao finally knocked on the basement door. Blackie, how's your renovation going? The door opened and Blackie floated out. Come in. I'm mostly done. The last Soulbringer left many things behind. A lot of the collections were jumping around. It was hard for me to finally capture them all. Are you sure humans can go in? There won't be any danger, right? I'm certain. Hearing that, Chen Zhao entered the basement. The first few steps were quite normal, but the further he went, the murkier his vision became. Then there was fog everywhere, but the environment somehow became vast and open. He found himself standing in the center of a cemetery. There was a dark castle up ahead. That's my home. Blackie had suddenly spoken behind Chen Zhao, which scared him. Blackie, stop scaring people. I thought that we're familiar with each other, and you should be used to it. I'll never be used to it. My power recovered quite a lot, Beelzebub suddenly said. He started enlarging. Me too, Raymond said. He'd become a 10-meter-long cobra. Seems like this isn't the human world. I'm no longer restricted by the principles of the human world. My power has recovered 60%. Chen Zhao looked at Carrie. She was the only one who hadn't changed. Raymond and Beelzebub had been tormented by Carrie last night. Now they all looked at her with dangerous expressions. Chapter 49, Inheritance from the Previous Grim Reaper. Chapter 49, Inheritance from the Previous Grim Reaper. Blackie pulled Chen Zhao away. Let's stand back before we get affected by their battle. Chen Zhao glanced at the three demons and decided to keep his distance. Black clouds started gathering in the sky again, just like what had happened in the living room the previous day, only that its range was larger. Carrie's appearance did not change, but she indeed seemed to be stronger than before. The three demons started to have a messy fight. Although their powers were not too destructive, such a non-CGI battle scene was still appalling. An enormous 10-meter-long snake and a Shar, which was larger than a tiger, were frantically dodging the hailstones falling from the sky. Carrie did not move at all and only stood still while using her icy powers to stop Raymond and Beelzebub from coming closer. She was like a snow elf, standing proudly at her spot with ice and snow circling around her body. Why do I feel that as subordinates under the 7 sins, Beelzebub and Raymond are much weaker than Carrie? At the very least, Chen Zhao thought that Carrie's icy powers looked much more gorgeous. You can't compare their powers like this. Blackie stood at the side, watching the battle. They can't display their true powers here, so it appears as if Beelzebub and Raymond are not as strong as Carrie. Actually, their powers are more or less the same. Beelzebub's and Raymond's powers as subordinates may even be stronger than that of Carrie. I only believe in what I see. Chen Zhao could not understand how the powers of demons were calculated. Was the strength of a demon not decided by battles? Could their powers not be seen from the fight that was happening? Let them continue their fight. I'll bring you around in the castle. When Blackie and Chen Zhao arrived before the castle, the suspension bridge lowered slowly. After passing the bridge, they reached the gates. There were 2 guards standing on both sides of the gates. Chen Zhao glanced at the guards. Are these decorations? Or something else? I feel somewhat creeped out by them. These were left behind by the crevice's original master. The previous Soulbringer lived in the late Middle Ages, I think, so most decorations here are from the Middle Ages. For example, these 2 are headless horsemen. Headless horsemen. Chen Zhao had of course heard about the headless horseman. It was a famous existence in Western mythology. But shouldn't the headless horseman come with a horse called Daredevil? Yes, but to put it simply, a headless horseman is just the soul of a knight whose head has been cut off. The soul is trapped in the armor and fuses with the armor. If the armor is destroyed, so will the soul. Do they have their own awareness? Nope. They're but marionettes, and they do whatever I tell them to. Chen Zhao heard deep breathing sound from the depths of the castle, which did not sound like humans. What's inside? Little 3, come out and meet my friend. From the shadows, a dog which was much larger than Beelzebub walked out slowly. It had 3 heads. Cerberus? Haha, its appearance seems to be especially frightening to humans. Is it not Cerberus? Yes and no. What do you mean? The Cerberus you humans know refers to the Hell Gatekeeper in Greek mythology. It's a specific example of a hellhound. In fact, the hellhound is a creation of demons, and there are more than one. As long as you have enough raw materials, you can make as many as you want. Apart from not being able to reproduce, their habits are more or less the same as an ordinary dog. How about food? Anything smaller than itself is its food. All the 3 heads stuck their tongues out. It really did look like an ordinary dog. Little 3 is the name you gave it. Yes. Don't you think I'm gifted at giving names? Does it like this name? I think so. Good. It's just like how I call you Blackie. The fact that you can accept it is more important than anything else, including whether the name itself is good or not. Chen Zhao took out a nail-sized piece of demonic crystal. Little 3, come, it's for you. Demonic crystals were irresistible to all demons and related species, including hellhounds. The center head of Little 3 was the first to react. It stuck its tongue out and snatched the demonic crystal. The other 2 heads stared at Chen Zhao in resentment. This caused Chen Zhao to be somewhat confused. Do the 3 heads share one awareness, or are they separate? 3. They share one body, but have 3 minds. Oh, I see. Chen Zhao took out 2 more pieces of demonic crystals. The head at the center still wanted to snatch the crystals, but Chen Zhao pushed it away. Give them to your 2 brothers. You already had one. Since their habits were similar to a dog, Chen Zhao was not worried that it would attack him. Chen Zhao really trusted dogs, at least more than he trusted humans. Oh yeah, since they have 3 minds, one name will not suffice. You need 2 more names. Little 1 and Little 2. What do you think? Fantastic. You're indeed gifted at giving names. So you're Little 1, Little 2, and Little 3. Blackie counted from the head on the left to the one on the right, distributing the names properly. Clearly, hellhounds were cheerful creatures. They did not mind if their names were really bad. Was it from the previous owner as well? No, it's my creation. At the end of the aisle, Chen Zhao came to a sudden halt because the ring pit before him was filled with bones. A wooden bridge lied above the pit. What's this? The bad taste of the previous owner. He has once appeared before mankind. I think he's the creator of necromancers. He injected souls into these skeletons so that they could move temporarily. Then the ignorant humans called him a necromancer. Can you soulbringers appear before humans? It depends on our powers. I can't do it, but those powerful and old soulbringers can. How old are you? Around 100 years old. How long can you soulbringers live? Around 500 years. Some can live longer, but usually not more than 1,000 years. So you're considered as young in your race, right? Blackie nodded. Oh yeah, I can bring you to the previous owner's lab. Lab? Yes. You know that we usually live alone, but we also feel lonely, so we normally have some hobbies to do when we're free, such as research or learning. Blackie brought Chen Zhao into the laboratory. In the web-filled laboratory, Chen Zhao saw many shelves full of jars. Most of the jars contained a green liquid in which weird-shaped organisms were floating. What are these? Hell organisms? Chapter 50, Demon's Art of Healing. Chapter 50, Demon's Art of Healing. No, they're all modified from regular organisms. They're all dead. Most are dead, but a portion hasn't died yet. Chen Zhao strolled to a shelf. Suddenly, an octopus in a jar slammed against the side of the jaw. Chen Zhao freaked out and almost twisted his ankle. He seemed to have missed his step. Looking down, he realized he'd stepped onto a switch. A door opened up on the wall. You actually found a switch here. I didn't even discover it. Should we go in and look? Chen Zhao didn't dare go in alone. It felt safer to be with Blackie. After entering through the secret door, they followed the snaking tunnel down. A few minutes later, they reached the bottom. It was a research lab with all kinds of torture devices. There were strange skeletons carved onto the tools. Blackie studied them. It looks like the former went against some taboos. What taboos? It experimented on living beings. The rule of us Soulbringers is that it's forbidden to directly kill any living beings. However, it did living experiments. There was a bookshelf on the side with many books on it. Chen Zhao took one down. It was actually a medical book. The former Soulbringer clearly did experiments on humans too. Chen Zhao looked through the book and was unexpectedly interested. Blackie, can I bring this book out to read? No. Many of the things here are too ancient. If you take them out, they'll corrode completely. If you want to read them, you can visit at any time. The Hellhounds know you anyway. Okay. Chen Zhao realized that he wasn't the first person to use demonic crystals. This previous guy had also experimented with it. The book contained notes and research on this too. The content was great inspiration for Chen Zhao. To him, the book was like a treasure chest. However, the last thing the author wrote was that his experiments were never successful because there weren't enough demonic crystals. The book's content was neither Chinese nor Western medicine. It didn't even belong to this world. This was probably demonic medicine. It was developed by a demon, and the contents touched on some medication created with materials from hell. Some were used on humans, some on demons, and others could be used on animals too. Blackie, can you Soulbringers enter hell too? We're a type of demon. Is it strange for us to go into hell? Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Chen Zhao put down the book. He wanted to take it out, but Blackie was right. If he took it out, the book would disappear instantly. The content in the book wasn't suitable to appear in the world either. Did they finish fighting? A long time ago. Who won? Carrie. She beat Beelzebub and Raymond. Yes, but you said Beelzebub and Raymond are stronger. I also said that they can't use their true strength. When Chen Zhao and Blackie walked out of the castle, Carrie was still chasing after Beelzebub and Raymond. The scene was quite odd. A white fox the size of a kitten was chasing two beasts that were 100 times her size. Of course, there was also a black cloud that kept following them. However, when Chen Zhao came over, Carrie had already given up on chasing after the two. She jumped into Chen Zhao's arms. Master, I'm powerful, right? Yes. Then how about we kill their projections? You only need me. If I kill anyone, I'll kill all of you, Chen Zhao thought. Can't you all act more like normal pets? If they were regular pets, it was okay even if they fooled around like huskies, as long as they didn't demolish his home. Thank God they were fighting in Blackie's new home. If they fought outside, Chen Zhao's new home would probably be flattened already. After leaving Blackie's new home, they appeared in the basement. Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Ethan. Chen, where did you go? I called you, but there was no signal. I thought you got buried alive by someone. Do you need anything? There's business. This client is at Angel Beach. Who is it? What's the price? $200. That's so cheap. Go take a look. Oh, you know him? I know of her, but I don't know her. A celebrity? No, regular person. Okay, I'll go look. I wonder what kind of person will make you ask so directly. Chen Zhao called Vincent next. Vincent, come to my house in 20 minutes. $100. After getting Daniel's payment, Chen Zhao's wallet became much thicker. He could pay more generously, too. Vincent arrived within 20 minutes. Chen, get on. Where are we going? Angel Beach. Hurry, the patient has waited for a long time. How come you have a new pet? What's its name? Vincent saw the white fox jump in from the rearview mirror. Curious, he asked, is it a fox? Her name is Carrie. Carrie, this is Vincent. Carrie stood in the back seat, looking here and there. She looked 100 times more attractive than Beelzebub and Raymond. Everyone would genuinely like her at first glance. Chen, how do you train them? How come every pet has such unusual behaviors in your hands? Are you a druid? You're not the first person to ask me that. Angel Beach was a very popular beach. There were bikini-clad beauties everywhere. The ocean and beach were filled with people. Chen, where's your patient? If it's someone drowning, he's probably gone to see God already. Vincent sat in the car. He was enjoying the groups of sexy girls, too. Zhao rolled his eyes as he looked at the sea of people. If someone was drowning, it wouldn't be his job to save him either. There were lifeguards here. I'll ask Ethan. Ethan, I'm already at Angel Beach. Where's the client you said? In the lifeguard team, Ethan said. Zhao brought his 3 pets off the car. Vincent stuck his head out and said, Chen, should I wait for you here? I don't know how long it'll take. If you give me $100 more, I can wait until the end of time. Fine. Here's 100. Zhao walked toward the lifeguard team. A muscle man was standing at the top of a small wooden tower. He wore red swimming trunks and had binoculars hanging around his neck. There was an inflatable next to him. Hey, how can I help you? He looked down at Zhao. I'm a doctor. I heard someone needs treatment here. Ethan sent you. Yes. The muscle man scanned Zhao and then waved his hand. Follow me. Chapter 51. I want to raise a real dog. Chapter 51. I want to raise a real dog. I'm Robio, leader of the Coastal Rescue Team. How do I address you? Zhao. You can call me Chen. Can you tell me who my patient is and what illness my patient has? Robio glanced at Carrie and Beelzebub. Are they your pets? Yes. Is there a problem? No. I like people who are caring. Sorry to scare you, but I already have a lover. It turned out that Robio was gay, but Zhao still maintained his smile. Robio brought Zhao to the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team. There were 2 sexy ladies in bikinis outside who were practicing boxing. Looking at the 2 ladies who were covered in sweat, Zhao could feel his heart pound. Zhao always believed that there were 2 things in the world that could bring warmth, namely the sun and sexy ladies. Zhao was absolutely stunned by those jumping melons. Hey, stop staring at them like this. I know they're sexy, but your look is very rude. Okay. Zhao glanced at the 2 beauties for one last time before stepping into the HQ. The HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team looked more like a gym. I don't think I see anyone who needs treatment. Everyone present was more than just healthy. Zhao could not see anyone who might have a disease. Just then, a woman walked over, her body as hot as a blaze of fire. She was wearing a pair of tight-fitting sweatpants and a bikini top. The woman was so dazzling that Zhao recalled Kelly and the sisters Shalian and Irwin. Robio, who's this? He's the doctor. Chen, this is Feilai. Hi, are you my patient? Zhao did not believe that the beauty before him was ill, but he did not mind treating her, even if it was for free. Not me. Are these your pets? You seem to be paying too much attention to my pets. If you have any bans regarding this, I wouldn't be able to help you. I have the habit of bringing my pets to work. In fact, I bring them with me most of the time. No, that's not what I meant. Follow me. Zhao was brought into a room which had nobody else inside. He almost thought that the woman was going to do something with him. Confused, Zhao looked at Feilai. Is my patient not here yet? Right there. Feilai pointed to a corner of the room. There, an old dog was lying powerlessly in a kennel. It was an old German Shepherd. The original courage and fearlessness in its eyes had already disappeared, and it could only occasionally whimper. I'm not a vet. I know. Then why did you call me here? I'm not asking you to heal him. In fact, he can't be healed. I hope that you can kill him and free him from his suffering with as little pain as possible. I'm not a vet, and also not a killer. Sorry. Chen Zhao shook his head, ready to leave. Please help him. He has saved at least 236 people in its life. He's the hero of the coastal rescue team, and also our senior. Now, he's suffering from cancer. We can't save him, so please help him to return to God's embrace. You can end his life yourself. We can't. None of us can do it. You can't do it, so you asked a doctor to come here and be the killer? Chen Zhao was somewhat frustrated. I don't mean that. I feel that perhaps you know how to kill him with minimal pain. I said I'm not a killer. Aren't you an illegal doctor? Chen Zhao turned his head and stared at Fei Lai. Whether I'm legal or not, I'm not going to kill a dog. Chen Zhao turned around and left. How unlucky this is. He could not dislike this group of people more. They appear to be kind, but they only wanted another person to be the bad guy. Why would such a beautiful woman do such a disgusting thing? When Chen Zhao walked out, Robio approached him. You didn't do it, right? You should do this yourself. I'm a doctor, not a killer. Sorry, I know this must be so difficult for you. Robio did not say anything else and brought Chen Zhao out. Chen Zhao left the coastal rescue team. However, the look of the dying dog was still vivid in his mind. Chen, are we leaving? Wait for a while. Take your time. Anyway, there's so many sexy women here, Vincent replied. Then continue watching them. Chen Zhao ran back to the HQ of the coastal rescue team. Robio did not leave and noticed Chen Zhao's return. Chen, why are you back? You forgot something? Can you give that dog to me? Perhaps I can make it live longer. Buddy, he has cancer. Only God can cure him. I only want to try. You're going to kill it anyway. No, we have never planned to kill it. Only Fei Lai did. In fact, I've never supported this idea at all, and we're also not going to give it to anyone. It's the hero here, and we'll hold the grandest funeral for it. What it needs now is not a grand funeral. Maybe I cannot cure it, but I can allow it to run again in the last part of its life, just like a normal dog. Robio fell into silence. Looking at the two pets beside Chen Zhao, he started hesitating. He could tell that Chen Zhao was also a kind man. When Chen Zhao walked out of the room just now, his face was completely dark. Clearly, he was furious about why he was called here. Having displayed such anger, Chen Zhao would surely not harm their hero. Can you come at night? Robio asked. Sure. Chen Zhao could understand Robio's intention. He was probably trying to avoid Fei Lai. Chen Zhao did not leave. He found a restaurant nearby and asked Vincent to eat together, successfully spending the entire afternoon. Chen Zhao really wanted a real pet, and not a demon or something else. Chen, what you're about to do is illegal, right? Vincent asked. Please, I'm never going to do something illegal. Someone said that he's going to give me a dog, and I don't know anything else. Even if I appear in court one day, I'm still going to say that. You claim that you don't do anything illegal. So does being an illegal doctor count? Please provide your evidence, or I'll make you sit in jail until the end of time. The antagonists in movies always say this, but in the end, they always get caught. The reality is not a movie, and I'm also not an antagonist. This is not your style. You don't benefit from this at all. You took $200 from me for the rides, and also made me treat you a meal, which costs $30. And my pay this time is only $200, so I did not come here for profit in the first place, Chen Zhao said. Then what is it for? Love? I only hope that the dog can have a good ending. It's worth me paying $230 for. Chapter 52. Are there really miracles in this world? Chapter 52. Are there really miracles in this world? As the sky darkened, the people on the beach lessened. Fei Lai works over. Robio patted Fei Lai's shoulder. Go relax. Fei Lai had heavy spirits. Others didn't know this, but when she was still a child, she'd come to this beach and had had an accident that had put her in danger. It had been Walter, the hero dog lifeguard, who'd saved her. Every year after that, Fei Lai would come visit Walter. Last year, she became Walter's companion. However, Walter had aged considerably by then. He could no longer run or swim so fast. But to Fei Lai, he was still her hero. She viewed him as her family. 2 months ago, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. For both humans and dogs, this was a fatal condition. Seeing how Walter suffered, Fei Lai felt even more pain. She tried many things, but she realized that both humans and dogs would become so weak and powerless in the face of cancer. Some people thought that euthanasia was mercy. Others thought it was cruel. Phalai had never thought that she would get this idea one day. However, as soon as this idea was planted, she couldn't control it anymore. She thought that death was the biggest help to Walter. She just couldn't make the final decision. She'd rather invite an outsider, a stranger, to help her. Unfortunately, that person refused her and humiliated her right there. Your sadness won't save Walter. I don't want Walter to see you like this either. I can take over now. The lifeguards had shifts too. Robio volunteered to switch today. Okay. After Phalai left the beach, she went straight to the hospital. When was the last time you went to our house? Phalai hugged her little sister. Phalai, how come you're here? Was younger, but she was more mature. You seem sad. Did you get dumped? Is there a cure for cancer? Phalai, don't tell me you have cancer. Instantly grew nervous. No, not me. Someone important to me got cancer. You already know the answer, said helplessly. Why are you asking me? There's no cure for cancer. At least, there's no effective treatment right now. The treatments are mainly for repressing the condition or cutting it out, but relapse is common for the latter. Are there really no miracles in this world? If we're talking about miracles, there really is. I witnessed it too. What miracle? My professor was in the late stages of stomach cancer. She's already 96 years old too. I was in charge of everything, from her diagnosis to re-examination and treatment. My treatment didn't seem to have any effect though. It couldn't even delay her death. But recently, she recovered miraculously, completely. Her cancer cells vanished, and then I did all sorts of tests to confirm that they really were gone. Don't you think it's a miracle? How can this happen? Did she try some special medicine? I don't know. I can't be sure if she has used some type of special medicine either, but she said that she didn't. So did she or did she not? My guess is that she personally didn't and someone secretly gave it to her without her knowing. A day before she recovered, she was taken to the hospital by her grandson and his friend because of a big relapse. That day, her tumor began shrinking rapidly and vanished within 24 hours. I suspect that her grandson's friend secretly gave her some medicine. You're sure? I've seen her grandson's friend twice. The first time, he snuck into the room of a child with brain cancer. I'd already notified the child's family that he might pass away, but the next day, he was miraculously able to be discharged. The tumor hadn't disappeared completely, but it had shrunk to 1/3 the size. The danger had passed. I suspect that the child had been saved because of him too. He's a doctor? Yes, a very strange man. He has great skills, but no license. I wonder if he researched by himself and discovered the medicine to cure cancer. Are you being serious? These are all my guesses. Even I doubt if it's true or if it's just a coincidence. Do you know how to find that man? Shook her head. No, I tried, but I just can't find him. I asked my professor for her grandson's number and tried to have him give me the man's contact information, but he refused. There's no other way to find him? Phalai grabbed For's hand pleadingly. Thought for a moment, and a light bulb flashed. Oh, I thought of something. She immediately pulled out a pile of documents and flipped through it. I found it. This is it. Rasfa Loranham, Zola Loranham. It's them. These two were VIPs of the hospital, so the hospital stored their information. Isn't Rasfa Loranham the chairman of PLM Film? I saw him on the entertainment section of the LA Times. This man seems to be his private doctor. You want to get information from him? That's impossible. He's a billionaire. You probably can't even get close to him, let alone get information out of him. Not him. His daughter, Miss Zola. She should be rich too, right? Are you sure you can get close to her? Of course. Her son was attacked by a shark at the beach recently and lost his left leg. I did the surgery. He's in the recovery stage now. I can use this as an excuse to visit him. When will you go? Now. Can you take me with you? Phalai looked at her with anticipation. Then let's go. Said. Did you drive? Yes. Where does she live? Beverly Hills. Rich as expected. Stop pulling me. I need to get her son's records organized. Go get the car from the underground parking. Chapter 53, Mystery. Chapter 53, Mystery. After Phalai and Four reached Beverly Hills, they left the car and walked in. Zola Lorntham's house should be right in front. This place is so luxurious. The best coastline of Los Angeles, no, of the entire United States, is taken by these rich people, and the richest among them took the best part. Since they're so rich, they'll naturally try their best to enjoy the best. However, death is fair. Whether you're rich or poor, you can't escape death. For, look there, Phalai suddenly pointed her finger in front. Why? Do you know that person? No. Look closely. Isn't that the amputated Daniel Loranham in your files? On a road filled with windmill palms, there was a young man in sweatshirt running. For immediately took out her files. Are they twins? For look at his left leg. Looks like it's from someone else. Did he find a person who's willing to denote his leg and do limb exchange? No way. It's just been 9 days since Daniel's operation. Even if he did such a surgery, and it was successful without any rejection, he would also not be able to run so soon. Moreover, I don't see any signs of stitching on his leg. It looks like his leg has developed normally. But the color of his upper thigh is clearly different from the rest of his leg. Frowning, for called Daniel. Hearing the shout, Daniel turned his head and looked at Four and Phalai. Then, he jogged towards them. Ladies, do I know you? Daniel did not recognize Four. After all, he was unconscious during the operation. After that, he was sent to his home directly. Thus, he had never seen Four and did not know her identity. Daniel, weren't you amputated? How? That's just misinformation. Actually, I was only mildly injured that time, even though everyone thought it was severe. Are you a friend of Riley? Or Joseph? Daniel answered calmly. In fact, this was what he had been telling his friends over these few days. Is it? Have you not been amputated? Of course not. If I was amputated, would I be able to stand in front of you now? Daniel gave a dry laugh. Little did he know that while this would work for all his schoolmates, it was completely useless before Four. That was because Four was the person who had cut his leg off. Daniel, I forgot to explain. I'm actually a doctor. 9 days ago, I carried out amputation for a patient who had been bitten by a shark. Sorry, I am busy. I have to leave now. Daniel turned around, ready to run away. He had just lied to someone whom he should have been afraid to meet. There was already no way he could explain himself. Daniel, I have with me your medical report. If you run away now, I'll publicize the report right away. Daniel stopped and stared at Four and Phalai with a gloomy look. What do you want? How much do you want? We don't want any money. We're not blackmailers, Four said. Did Chen connect your leg for you? Chen? Who's Chen? I don't know him. Four waved the medical report in her hand. Are you sure? Daniel shamelessly snatched the report from Four. I'm very sure. I don't know the Chen you're talking about. You can take all you want. I can print as many reports as I want from the hospital. Just tell me a price. How about $100,000? As long as you stop disturbing me. That's generous, but unfortunately, I don't want any money. I only want Chen's number. Then just publicize the report. Nobody will believe you anyway, because the fact that I'm standing right now is enough to crush all rumors. What if I had a video of the operation? Do you still think that nobody will believe it? Daniel gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter what you have. I'm not going to admit that I have any relations with Chen. Why are you even trying to help him hide this? I will be able to find him sooner or later. I don't care if you can find him. In any case, I'm not going to tell anyone anything about him. As for whether you're going to publicize my case, to be honest, although it can indeed cause me some trouble, it'll be nothing serious. I can leave this place first and wait until everything is over. By then, nobody will remember what has happened to me. On the other hand, you'll be sued for leaking a patient's information. Then, I'll make the two of you bankrupt because of the bad impact you've brought to your patient. Daniel was Zola's son after all and had undergone a lead education. Temporary panic did not mean that he was really at his wit's end. After he calmed down, he was no longer scared. Mr. Daniel, Chen has unparalleled medical knowledge. If he can use it on more people, he can save millions. God will thank you. His medical knowledge can't even be passed around. Why not? Let me ask you, Do you believe in sorcery? No, for answered firmly. No matter where one is, there would always be tricksters who claim that they can heal the sick with magic or something else. Doctors are the ones who hate these tricksters the most. That included 4. She had seen many patients miss their best treatment periods because they believed in the so-called sorcery. Most of them had terrible endings. So we got nothing to talk about. Goodbye. Are you trying to say that Chen used sorcery to connect your left leg? Your original leg is still in the hospital now. What if I say that my leg grew out right before my eyes? Do you believe it? For wanted to say that she did not believe it, but then she looked at the colors of Daniel's legs. One was clearly the result of long-term sunlight, while the other looked like it had never been exposed to the sun. Therefore, she swallowed what she was about to say. However, her sanity was telling her that it was only the result of something she had yet to understand, and not magic. Looking at the leaving Daniel, For fell silent. For, are we still going to his house? For still kept quiet. After a while, she raised her head and stared at Phalai. Phalai, do you believe in sorcery? I don't know. Phalai did not know what to do. You believed him, right? No, you've indeed believed his words. For knew her sister way too well. When Phalai was lying, she would be too scared to stare at for her eyes. For, you saw Daniel's leg yourself. It doesn't look like the result of surgery. It's more like his leg just grew out from the wound. I'll solve this mystery, For said firmly. Chapter 54, Pet. Chapter 54, Pet. Robio carried Walter while looking at Chen Zhao. I hope I can go see Walter whenever I want. If he dies, please notify me. Of course. Chen Zhao nodded. Walter, come here. Chen Zhao clapped his hands and went to hold Walter. Walter was very weak. These few months of illness had made living more painful than dying for him. However, without my permission, you can't disclose where Walter went or any information about me. Okay. Robio nodded. I'll tell for that I killed Walter. Chen Zhao carried Walter to the car. Walter lay in Chen Zhao's lap and drifted asleep. At home, Chen Zhao mixed some perfect crystal powder and water and gave it to Walter. The effect was nice, but he needed to rest more. Woof, woof, woof. Only one person would appear by sticking his head out of the wall. Blackie. Walter barked crazily at him, clearly thinking Blackie was an intruder. Hey, Blackie, Chen Zhao said, surprised. He can see you. Not every dog can see me, but some human pets are special, Blackie said in defense. They can see things that humans can't. He glanced at Walter. Chen, where did you get him from? I can sense the deathly aura from him. You can sense his death. Yes, it's a gravely sick dog. However, I just gave it some perfect crystal. Is it ineffective? Seems like it. It will die in 6 hours. Right now, it's just a reflection of its life. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Why is it not working? Are demonic crystals ineffective on dogs? I don't know. After all, no one has used such precious demonic crystals on a dog before. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Are there no other solutions? You're the doctor. You know more about saving people. On the other hand, I'm a soul bringer. I know more about death than you. I need to go to your home. You're welcome any time, Blackie said. Chen Zhao brought Walter into Blackie's territory. Walter was clearly unsettled and kept looking around. Just then, a huge figure emerged from the mist. Woof, woof, woof. Little 1, little 2, and little 3 had appeared. Woof, woof, woof. Walter, calm down. Chen Zhao comforted it. They're not enemies. Walter looked suspiciously at the 3. He seemed very troubled. Little 1, little 2, and little 3 also looked at Walter suspiciously. Then Walter went forward and licked little 2's head. The hellhound lowered onto the ground and put their heads together. They felt that Walter was the same as them, just much smaller. Maybe it was a child. With their intelligence, they couldn't comprehend how they were different. By nature, they were still dogs. Walter also couldn't understand. It had seen many dogs before, and its slightly less advanced brain just assumed that these guys were also dogs. Little 1, little 2, little 3, you guys play with Walter, okay? The 3 heads licked Chen Zhao, and he patted them all, one by one. He had to treat them all equally. Anyone who didn't attention would throw a tantrum. Dogs were all like this. They could coexist peacefully with humans, but they had attitudes too. Chen Zhao walked into the research lab and impatiently rushed to the lower level. He had to find out why Walter couldn't absorb the demonic crystal. This process didn't take too much time. He soon found relevant content. It said, "I've done many experiments on animals, humans, and demons. Many experiments use demonic crystals. These crystals have demonic in the name, but they aren't unique to hell. There are demonic crystals in the human world too. They're just much rarer. Demons have the highest absorption rate. They can absorb 90% of 1 year's worth demonic crystals and directly extend their lives. Humans are next. They can absorb around 1/4 of what a demon can. Humans can't take large amounts, though. This is due to the structure of their body. They're too fragile. Animals are the worst at absorbing demonic crystals. This is because their intelligence is too low, so their souls are more fragile too. The demonic crystal doesn't only affect the physical body, it also affects the soul. The main purpose is to lengthen lives. To do so, one must strengthen one's body and soul. Demons are the strongest in these two aspects, so the demonic crystal is also the most effective for them. Humans have strong souls, but their bodies are weak, so the effect is a bit weaker. Animals have the weakest souls, and their bodies aren't much stronger than humans. Here, Chen Zhao realized why Walter couldn't absorb the demonic crystal. No, it wasn't that Walter couldn't absorb it at all. The effect was just very bad. Chen Zhao continued reading what was written. I thought of a way for humans to have bodies as strong as demons, or at least close. I've started modifying humans. The modified humans indeed have higher rates of absorption. However, the modified humans aren't humans anymore. Later, I started modifying animals. Different from the complicated modifications of the human body, I mostly modify an animal's soul. I demodify them. I gave a dog a hatching fruit, and its soul turned into a demon's soul. I failed the first time because the dog's physical body was too weak to withstand a demon's soul. I made some changes and strengthened the body of the second experiment. I poured water from the blood sea and demonic blood into the experiment, transforming it into a hybrid demon. Both its soul and body had been changed, but its nature hadn't changed. My experiment was successful. Compared to human experiments, experimenting on animals is obviously much easier. After this, I tried many more experiments, all on animals. Some succeeded, others failed. Here, Chen Zhao was a bit hesitant. Should he modify Walter? Would it still be Walter after being modified? After pondering, Chen Zhao still decided to modify Walter. After all, it would be unfortunate if his first pet died the first day it got here. Plus, Walter should get this kind of treatment. Other than being his first pet, he was qualified to be deemed a hero. Chapter 55, Converting Walter. Chapter 55, Converting Walter. Blackie, are you there? Blackie's head popped out from the wall. Yes. Can I summon an inferior demon here? Of course. After all, it was Blackie's territory. Although Chen Zhao was a frequent guest, he still had to respect Blackie. Chen Zhao summoned Raz, who immediately bowed at him humbly. The honored living, thank you for summoning me. Is there anything I can help you with? I need a hatching fruit, and also some water from the blood sea. Huh? The honored living. Are you going to convert into a demon? Or perhaps converting someone else into a demon? It's my pet, not me. Is the conversion ritual very common? In the past, such a conversion was unheard of until 300 years ago when a method to convert into hybrid demons appeared. 300 years ago, did this particular soulbringer spread the method to hell? You also need some demon's blood, which I'm willing to donate. All right, I don't think you need mine. You have a better choice. A better choice? What's the benefit of using better demon's blood? A higher success rate. At the same time, there will be a small chance of an unexpected effect. What unexpected effect? Awakening of special abilities. Like the special abilities of demons. Yes. Okay, I got it. What's the prices of these two things? 10 years of demonic crystals for the hatching fruit, and 1 year for the blood sea water. Can I give you perfect crystal powder? Perfect crystal powder? When Raz saw Chen Zhao take out a bag of perfect crystal powder, his face froze at once. You, you ground a perfect crystal into powder. Yup. God, do you know what you've done? You're wasting a treasure. Do you know how precious perfect crystals are in hell? Only large demon lords and demon kings can enjoy those. You actually ground one into powder. It was not the first time Chen Zhao heard a demon complain about his action, but he was not too concerned. A perfect crystal that had been ground into powder form would only help him earn more demonic crystals. One must learn to give before one can gain. Can you sell me the remaining perfect crystal powder? What are you going to give me in return? The spatial ring? The honored human. That's impossible. Although a perfect crystal is still very valuable after being ground, it cannot be compared to a full crystal. But its value should still be quite high, or else you wouldn't have asked me to sell it to you. If you still have all the powder from the perfect crystal, I can of course trade it with a spatial ring, but you've already used a lot. Fine. So what are you going to give me to exchange for the perfect crystal powder? How about a stone of contamination? They have roughly the same value. Stone of contamination? What's its use? It can make a human or a demon sick, and you can control it. The stone of contamination contains all the diseases in the human world and in hell. Raz took out a green stone. I'm a doctor. I don't need this. Precisely because you're a doctor, you need it. You can make someone sick and then treat the person. That's the fastest way for you to earn money. It's too troublesome. I might as well rob someone. Do you have anything else that's useful? After thinking for a while, Raz said, spiritual vessel. Perhaps it will be useful for you. Spiritual vessel. Yes, the spiritual vessel can absorb the spiritual power of others and then inject it into a specific target. What's the use of the so-called spiritual power? It can make a person more lively. For example, when you're tired, you can restore your energy with just a bit of spiritual power. Not useful at all. Chen Zhao twitched his mouth. How much does it cost? 1/3 of the perfect crystal powder. Too expensive. I can give you at most a quarter. Fine. Noticing Raz's quick agreement, Chen Zhao felt that the price was too high. Raz took out an hourglass and gave it to Chen Zhao. How do I use it? Put it somewhere with a lot of people. It will be filled with spiritual power automatically. Will it cause any harm to others? Nope. Actually, it's not engulfing the spiritual power of others, but rather absorbing the spiritual power that's being released by others. When you need it, just open the cover and drink some to restore your energy. Do you have any other good stuff? Raz presented a few more items to Chen Zhao, none of which he found useful. Oh yeah, do you still have substitution coins? No, I only had one that time. If you manage to get more of them, tell me. Sure, if there's nothing else, I'll return to hell first. Bye. Chen Zhao walked out again and asked Beelzebub to donate some of his blood. Walter, come here. Chen Zhao found Walter, which was playing with the hellhound. Walter stuck its tongue out and ran towards Chen Zhao. Walter, you're not going to live for much longer. Now, I'm going to convert you into a demon. I hope that you can understand it, as it can allow you to live longer. If you accept, bark once, and if you don't, bark twice. Woof woof. Great. You just accepted my offer twice. Chen Zhao squatted down. Drink all of this. Tilting its head, Walter stared at Chen Zhao. He could not understand what Chen Zhao was trying to say. It could only understand some simple instructions and actions from humans. Chen Zhao did the action of drinking. Drink this. Drink. Looking at the colorful liquid in the bowl, Walter seemed to be somewhat reluctant. Even Walter probably felt that it was some kind of dark cuisine. Little one, little two, little three, come and drink half of it. The three huge dog heads lowered and stuck their tongues out together. Immediately, the demonic medicine that Chen Zhao had spent much effort to make reduced by half. Stop! That's too much. Roar. The three heads all howled in delight. They liked the taste. After all, the medicine had some perfect crystal powder in it. Seeing the joy of little one, little two, and little three, Walter finally lowered its head and drank the demonic medicine. The taste was somewhat weird, but nice. However, after taking a few mouthfuls, Walter seemed to feel tired. It took a few shaky steps and then fell beside Chen Zhao's feet. Woof. Little one pushed Walter with his head, but there was no response. Chen Zhao checked Walter's condition. It was still breathing and seemed to have just fallen asleep. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was unsure if the demonic medicine he had made was effective. Chapter 56. You're Ethan's son? Chapter 56. You're Ethan's son? Chen Zhao left Walter with the hellhounds and told them to take care of it. He went into the research lab and continued reading the demon's medical book. Suddenly, he heard the hellhounds bark and he ran out. Walter had already woken up, but he seemed to be rolling on the ground in pain. Chen Zhao didn't get close. He stood and watched Walter from afar. The medicine might have come into effect, changing Walter's body and soul. However, his outer appearance didn't change. After more than 10 minutes of pain, Walter slowly calmed down. If one only looked at his appearance, his head had gotten slightly bigger, but there weren't any other changes. After the pain subsided, he would never feel pain again. Compared to the torture of cancer, he felt very light and filled with energy now. Walter leapt onto Chen Zhao. He stumbled back and almost lost his balance. It had gotten much stronger. The demonic medicine had gone into effect. He had become a hybrid demon now. Smiling wryly, Chen Zhao patted Walter's head. He wanted to raise him like a regular pet, but he became a demon. Did he have no chance to have a normal pet? Little 1, little 2, little 3, Walter and I are going out. You all can play with Walter next time. The 3 hellhounds walked Chen Zhao and Walter to the door. They seemed very sad. Dogs needed their owner's accompaniment. If they didn't have attention in a long time, they would get depressed. The 3 hellhounds were all dogs that lacked love, all 3 of them. Blackie didn't have time to play with them, so they were excited whenever Chen Zhao visited. They didn't want to let Chen Zhao and Walter leave. Little 2 tugged on the corner of Chen Zhao's shirt. It wished he wouldn't have to go and could keep playing with them. You 3 be good. I'm really leaving now, but I promise I'll come again tomorrow, okay? Little 2 let go of Chen Zhao's shirt and whined. Walter walked over and put his head against Little 2's. Then it switched to Little 1 and Little 3. They seemed to be communicating. Woof. Finally, Chen Zhao and Walter reached the exit and returned to their home. Human, you messed around the entire night just to turn this regular dog into a hybrid demon, Beelzebub said with disdain. He could sense his blood running through Walter. Master, you already have me, Carrie said in a choked voice. Why do you have to lure over other demons? Chen Zhao glared at Raymond, who was about to speak. Don't talk. If you do, I'm gonna make snake soup. I was going to tell you that you have 3 missed calls. Raymond shrugged its head. Okay, I wronged you. Even if this dog turns into a hybrid demon, it's still stupid, Raymond said nonchalantly. I don't know what its value is, making you put so much effort in saving her. I don't get it. As expected, you're all so petty. He is a new friend. You don't have to welcome it, but why do you have to insult him? Ding dong. The doorbell rang just then. It was the police from last time. Chen Zhao was confused. Sir, we meet again. You're still living here? Yeah, the rent's cheap. Yesterday, we received a complaint that dog barks here disturb the neighbors. I'm sorry. I have a new family member. It might have been lost in this unfamiliar environment. It won't happen again. Okay, it's just a small thing. Keep it in mind for the future. Are there still paranormal activities here? Not yet. If it happens again, I'll let you know. You don't have to. I don't know how to take care of that. You know, the residents in town have started a bet. Betting what? How long you can stay here? Did you bet? Yeah, I bet $10 that you'll move within a month. Did anyone bet that I won't move? I want to bet for myself. Yes. If you die here, it's 3 times the bet. Chen Zhao didn't reply. Okay, I'm going on patrol. All right. We're acquaintances now, right? But I don't know your name yet. I'm Leonardo, not that movie star. I know that if you Asians hear my name, you'll immediately think of him. I'm Chen Zhao, but you can call me Chen. Okay, Chen. Next time I get off work, we can get a drink together. Bye. Bye. As soon as Leonardo left, Robio came. Robio, how did you find me? Chen Zhao stared at him in shock. I know Ethan. Even if you know Ethan, he won't give my address to anybody, especially a stranger. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. He'd agreed for Robio to come see Walter, but he didn't expect the man to suddenly burst into his home. I'm his son. What? Chen Zhao was floored. Robio was Ethan's son? How come I've never heard him mention you before? That old stubborn man won't ever admit that his son's gay. Okay, you want to see Walter? Yes. I need to be sure that you're not abusing him. Walter, come. Walter ran out with an open mouth. Seeing Robio, it flew up and pounced. Robio was huge, but he almost lost his balance. Walter? Oh my God, you look great. Robio hugged Walter. He could barely recognize her. How could Walter become so energetic in one night? Chun, has Walter recovered? No. You know that cancer can't be cured. I'm only a traditional Chinese doctor. I can only make it not be tormented by sickness in its short life. Seems like I didn't make a mistake in giving Walter to you. He looks like he really did recover, though. Robio knew that it wasn't possible, but seeing Walter's vigor, he was still very happy. I need to get to work. Bye, Chun. I won't come without any warning next time. I'll let you know beforehand. Goodbye. Where's Walter? Robio, you're here just in time. You were working last night, right? Where's Walter? I searched the entire headquarters, but I can't find it. Looking at Feilai, who was going crazy, Robio's face twitched. Feilai, Walter won't appear again. What do you mean? I help him pass on. What are you saying? I help you do what you didn't dare to do, Robio said seriously. No. I don't believe you. You'd never do that. You value Walter even more than I do. It's impossible for you to do that. No, I value Walter more, but I'm also in greater pain than you. I hope that he can have a better destination instead of being tormented by endless pain. Chapter 57, What a Small World. Chapter 57, What a Small World. For the entire day, the atmosphere in the coastal rescue team was very tense. Although people were still doing their work, there was almost no conversation, especially for Robio and Feilai. Everyone knew what had happened. Of course, nobody knew whether what Robio had done was right or wrong. Feilai, we should talk. There's nothing to talk. You murderer. Feilai stared at Robio with great resentment. Feilai, you need to understand that the longer Walter lives for, the more he will suffer. I've already found a way to heal him. If I had just a bit more time, just a bit, I could have healed him. You're a murderer. You killed Walter. Robio did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feilai, wake up. No, I'm telling the truth. There's someone who can heal Walter. If I find a person, it will definitely work. Fine. Where's the person you're talking about? I don't know. My sister's a doctor. 2 of her patients have late-stage cancer, but now they're all discharged from the hospital. Moreover, one of them has healed completely. I heard that a mysterious person has treated them. And I have been trying to find that person for the whole of yesterday. So did you find him? No. Said that she only knows that person is an Asian called Chen. Robio was momentarily stunned. Are you sure? Told me that. Do you remember that the doctor yesterday was also an Asian called Chen? So what? Do you think that cold-blooded guy is the person I'm looking for? Also, even if I find him now, what can I do? Walter's already dead. It's never coming back. Robio turned around and left in silence. Was Walter cured? Did Chen heal it? Robio was somewhat suspicious about Feilai's words. Was cancer? Everyone in the world knows that it is an incurable disease. Perhaps he should confirm everything again. Robio walked to a corner and called Chen Zhao. Chen. Yes. Did you heal Walter of his disease? Robio, are you ill? That's a weird thing to say. Chen, I heard that you've cured cancer in the past. Nonsense. Who said that? Hearing Chen Zhao's denial, Robio was even more doubtful of what Feilai had said. Robio, I'm applying for leave. Feilai walked behind Robio, shocking him out of his wits. Are you still unable to get over it? No. I've promised that we must find that person. There's about 1 million Asians in Los Angeles. How are you going to find him? One of the patients that the mysterious person has cured is Four's teacher. I think she's called Wright, a college professor. Robio was puzzled once again. Right? College professor? It can't be that coincidental. Robio's great-grandmother was also a college professor called Wright. If it was really his great-grandmother, then he had really failed as a great-grandson. He did not know about it at all. Robio took out his phone. Hey, Wright. Robio, how long has it been since you last visited me? Both you and your dad don't care about me at all. I'm sorry, Wright. Self-blame could be heard in Robio's words. Right, I heard that you have cancer? Did Ethan tell you that? How are you now? I'm teaching now. Let's talk later. Wright hung up. Wright was clearly avoiding the topic. She was happy when she first received the call, but she hung up immediately when Robio asked her about her cancer. Could it be that she's really cured? For why are you here? Professor, I want to talk about that again. For you need to understand that if that person doesn't want to admit it, nobody can force him to, including you and me. At least you should give me his contact. I believe that I can convince him. For I can't give you his number without his consent. I can help you to ask him, and I'll respect his decision. This was not the first time Wright had answered for in this way. Clearly, for was unable to accept such an outcome. Professor, you're a doctor too. Do you not want such knowledge to be spread to the entire world? For I understand you, but have you thought about this? What if his technique can't be spread? Do you know how much trouble this will cause him? I only know that if I don't try anything, it'll be really irresponsible. But now you're invading his privacy. I'm doing this for countless patients. That's not a reason. I feel that the countless patients in the world are more important. Then I think you should go and convince those pharmaceutical companies. They have the formulas and have monopolized the entire market. If they can release the formulas, more people will be saved. I still have another lesson. I need to leave now. After speaking, Wright turned around and left. For he was somewhat frustrated, but also helpless. For, how about we let it go? No, I'm not going to give up. Do you want those whom you love die one after another? He's already dead. Oh, I'm sorry, Phalai. It's fine. Perhaps to him, death is fortunate. At least he doesn't have to suffer anymore. Chen Zhao brought his entire family to Ethan's place for free food. Even Blackie was here. Chen, you have already moved out. Why are you still coming here everything for breakfast? Your breakfast is super delicious. Look at how fast Walter's eating. Walter? It's the same name as the legend of the Coastal Rescue Team. Wait, is it the same dog? They couldn't save him, but I did. Now he's mine. Bastard. It's seducing my Sasha. Ethan suddenly roared. Walter, nice. The first time Beelzebub saw Sasha, it also wanted to mount her. The same thing was happening with Walter. Is your entire family made up of this kind of bastard? Woof woof. Beelzebub was furious. It was obviously Raymond's fault, not his. Out of a sudden, Raymond, who had been coiled up on the chair, attacked Beelzebub without any warning. The snake and the dog started grappling with each other again. Ethan was already long used to it. Chen, can you train Sasha until she's as clever as your pets? No problem. $10,000, and I promise Sasha's even smarter than you. Only a fool will spend $10,000 to make his pets smarter than himself. To Beelzebub, being plotted by Raymond that time was the most humiliating thing in his whole demon life. Ethan still envied Chen Zhao and his pets. That was also why he had adopted Sasha. However, Sasha was not nearly as clever as Beelzebub and the rest. In fact, even the new member Walter was better. To most people, raising a pet involves much emotions. Even if a person's pet is not as good as someone else's, is still his pet after all. Regardless of what he says, he would still feel that his pet is the best. Suddenly, a spiritless Asian woman walked in and asked in a choppy tone, I ask if you still have a room available. Chapter 58, Countrymate in Despair. Chapter 58, Countrymate in Despair. Of course. Ethan looked at the woman. Do you have an ID card? A driver's license is okay too. I have an ID card. The Asian woman dug around in her pockets. Chen Zhao and Ethan could see that the woman's pockets were filled with scraps of change. After a while, she finally found her ID. Just as she was about to hand it to Ethan, she shrunk back. How much will it cost to stay here for a night? $10, Ethan said. Then I'll stay for 2 nights for now. The woman managed to find enough change to add up to 20 and gave it to Ethan. Qing Li? Li Qing? Chen Zhao looked at the name on the ID. Auntie, are you from China? The woman looked at him. You're Chinese too? Yeah. How long have you been out here? Since she had an ID card, she'd probably been in America for quite some time. 8 years. Oh, young man, what is your name? I'm Chen Zhao. He's my friend Ethan. Hi, Ethan greeted. Hello, hello. It was evident that even though the woman had been here for a while, she still wasn't used to the customs and ways of Americans. She probably didn't interact with people often. Auntie, are you on vacation here in LA? No. I don't have anywhere to stay, so did something happen to you? I immigrated with my son and daughter-in-law. Our lives were great, but a while ago, they died in a car accident. Now I'm all alone. The house was foreclosed too. As she spoke, she began to wipe at her eyes. Chun, can you guys speak English? Ethan muttered. Leaving me alone like this is really impolite. Auntie, if your son and daughter-in-law died in an accident, wouldn't the insurance company pay you? The woman shook her head. They didn't buy a lot of insurance. It wasn't even enough to compensate for the damages of the other party. So her son and daughter-in-law had been at fault. Chen Zhao sympathized with the woman. But sympathizing was one thing. He wouldn't give her money for no reason. They weren't familiar with each other, after all. So what do you do now? I don't have anything to do. I'm looking now. Ethan, do you need servers or custodians? Chen Zhao asked. You recommend her? If you think she's suitable, Chen Zhao said. They were countrymates, after all, and this was all Chen Zhao could do. Ethan had a dozen rooms here, but he didn't have any staff or custodians. This was why Chen Zhao thought it was necessary for Ethan to hire one. Of course, whether the woman was willing to do it was another matter. Okay, but I need to observe you. What's your name? Li Qing. Qing meaning clear. Auntie Li, Chen Zhao said. If you need a job, you can stay here for now and do some chores for Ethan. Of course, if you have other plans, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Sure, I'll do it. I just need a place to stay and food to eat. The trial period is 7 days. You won't get paid for those 7 days, but I can give you free board and meals. If I'm satisfied with you after the week, I'll give you $30 per day during the off-season and $50 per day during the busy season. You only have to clean up the rooms for me at noon. After you're done, you can do whatever you want with your time. You can find another part-time too. Okay, I understand. Thank you. And you too, little brother. Chen Zhao roughly calculated the time. Li Qing was working an hourly job. With the occupancy rate of Ethan's motel, she could clean up all the rooms in around 2 hours. $30 for 2 hours was good money. Many temporary jobs wouldn't even have such a high wage. Each state in America has different minimum wages. In LA, it was $10 per hour. Li, go rest today. You'll start working tomorrow. Thank you. After Li Qing left, Ethan said, Chun, I'm helping her because of you, but I need to check her background first. The so-called trial period was just time for Ethan to investigate her. But I'm confused why you would voluntarily help a woman. Chen Zhao looked at Li Qing, who'd walked up the stairs. If I didn't help her, she might die in your motel. When people were in despair, the first thing they would think of was death. Blackie had seen this woman's death. 2 days later, Li Qing would be at the end of her rope, and she would choose to die in this motel. That was why Chen Zhao helped her. Because of this small gesture, she wouldn't die anymore. Ethan was superstitious. He also believed that Chen Zhao had supernatural abilities. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, his expression changed. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello? Rasfa, what you want? The second treatment isn't this soon. No, Chen. It's not about the treatment. Remember how the party couldn't be held because of Daniel? I hope he can come this time. Ever since Daniel's legs grew back out, Rasfa's impression of Chen Zhao had changed completely. Chen Zhao was someone who could determine his life or death, and even decide how long he lived. Rasfa hoped he could maintain a close relationship with Chen Zhao and make up for his past mistakes. Can I bring a friend with? Of course. Your friend is my friend. What time? Tonight. Then I'll see you tonight. See you tonight. Ethan, there's a party. Let's go together. I'm not going. I don't know them. It's in Beverly Hills. Maybe you can get with some actresses. Actresses? Ethan was already starting to drool. Looking at Ethan's face, Chen Zhao lost all hope on him getting an actress. Unless the actresses all went blind. Ethan, you need to rent a suit. Huh? I have to rent a suit? That's too annoying. If you want to score anything at the party tonight. Fine, fine. Ethan's features twitched. Renting a nicer suit would cost $100 or $200 per day. It wasn't a small price. However, if he really could get with an actress, this kind of sacrifice was worth it. Lee, watch this place for tonight. I'll give you $50. Boss, I'm afraid I can't do it well. It's okay. If they give you money, you give them a room. It's simple. I don't know English. It's okay. They don't need an ID either. They just need to pay. Then, okay. I'll call you if there's anything I don't understand. Chapter 59. Hooking Up. Chapter 59. Hooking Up. Ethan tidied himself up, covering his unkempt appearance, which was a rare sight. Then, Chen Zhao and Ethan went to a clothing store together. However, when the two entered the store, the clerk still looked at the two with some disgust. Of course, it was mainly targeted at Ethan. Miss, can you help my friend to pick a formal wear? He has a party tonight. Sure. Please come here. Do you need anything? Nope. Chen, do you not need one? Aren't you going too? We're different. Ow, I'm more handsome than you. Under the guidance of the clerk, Ethan started trying various suits. On the other hand, Chen Zhao was somewhat bored. He sat in a shop and looked around casually. Finally, Chen Zhao's eyes locked onto a young and charming female clerk. She was slim and was wearing a loose casual wear and shorts. Chen Zhao had to admit that ladies working in clothing stores really knew how to match their clothes. Miss, may I know your name? The female clerk smiled politely. No, although America was an open-minded society, not everyone was open-minded. At the very least, this beautiful female clerk did not answer Chen Zhao's question. She was clearly different from the women that Chen Zhao had already known. Then can you get a coffee with me if I manage to guess your name? Try it. The female clerk clearly did not believe that Chen Zhao could guess her name. Are you Chris Ackerman? How do you know? It's on the tag on your chest. Do you often use this method to deceive other girls? No, I've just learned it from the internet. Seems useful. Not useful at all. Are you going back on your word? You didn't guess it, Chris said, smiling. Do you know where I'm from? Asia. Where in Asia? I don't know. Japan? China? Or Korea? China. Do you know that Chinese people have a very special ability? What? Precognition. I don't believe in prophecy. No. It's precognition, not prophecy. Is there a difference? For example, you can write a word or phrase on your palm. I will know what you've written without looking. I still don't believe it. What if I guess it correctly? Will you drink coffee with me? After thinking, Chris nodded, all right. Then let's start. Turn around and don't peep. After Chen Zhao turned around, Chris took her pen and started writing. Done. You can guess it now. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chen, Chen Zhao said with a faint smile on his face. Didn't I? Chris was first stunned, and then she looked at the words on her hand. What's your name? Chen Zhao actually answered her question directly. She could not understand how he had managed to do it. How did you know? I said that I know precognition. I don't believe it. Let's try again. Okay. Chris wrote something else, after which she said, done. Guess it. I'm single now. You? Can you really precognize things? Huh. Tell me, do you really have precognition ability? There's a saying in China. It exists if you believe it, and doesn't if you don't. It's just like religion. If you believe in God, then he's really there, but if you don't, then he's not there. I'm not discussing philosophy with you. One of my electives in college included philosophy. I need a precise answer. In the world of magic, you can't tell the secrets of your magic to others. So are you a magician? No, I'm a doctor. This is my name card. You can call me when you need something. Most of the time, I'll be free. You haven't answered my question. Girl, don't be deceived by him. He's a spiritualist. Perhaps there's a soul beside you monitoring you for him. Ethan had already walked out with a suit. Chen Zhao's face darkened. That's ugly. Even the most expensive clothes cannot cover your dirty temperament, but I think we're done here. After all, That beautiful clerk must be tired of wasting any more time on you. The female clerk who had been with Ethan was indeed starting to feel impatient and awkward. It was really too painful to choose formal wear for Ethan. Even the best jacket looked ordinary on Ethan. Chen, I feel that you've brought me here to humiliate me. Ethan was enraged. Actually, it's not that bad either. Don't you think so too, ladies? Chen Zhao had to comfort Ethan. The female clerk beside Ethan gave an awkward smile. Yes, it's not bad. See? You do look quite handsome. During the party tonight, the ladies will definitely be charmed by you. Really? Yes, of course. Fine. I take your word for now. Is it really good to lie to your friend like this? I'm giving him confidence. If he doesn't even have confidence in himself, he'll certainly not get anything during the party tonight. But even if he is confident, are you sure that he can successfully hook up any woman? Chris asked, looking at Chen Zhao. Perhaps his success rate will increase from 0% to 1%. If you're not the best friends, then you must be the greatest enemies. Chris, look at how in sync we are. Can you give me your number? Maybe we can get a coffee together. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend and we're engaged. My boyfriend doesn't like me going out with other men. Chen Zhao was very disappointed. Indeed, all good women have been deceived by awful men. Chen Zhao could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Of course, unmarried women were his target. However, it was too immoral to steal another person's girlfriend, not to mention that it would usually fail despite putting in much effort. The clerk beside Ethan walked up and asked, "Handsome, I'm free. Do you want my number?" Of course. It's my pleasure. Chen Zhao did not reject any offer. After all, this clerk was not too bad either. After leaving the store, Ethan started complaining all the way. Chen Zhao did not spend a single penny and managed to hook up with a beautiful clerk. On the other hand, Ethan spent $200 to rent the suit, and yet the female clerk only looked at him in disgust. Chen, I want the clerk's number. If you want her number, ask yourself. Don't ask me. Chen Zhao rejected without mercy. If you don't even have the courage to open your mouth, even if I give you her number, you wouldn't have the courage to call her. Chen, you have so many pets with you, and also your toolbox. Are you sure you're going for a party? Leave them at home, and they'll demolish my newly furnished house. As for the toolbox, it's an occupational habit. Chapter 60, Absurd Party 1. Chapter 60, Absurd Party 1. When Chen Zhao brought Ethan into Rasfa's manor, it was like bringing a country bumpkin into the city. Chen Zhao got second-hand embarrassment, even though he'd had a similar expression the first time he came to. However, he felt like he'd seen the world. How come he was with someone like Ethan now? Ethan, don't be so embarrassing. How am I embarrassing? What I'm expressing now is the curiosity that everyone has. If a professor said that, I wouldn't find it weird. But coming from you, it just feels wrong. By now, Daniel had come over. He'd heard earlier that his grandpa was going to hold a party and that Chen Zhao would attend, so he came over early. Chen, you're here. Daniel, your color looks good. This is my friend Ethan. Hello. Daniel also put on an enthusiastic expression. However, being a rich family's son, this kind of smile was just out of politeness. They wouldn't reveal their inner feelings to anyone. There was just some distance in their eyes. However, Daniel didn't show any distance on the surface. Let's go. We'll have fun on the beach first. It's still early. As he spoke, Daniel patted Ethan's shoulder. Do you dare go into the sea? Oh, no. He had to admit that what had happened had heavily traumatized him. He knew that there was very little chance of it happening again, but he was just scared. He didn't dare to go into the water. On the beach, there were many young girls playing beach volleyball. Walter was the most excited about coming back to the beach. He ran into the crowd and helped the people fetch the ball. Chen, you got another pet? What's it called? Walter. Sell one to me. I'll give you any price. If you can win over any of them, I'll give it to you for free. Whatever. I'm not a druid. Daniel, are there any rules here? Ethan's eyes were dazed. Seeing all these hot bikini-clad girls on the beach, his heart was burning. Daniel laughed. As long as it's voluntary, you can do whatever you want. Ethan was overjoyed. Carrie, come to Uncle. Carrie turned her head arrogantly, making Ethan feel awkward. Is it looking down on me? It must be. Carrie, help Ethan. You've eaten his hamburgers before. Smiling, Chen Zhao handed Carrie to Ethan. Ethan happily carried Carrie and ran into the crowd. Carrie was filled with cuteness. She would become the center of women's attention no matter where she went. No one would reject such an adorable little thing, and Ethan actually did look like a successful man right now. As expected, he attracted a crowd of people as soon as he went over. Beautiful young girls gathered around him. Hi, can I hug the little thing in your arms? Ethan looked at all the boobs before his eyes and subtly wiped his mouth. Of course. No problem. Wow, its fur is so soft. What kind of dog is it? No, it's not a dog. It's a rare white fox. Her name is Carrie. She's a girl. Carrie had a bad temper, but she was obedient. She listened to Chen Zhao. What does your friend do? What do you think he does? A loser. Is it obvious? Chen Zhao looked over at Ethan. He can probably fool those little girls if he can make up an alias. Aren't they your friends? No, my grandpa invited them, Daniel said nonchalantly. They're all models from a modeling company or actresses with no good opportunities. They're here for opportunities, not for the party itself. What opportunities? To flirt with young rich guys like you? They're not interested in me. Maybe a few like my money, but they're probably more interested in those producers and directors or investors. Just then, Rasfa and Steven walked over and sat right down in the sand. Chen, when did you get here? I can't believe you came to look at girls instead of visiting us too in the mansion. You two old guys are nothing compared to girls, Chen said with disgust. Grandpa, Uncle Steven, Chen, I have some other friends coming. I'll come back later. Daniel clearly didn't want to be with his grandpa and Steven, so he found an excuse to leave first. Steven, you look like you're going a bit overboard these days. It's because your treatment is so effective. Steven had really recovered his energy. The more one missed his past, the wilder one would go. Steven was like that. Plus, as a major director, he could have any girl he wanted. My treatment will only recover your functions in that aspect. It won't make your stamina go back to when you were young. Don't go too crazy if you don't want to die too soon. I do want to watch some of your movies. Fine, I understand. Steven felt awkward too. Chun, should I get some girls for you later? Rasfa asked a bit fawningly. I promise they'll be the most beautiful ones. Rasfa, you're just a dick, Steven said with derision. But I think your thoughts are unneeded. Look at those girls. They can't look away after seeing us sit with Chun. However, the girls knew their places. At least, they wouldn't come over now. Chen, when is my next treatment? Last time, Rasfa said you're filming a movie now. You probably don't have time, right? Is it different from the last time? About the same, but it'll take 2 hours. Do you have the time? Can you come on set? It's in LA too. Sure. Contact me in a few days. Is that fat guy your friend? Yeah, my first friend after coming to America. Should I arrange something for him? Xin Zhao thought for a moment and then nodded. If that's okay. Ethan had no luck with girls. Maybe he checked all the boxes for repelling the opposite sex. If he kept using his current way of flirting, it would be impossible. However, this was no different from prostitution. No, there was definitely a difference. The girls here were classier. Steven stood up and walked into the group of girls. Seeing him come, all their eyes practically gleamed. He was one of the 3 top Hollywood directors. All of his movies had guaranteed box offices. No one who wanted to make a name for themselves in Hollywood could look over him. Girls, are you having fun chatting with my friend? Steven patted Ethan's shoulder as if they were old friends. Chapter 61, Absurd Party 2. Chapter 61, Absurd Party 2. After sunset, guests arrived one after another. The party also started officially. Nevertheless, even in the party itself, there were many small gangs. Those who knew each other grouped up. Many ladies were also playing near the swimming pool. In the American society, party has always been an essential social occasion. It's just like how Chinese people like to talk about business over a meal. Chen Zhao had no idea where Ethan had gone to. He stared at Zola, who also looked back at him. Today, Zola was dressed up carefully. Her entire body was emitting a noble and elegant temperament. Chun, Zola, I thought that you wouldn't come today. I was busy in the company, so I'm late. How about a drink together? Zola gave Chun Zhao a glass of wine, after which she gently tapped Chen Zhao's glass with her own. Chen Zhao felt that she had been spending the time on makeup instead. It's too noisy here. Let's go somewhere quiet. Warmth after the battle. After a while, Zola sat on the bed and lighted herself a stick of cigarette. Do you want one? Nope. My addiction isn't strong. Chen Zhao also smoked, but only rarely. Chen, you have a girlfriend? No. Do you need me to introduce one to you? Don't worry. It'll be a good girl. Nope. A woman who was having such a relationship with Chen Zhao wanted to introduce a girlfriend to him. Which man in the world would be able to happily accept this? Only fools would accept such a suggestion. At least Chen Zhao was not stupid enough to believe that Zola was really going to introduce a good girlfriend to him. You're too alert. I really don't need one. Perhaps I will in the future, but now I'm not ready for a stable relationship yet. I'm just worried that you've got nowhere to spend your energy. I still have you. Chen Zhao pulled Zola's arm. Do you still want it? I feel that I didn't perform well just now, so I'm going to make up for it. It was another tiring and satisfying round. Only then, Zola put her clothes back on. Do you want to meet my friends? Perhaps they will become your clients next time. No, I need some rest. All right, if you need me later, I'll be in the lobby. Soon after Zola had left, Chen Zhao started putting on his clothes when a lady suddenly rushed into the room in a hurry. Chen Zhao was familiar with the lady, or rather the lady's body. It was Yafen, the small actress. Chen, I didn't expect to see you here. Yafen, are you also here for the party? Yafen was not really bothered by Chen Zhao's nakedness. It was not the first time she saw it anyway. Yafen glanced at the room. Wait, I'll talk with you later. Then, she charged into the restroom. After a minute, Yafen walked out with a relaxed expression. Chen, why did you put your clothes back on? Air. If you need it, I can remove them again. Yafen locked the door from inside. Then lose them. Before Chen Zhao could say anything, Yafen already leapt towards him. Chen, why are you here? Yafen's skin had an abnormal redness. Have you been injecting cholesterol recently? It's bad for you. Too much cholesterol will destroy your bodily functions. I no longer need it. Did you pass the audition? No, I failed. I lost to a bitch. In fact, Yafen was not mad about her competitor sleeping with the director, but the fact that she was slower. Why did you come to this party? To find new opportunities. You know that I'm only a small actress. I need more roles that people can remember. Have you found it? No, I'm not the only woman here. The owner has invited many women. I'm not the prettiest of them, and every valuable target already has many. Yafen lied before Chen Zhao. How about you? Why are you here? The owner is my client, so he's Rasfa's personal doctor. Yafen was somewhat disappointed. She had originally thought that Chen Zhao and Rasfa had some secret relationships. In that case, she would be happy to donate her body. Unfortunately, a mere personal doctor was clearly not useful to her. Yafen had no intention to stay for any longer. After finishing with Chen Zhao, she left the room in a hurry. To be honest, she was just like a high-class social butterfly. Before she successfully becomes famous, she could only obtain various roles through such methods. She did have an agency to help her, but the agency would only arrange insignificant roles for her. Yafen was a clear-headed woman. She knew that it was time for her to work hard. She was not like most new actresses who stepped into Hollywood uncertain of the situation. She knew how difficult her journey was and also what she had to pay. Those glamorous Hollywood stars might have even more cruel and embarrassing past than Yafen before they became popular. Chen Zhao left the room only to hear Yafen arguing with someone else. Turning around the corner, he saw Yafen stopped by a man who was in his 30s. Chen Zhao walked up directly. Yafen, do you need help? The man raised his head and looked at Chen Zhao. Mister, you have no business here. Please leave. Yafen frowned. Chen, go first. I'm fine. Chen Zhao did not leave and still stood there. Are you sure? Yafen seemed to be in a difficult position. The man said, Can you not understand English? Scram. However, Chen Zhao simply ignored the man and only stared at Yafen. Yafen, tell me if you're in trouble. The man's hands were suspiciously hidden behind Yafen. Chen Zhao could tell what he was doing without looking. Yafen hesitated for a while. Finally, she plucked up the courage to escape from the man's hands. Chen, let's go. Yafen, if you dare to leave now, I can guarantee that you're never going to receive another role, the man threatened, his face darkening. Chapter 62, Absurd Party 3. Chapter 62, Absurd Party 3. Yafen stopped. She was frozen in her spot. Clearly, she couldn't ignore this man's threat. Bob, are you threatening my friends? Just then, a baritone voice sounded. Stephen appeared behind the man called Bob. Bob's expression went stiff and then shrunk back. Mr. Stephen, I'm sorry. I didn't know they're your friends. With that, Bob turned and slipped away in disgrace. Chen, who is this beautiful lady beside you? Stephen walked over with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. Stephen. I'm Yafen. Yafen immediately had a fangirl's expression. She looked at Stephen with admiration. As expected of an actress, Yafen's expression was just right. She was excited and her eyes were reverent, but not overly so. Hello. Are you an actress? Yes. I'm from Anthony Management. Oh, I'm filming a movie recently. There's a third female lead. Miss Yafen, you can audition for it if you're willing. Really? Thank you. In Hollywood, most actors knew what company was filming what. Especially for a big director like Stephen, one could say that everyone knew that he was filming a super grade A movie. Every speaking role was fought over by every management company. The biggest role Yafen had played before was in a TV show. She played a character that only lived for half an episode. She'd never even dreamed that she could receive Stephen's invitation to play the third female lead in a Class A movie. It was only an audition, but since Stephen had said it, this role would be hers if she performed well. Miss Yafen, would you mind if I speak to Chen? Of course. Yafen knew when to leave. It was obvious that Stephen had a close relationship with Chen Zhao. Yafen knew that she was probably invited to the audition because of Chen Zhao too. She voluntarily bid farewell to Stephen. Of course, she didn't forget Chen Zhao either. Chen, how's your relationship with that woman? Not bad, but not as close as you think. If you change the requirements for the role because of me to give it to her, it's unnecessary. Of course, if that role suits her, I'll thank you for her. It's not actually that important, around 10 minutes or so of screen time. After editing, it probably won't even be 10 minutes. It won't affect the core of the movie at all. All right, what's with that, Bob? He's a well-known pervert producer in the circle. The girls that he plays with all have irreversible scars and psychological trauma, so not every woman is willing to have sex with him. This explained it. Bob seemed to be pretty influential. Logically, Yafen shouldn't have rejected him. However, she still did because Bob was a pervert. He won't threaten Yafen's future, right? He's a smart man. That's good. Chen, how did you connect Daniel's leg back? Chen, don't hide it from me. I know about Daniel's injury that day. I know that his leg was amputated too. All right, it was me. You don't have that kind of needs, right? I don't know, but that doesn't mean I or people around me won't in the future. I hope that if I ask you for help one day, you'll remember that we're friends and help me. America valued relationships even more than in China. Take Hollywood as an example. Many profitable projects took investments from familiar people or companies. Outsider money was rarely able to enter Hollywood, no matter the sum. I can only try my best. I'm not all-powerful. At least, I can't bring the dead back to life. Of course, I understand. Just then, Paul walked over from the back. Mr. Chen, Mr. Stephen, Rasfa invites you two to the secret room. There was a secret room. Mr. Rasfa is inside. Please enter. It was the rear room on the third floor. When Chen Zhao pushed the door open, he saw naked girls under the dim light. Rasfa was lying in the arms of two girls. There was another one under him. Chen, Stephen, come on. A few girls were already approaching them to take off their clothes. This was too lowly, but Chen Zhao couldn't ignore the temptation. He looked at the two old guys and then at himself. Yes, he definitely had more baggage. The secret room was fully equipped. There was a 3x3 swimming pool filled with red wine. Che Zhao leaned against the side of the pool, and girls served him voluntarily. I really don't know what you're saying. I'm sure that I only gave Right a cup of water and nothing else. I was an accident, doctor. It's probably because I'm not professional enough. Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you water while you were unconscious. Sir, don't you know that your medicine can save millions upon millions of lives? Please use your pretty head and think a bit. If I really have some special medicine that can cure cancer, would I be kicked out of a motel because I can't pay the rent? Ethan, is that true? Wright glared at Ethan. Bastard. Chen, stop the bullshit. You moved away yourself. I didn't kick you out. I even helped you move. Ethan, don't cause a scene here. Wright, please rest up. We'll go now. Go. Professor. No need. He doesn't want to talk. Chen, you clearly gave her some black drug. Chen, did you really save my granny? No, you remembered incorrectly, Chen Zhao insisted. He was basically speaking nonsense. Chen, I know you must have used some witchcraft, but the result is good, so I don't care no matter what trick you used. Thank you for saving my granny. Don't think crazily like that. I didn't do anything. Okay, I'm tired. Jerlin, can you drive me home? Jerlin had been a bit angry, but she still gave in. She could feel that there was a reason why Chen Zhao couldn't reveal the truth. However, she was sure that Chen Zhao had cured Right. He didn't admit it, and the whole thing sounded crazy, but it was the truth. After all, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chapter 63. Remember your protection when you play outside. Chapter 63. Remember your protection when you play outside. The next day, Chen Zhao was awakened by Ethan. Chen Zhao did not drink too much, but he had played late into the night. Thus, he slept all the way until noon. Chen, if there's such a party next time, remember to bring me again. Ethan's face was still somewhat red, perhaps due to a hangover. Ethan had also gone to many parties, but not one organized by people who were that rich. Their play style had overturned his imagination. Ethan did not even know himself how many women he had played with. Ethan, you wore condoms yesterday, right? They don't look like they have any diseases. Do I need to? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You can't tell if they have a disease by looking. Even I have to wear condoms, not to mention you. Remember, apart from your wife, you must wear one when you have sex with a woman. All right, I will remember it. Ethan did not look like he took Chen Zhao's advice seriously. Just then, Li Qing walked in with some food. Mr. Ethan, Mr. Chen, put on the table. 1 hour later, clean this room up. Yes, Mr. Ethan. I should go back now. Don't contact me, even if there's a client. I need a rest for today. I don't understand why you moved away. Isn't it good here? You wouldn't have to keep traveling here and there. Because I need to pay you if I stay here. But you need to pay rent there as well, and it's even more expensive. You also had to furnish your new house. At least the furniture belongs to me. Fine. Whatever floats your boat. How's that woman? Who? You mean Lee? She's very diligent. I would have married her if I haven't married already in the past. Do you have a wife now? I don't want to marry again precisely because I had before. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. You're? Chen, it's me, Yafan. I'm not feeling well. Are you free? Of course. Are you home? I'll go there now. Okay. See you in 30 minutes. Didn't you just say that you're not seeing any clients today? It's a female client. Indeed, a beautiful actress. Damn, you're so lucky. Ethan cursed. Has Paul sent your car back? Drive me there. Bastard, I'm not your personal driver. In the end, Ethan still drove Chen Zhao to Beverly Hills. Chen Zhao walked into Yafan's house. She was still beside the swimming pool. Yafan was half naked and had a pair of sunglasses on. At the moment, she was lying on a lounger. Yafan, how can I help you? Yafan removed her sunglasses. Licking her lips, she stared at Chen Zhao. I'm yours today, Chen. Come. Yafan was repaying Chen Zhao. She had just gone for audition that morning and successfully obtained the role. Although it was only a supporting role, the movie was a blockbuster after all. Only a few such movies would be released every year. Among actresses similar to Yafan, there was intense competition even for roles with simple dialogues. This was the best role that Yafan had obtained so far. After one round, the two rested in the pool. Chen, are you very close to Mr. Steven? Just average. He's also my client. Actually, I didn't help you too much. It means a lot to me. Chen Zhao grabbed Yafin's slim waist. Her boldness and enthusiasm made him totally addicted. Let's go into the room. The two switched their battleground and started another round of combat. In her moaning, Yafin muttered, "Chen, you're so great. What can a woman say to a man to best flatter his vanity? This is it." However, it is a common saying that there are only bulls which are overexerted and no fields which are overplowed. Chen Zhao was precisely in such a state. After a few rounds, in addition to the fun time, the previous day, which he had yet to recover from, Chen Zhao could hardly straighten his back. "Stay here tonight." "No, I really should leave. I still have a patient later," Chen Zhao said, his face pale. "If I stay here for one more night, I'll really become a dry corpse," Chen Zhao thought. "All right, be careful on your way." Chen Zhao had already called Vincent. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance. "Chen, that woman's excellent. How did you manage to hook up with her?" Vincent glanced at Yafin, who was standing at the gates. "Just drive your car. Looks like you were almost dried out by that woman." Ignoring Vincent's tease, Chen Zhao leaned quietly on the rear seat. His demons were still in the motel, so he had to go there first to pick them up. In an ordinary apartment, Chris just returned from work when she saw her boyfriend walking out from their house. "Nance, are you going out?" "Yes," Nance nodded. "Nance, you're already tired from work. Why don't you rest at home?" Noticing the obvious dark circles under her boyfriend's eyes, Chris was somewhat worried. "I have something going on." Nance's reply was rather cold. "Okay, do you need me to accompany you?" "Nope." Without even turning his head, Nance got into his car directly. Staring at the leaving car, Chris frowned deeply. For some reason, she felt that Nance had changed. Since they were engaged, or rather since they moved there, Nance's actions had become strange. In the past, Nance had been a very sunny person. Chris had decided to entrust her entire life to Nance precisely because of his optimism and cheerfulness. However, since they moved here, Nance became somewhat gloomy. Moreover, she had received calls from Nance's colleague who asked her if something had happened to Nance at home. For a few times already, Nance had become furious for no reason and even fought with others. More creepily, Chris noticed that Nance's behavior recently was becoming weirder. Sometimes, she would mysteriously wake up at night and see Nance sitting alone near the window and holding a mirror as if he was talking to someone. Nance was also becoming increasingly dull, as if he had become a totally different person. He would get angry for no reason and was very cold towards her. Chris felt extremely uneasy. She had thought about finding a psychologist for Nance, but he did not accept it. Instead, he said that Chris was behaving ridiculously. Chris suddenly felt that she had to understand what was happening to Nance. She also turned around and got in her own car to tail Nance. Chris had thought of many possibilities. She suspected that Nance might have another girlfriend outside, or have been addicted to something bad, or perhaps have gotten himself into trouble. However, whatever the reason might be, she had to figure it out. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chris drove behind Nance, staying about 60 to 70 feet away. There weren't many cars on the road, but Nance didn't notice her following him. Looking at Nance through the window, it could be seen that he was talking to someone while driving. He kept moving toward the shotgun seat, and his mouth seemed to be moving. Was there someone there? There shouldn't be one. At least, she couldn't see anyone from the back. It wasn't possible unless the person wasn't as tall as the seat or was a kid. This was impossible, though. She'd been following Nance the entire time, but Nance never stopped. No one came on midway, either. Nance's behavior was just very strange. Suddenly, a car from the other direction drove past with far headlights. When the lights shone over, Chris felt her vision blurring. The next moment, she saw a woman's figure sitting beside Nance. The woman turned and looked at Chris. How was there a woman in Nance's car? Chris looked again, but she was gone. Did she see it wrong? Or was she blocked by the seat again? Chris felt unsettled. A bad feeling shrouded her heart. Where's the car? Where did it go? Whoosh. Suddenly, Chris heard breathing behind her. Light flashed in her rearview mirror, and there seemed to be a woman sitting in the back seat. Ah! Chris twisted the steering wheel in fear. Thud! The car crashed, and Chris' forehead started bleeding. Thankfully, she hadn't been driving fast, and it didn't cause a car accident. However, she'd run into the taxi in the other lane. Damn it. Get out of the car, asshole. You know how to drive? Hearing the angry roars, Chris could only unbuckle her seatbelt. When she saw the taxi driver, she said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. How much is it? I'll pay you. I knew it's a woman driver. Vincent yelled, gesticulating madly. You did at my car door. $300. Chris was pissed. If you want $300 just for that scratch, why don't you go rob a bank instead? She thought. No way am I giving you $300. I'll give you $100 at most. You know that it'll cost $100 just to go into the repair shop? Don't drive on the road if you can't pay. You scratched my car last time. You might run someone over next time, you know? Vincent's words were too infuriating. Anger burned inside Chris. She'd already been close to losing control of her emotions and broke down after getting yelled at. Thud. Motherfucker, say that again. I'm gonna rip your mouth off. Bitch, you think I'm scared? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll hit you until not even your mother can recognize you. All right, Vincent. Zhao finally came out of the car. Hello, Chris. We meet again. You're that guy from yesterday. Chris didn't have a deep impression of Zhao. After all, Zhao was only one of the countless people who asked for her number. She remembered that Zhao had given her a business card with only his number, but she'd already tossed that out. Vincent, it's just a small scratch and you asked for $300? I think it'll be better if you go rob a bank. Seeing Zhao's eyes, Vincent immediately looked away. Fine, because of you, I'll just take $200. Nothing less. Hand it over. Chris glanced at the scratch. She was thinking this number too, but the problem was that she didn't bring money. I didn't bring that much money. Can I give it to you some other time? Americans were used to using credit cards. Most people wouldn't have more than $100 in cash with them. I don't know you. How do I know if you're lying? Give me the money now. Vincent, I'll give you the money. How can I let you do that? Chris grew troubled. It's no big deal. You can pay me back. Sure. Chris didn't like owing people, but she really couldn't find $200 right now. She didn't even have that in her bank. I'll pay you back when I have money. You can pay me whenever you wish. But can I have your number? Oh, right. Chris took out her phone and they exchanged numbers. Then goodbye. Goodbye. All right. Your back seat. Whoosh. Vincent had already started the engine, and Zhao lost his temper. Vincent, can't you see that I'm trying to flirt? Chen, you already know enough pretty girls. You should control yourself. When I saw you get out of that woman's house yesterday, your legs were trembling. That's because I sat on the toilet for too long. If blood doesn't circulate well through your legs, they'll be numb temporarily. Yeah, sure, I believe you. Chris was still at the crash site. She'd heard what Zhao had said. He didn't finish, but his words still terrified her. Back seat? What was Chen trying to say? Was there something in her back seat? Chris looked back at the empty car. Was there someone there? Or something? She didn't dare get in the car. Was there something in there or not? She took out her phone and stared at Zhao's number. In the end, she called. Hey, Chen. It's me, Chris. Is something wrong? You didn't finish. What were you going to say? I was going to ask if that beauty in your back seat is your friend. I was going to ask for her number. There really was someone in the back seat. Chen, there's someone in the back seat? I didn't see anyone. Are you blind? There was a woman. Bullshit. There was no one there. If there was, I would have seen, especially if it's a pretty girl. I don't want to argue with you. I need to talk to Chris. Turning back to the phone, Zhao said, Chris, are you still here? I'm here. Chen, can you come back? What's wrong? You said you saw another woman in my car? Yeah. Is there a problem? But I didn't see. No, more specifically, I looked and then I crashed the car. Chen, please, can you come back? I'm scared. I believe there's something in my car, but it's definitely not my friend. Zhao's expression changed. Putting a hand over his phone, he said, Vincent, are you sure you didn't see anyone? Chapter 65. Should I steal her away? Chapter 65. Should I steal her away? Chen Zhao asked Vincent to turn around and drive back. At the moment, Chris was still standing alone in the night wind, trembling anxiously. Chris, are you okay? Chen. Chris leaped into Chen Zhao's arms. What a beast! Vincent roared softly, gritting his teeth. I'm scared. Chris really was frightened. Calm down. I'm here. Chen Zhao was openly feeling Chris up as he gently tapped her shoulders. Is that thing still there? Chen Zhao glanced at the car. No, it was indeed not there. It seemed like Chris had correctly guessed that the woman Chen Zhao had seen was not a human. Is it a demon? Chen Zhao did not think that it was a demon either. At least he had never seen a demon which could appear in human form. Moreover, both Beelzebub and Raymond had told him that the human world had not seen any demons for over 1,000 years already until they appeared. So she should be some kind of ghost, I suppose. Chen Zhao had no clue what kind of being that ghost belonged to. All right, your friend said that you're a spiritualist. Can you help me to get rid of that evil spirit? I'm only a doctor, not a spiritualist. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. Chen Zhao thought that it might just be the soul of someone who had just died. In that case, it would vanish after a while anyway. Chen Zhao did not believe that Chris needed him to destroy the spirit. It was also not within his job scope. But what should I do, right? Nance, my boyfriend. He's probably affected by an evil spirit as well. Help me. Help me. Chris, I really can't help you. I don't know how to make spirits disappear. All the knowledge Chen Zhao had on evil spirits was from Blackie. According to Blackie, evil spirits did not have the ability to follow someone. They could only appear in a specific place usually. For example, Chen Zhao's house was originally haunted. Of course, now it was still haunted, except that there was an even more cursed being. Therefore, Chen Zhao felt that Chris was only unlucky. A soul that was recently killed boarded her car by chance. More unfortunately, Chris saw it. But you also saw that evil spirit, right? How can you see it if you can't dispel it? Chen, I suggest you call the mental hospital. She's clearly crazy. Shut up. Chen Zhao widened his eyes at Vincent, who was in the car. Chen Zhao held Chris's shoulders. Chris, believe me, it'll be fine. Perhaps it was only an accident. But I don't dare to drive now. Can you drive me back? I don't have a license. In fact, Chen Zhao did not even know how to drive. He had only touched the steering wheel for a few times in his life. On the other hand, in America, getting a driving license is normally the first thing a person does on reaching adulthood. Then I'll take this car. Then how about your car? I will call the towing service. All right. Chris boarded Vincent's car. Vincent muttered something inaudible. Clearly, he was extremely unhappy about Chris. Chris was obviously in shock. Chen Zhao continued to hold Chris's trembling shoulders. Chris's place was not far away at all. In less than 10 minutes, Vincent's car stopped before Chris's house. However, looking at the dark house, Chris was unwilling to leave the car. Chen, I don't want to go back. We're already at your place. Where else can you go? Can you send me to a hotel? I'll stay there for one night. Sure. Vincent, find a hotel nearby. Chen, can you lend me some money? I didn't bring my card. Can't you go in and take your card if you didn't bring it? Forget it. You wouldn't dare to. Let's go to Ethan's motel. Ethan's the fat guy yesterday. You still remember him, right? Chris remained silent. Chen Zhao took that as a yes. Don't you need to call your boyfriend? I'm not sure if he's still my boyfriend. Chen, I'm scared. Some time ago, I realized that Nance has become very strange. He always talks to the mirror at night and has become somewhat insane. It's almost as if he's a different person altogether. He's gloomy and easily triggered now. Please, I'm driving. Can you stop telling me horror stories? I have goosebumps. Chris kept quiet. Clearly, she did not want to irritate Vincent again and be forced to leave the car. Chen Zhao thought about her words for a while and also did not speak. He planned to ask Blackie about it after getting back. If Chris or her boyfriend was really in trouble, and if Chen Zhao could help them, then he would. Chen Zhao was also unsure about it. It really depended on whether Blackie could solve their problem. If Blackie could help, everything would be fine. On the other hand, if Blackie could not solve it, then there would be nothing Chen Zhao could do either. The car arrived at Ethan's motel. Chen and Zhao held Chris, and they alighted from the car together. Chen, huh? Isn't that the beauty from the story yesterday? Hi. Chen, you went out and actually brought another woman back? Ethan's words were filled with envy. He was really jealous of Chen Zhao's luck with women. Chris is going to stay here tonight. Get her a room. Room 301. There's a large bed and the environment is good. It's enough for you to play however you want. Both Chen Zhao and Chris ignored Ethan's joke. They were adults, not inexperienced juveniles. Chen Zhao took the keys at once. Let me follow you upstairs. Aren't you coming in? Are you okay with that? Chris looked at the dark room. She really did not have the courage to stay alone. Even though 1 hour had already passed after the incident, she was still in a frightened state. I'm scared. All right. Chen Zhao did not know how to reject a person. Sit here for a while. I'll go and take a shower first. After showering, Chris looked particularly charming and sexy. Her slender legs were fully displayed, while her upper body was wrapped in a towel. Her hair was still wet with some water droplets that only made her more attractive. Chen Zhao swallowed his saliva. Chris's cheeks were somewhat rosy. What are you waiting for? Wait. Yesterday, I really thought that you're a chase girl. Forget it. Rest early. Chen Zhao suddenly calmed down. He still could not do it. He felt too guilty to sleep with a woman who already had a boyfriend. Chen Zhao stood up and left the room. Chen Zhao never felt that he was a gentleman. Since he had been here, he never thought he was a good guy. Furthermore, he did not mind any type of woman. However, Chris had a fiancée after all. Chen Zhao really could not destroy a person's family. Therefore, after a brief consideration, he decided to resist the temptation.